Okay, right. We're 4 o'clock, so I'll officially kick things off. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our third virtual beer festival, Craic with a Vengeance. It's absolutely fantastic having everyone back. So many familiar faces, but also new heads joining in as well. So it's brilliant to have everyone here, and thanks a million for picking up a box and continuing to support our independent Irish breweries. So everyone's very, very welcome. I'm not going to ramble on for too long. I'm going to pass over to the lovely Francesca Slattery, who's very kindly agreed to do a quick introduction to beer tasting to kick things off today. So for a few people at home to maybe join in and try along and taste as we're going and take notes. So Francesca, I'm going to pop it over to you, and thanks again for joining us.
Excellent, thank you. Oh yes, I'm well excited. It's awesome. Really lovely to see so many familiar faces, loads of people I don't know. Can you hear me all okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, so thanks again, Brian, for asking me to come along. Brian's actually asked me to come along, and I've wanted to come along to loads of things, and it's always clashed. And actually, I have to say at the top of this, I'm afraid I have to shoot like pretty much about 20 minutes from now, because it's somebody's birthday today, and I'm trying to sort of try and pretend like it's not locked down and do something fun for it. So basically, as Brian says, I'm a beer sommelier. I got accredited in 2017. And basically, before that, I was just a beer lover and just enjoyed a pint down the pub like everyone else. But then I started working in the beer industry 5 years ago, back in 2015. And I've worked for breweries in the UK and now here in Ireland. I've been here for about 2.5 years. Basically, I was asked to do this because I believe some of the feedback from this was people wanted to learn a little bit more about maybe how to taste beer and what it involves, maybe a bit about appreciation and sort of a bit more formal. But, you know, I'm going to keep this very high level. It's ultimately a beer festival with lots of fun. And hopefully the prompt sheet I sent through is something that you can use another time as well, even if you don't want to do it today. I would be supremely impressed if anyone does the sheet for every single beer by the end of the night. And if I can dive back in around 9 o'clock and see how you're all doing, I think I might well do. So why would we do beer tasting? Like, why would we go to the effort? And essentially, it is fun if you want to just take a little bit of the time sometimes to think about what's in your glass. It's nice if you want to sort of learn a bit more about beer, its ingredients and the brewing process, because ultimately it's all about how it tastes and the drinking experience. And essentially, I would say a brewer's job is to take ingredients and unlock those flavors and present them to us. So they're just like a chef. So it's just really nice to be able to sometimes take the time out to sit down and think through what it is that's going on. It can help also you to realize that there's a lot of things going on out there in the world of beer that you didn't know about before, or you can remember things that you've tasted and you couldn't quite put a finger on it. And if you actually have a bit of a process of either writing notes for yourself or recording yourself, I record myself a lot because I can't be bothered writing, and listening back, you can learn a lot actually and start to remember things. So it's fun as well though, and it's about appreciating what's in your glass. At the end of the day, they go to a lot of effort to make a beer, so it's nice to appreciate it. So obviously we know, I'm sure everybody here, about the main ingredients of beer. I will run through them just because, you know, hopefully there might be some people here who maybe are learning more about beer and keen to know. Usually we've got 4 main ingredients in beer. We've got water, we've got malted barley, we've got hops, and we've got yeast. You can have other things as well, of course. And actually on that prompt sheet I gave you to go through the different processes, obviously I refer back to the ingredients a lot because, of course, again, it's all about assessing where those flavors come from. And it's only those 4 ingredients that often give us a whole load of different flavors and different sensory experiences. So it's pretty cool. I didn't go into much detail about water because it does impart flavor. Of course it does. It can add minerality. We all know a cup of tea in one part of the world can taste very different to another part of the world, because it's all to do with the water makeup. And it's actually about showcasing the other ingredients mostly. But of course, we're going to look at malts, hops and yeast as well. So what is malted barley? Very briefly, it is the seed of the barley plant that thinks it's going to grow into a barley plant because we put it in water, and it's locked full of sugars, and ultimately it's sugar that becomes alcohol. And what a maltster does is they take that plant that thinks it's going to grow into a plant that's got all those sugars ready to go, and they burn it basically. It's called kilning, and they're just roasting it, and that means that you lock in those sugars later to be released to turn into alcohol and into CO2. And also the roasting process itself imparts flavors. So a bit like how we all know that, you know, the longer you leave the toast in the toaster, it tastes different, and we all have our faves of how we like it. I'm a very deep brown toast girl. But yeah, it's all to do with that as well. So the malt there adds a lot of sweetness. It ultimately becomes the alcohol. It's a cereal, of course, so it adds things like breadiness and cereal flavors. And of course, then how long you roast it and how much of that you put in the recipe can also impart lots of different flavors. Hops, which are the rock stars of the brewing world that everyone loves to talk about, hops because they're super sexy. They're basically like the spices and seasoning of beer. They add aroma and bitterness, which is often why people love talking about them, because so much of what we do when we drink beer is to smell it as well and get those aromas. And so you can get, when we talk about people talk about things like they're smelling and tasting like fruits or things from nature in a glass. It's often down to the hops. So obviously we can talk about that as well when we come to the process. And then yeast is the thing that ultimately creates this whole magic of bubbles and booze. And so the yeast is a little microorganism, which is like a little Ms. Pac-Man, who just goes along and eats all those sugars that were in that malted barley that thought it was going to be a plant, but it's going to be a beer, so it's having a better life already. Yeah, it eats all of those sugars in there, and it excretes CO2 and alcohol. But yeast itself can also bring a lot of flavour. It's not just a vessel to bring alcohol. If any of us have ever had something like a German Weiss beer, for example, which is a wheat beer, often you can get flavours of banana, very strong off a wheat beer. There's no banana in that beer at all, and the hops don't impart that flavour. That's the yeast. So depending on what style, yeast also brings a lot to the party. People forget that sometimes. They always talk about malts and hops. So that's very briefly what the ingredients are and what we're trying to identify when we taste. You notice, though, that I was using expressions there that relate to food quite often, or maybe things in nature. Ultimately, we all taste things differently. That's just a really important thing to note. And of course, brewers go to a lot of effort to quite often to give descriptions, for example. So they give descriptions about this is what we are aiming for in this beer. You might get flavors of this. You might get this off the mouthfeel, for example. And that's great because that's lovely parameters for us of what they're aiming for. But ultimately, we all taste things differently. It's the reason why some of us love olives and some of us think they're too bitter. It's the reason why some people find Brussels sprouts too much. I love them. But then, my favorite pint is a pint of bitter. Coincidence? No, it's all to do with how we interpret things. So when you're going about doing your tasting, it's a really great idea, and hence we shared that flavour wheel with you all by Mark Dredge, who's a really well-established beer writer. He updated the flavour wheel that was established for beer in the 70s. So before that, people didn't really write too much and think too much about the flavour of beers. And Michael Jackson, not that one, the other one, is an incredible beer writer who was the first one to really start trying to write that down and describe it and appreciate what was in the glass. And so that flavour wheel is a great starter for 10 to try and help you to think of what it is you're tasting. And the part of the brain that's triggered when you taste, this obviously is true of food as well, is actually the part that is linked to memories and emotion. So how often have we eaten something and it takes us back to maybe being at your granny's house, or you drink something and you had the joy of being on holiday or things like that. So that's why it's so fun as well, and it's also why you should just build your own kind of flavor memory. It doesn't matter whether what you taste is different to someone else. It's personal to you, and it's fun actually, and it's a good way to remember flavors by trying to associate them to things in real life, like your grandmother's perfume, or like a fruit salad or something like that. So that's really, really good. And also, there's no right or wrong, therefore. And actually, it's quite nice when you chat with people about, for example, what are you tasting in a beer? And sometimes when you hear someone else say what they're tasting, then you can identify it. I've had it myself. I'm like, what is that flavor? Someone says, oh, it's vanilla. And I'm like, yeah, that's it, vanilla. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. And so that's something that's nice, and why it's nice to taste as a group as well. So you can sort of say, well, this is what I'm picking up, and it can help trigger those memories. So anyway, talking of the process and tasting. So on that prompt sheet, you can actually detail way more stuff if you want to on a tasting sheet. I try to keep it as brief and high level as possible, so it's just a bit of fun. But as you can see on that sheet, what we do when we think about analysing and tasting, starting to get into tasting like a pro territory, is that you're looking at a beer's appearance, its aroma, its flavour. So there's two things before you even taste it, and then its mouthfeel, which is part of the tasting process, and that should give you an overall impression of the beer. When it comes to the visual, analysing what its appearance looks like. We do that because it can give us a lot of clues of what's going to be in our glass. So, you know, obviously the colour can be a big indicator. If we're thinking we're going to have a dry Irish stout, if it came out to be pale straw, we would straight away start wondering what was going on there. If we saw something with a really thick, billowy white head, but it was meant to be a sour beer or a lambic, we might think, well, that's not what I was expecting. So actually it tells us loads before we've even got our nose or our mouth anywhere near the glass. So that's just a nice way to have a look at a beer. And obviously I mentioned colour, clarity, and carbonation are three of the big things you look at. And then moving on to aroma. Obviously, a huge part of eating and digesting food and drink in general is linked to the aroma. And often you can smell things that you end up tasting differently, or vice versa. When we come to tasting, we never spit out beer, ever. I mean, who would? Come on. Yeah, it's actually, unlike wine, you need to be able to ingest the beer fully, because whilst the old flavour map of our tongue is debunked now. It's not true that we taste different things in different places. It all works together. Bitterness is perceived, and the whole mouthfeel of a beer is perceived much better when you fully digest it. So never spit a beer. So it's just crass to do so, but you can't taste it properly if you do. Yeah, so the taste, you can get a lot of things from it, and then ultimately the mouthfeel. Again, if you've got something that's really spritzy and really, really prickly and carbonated, if it's meant to be like a nitrogen cream ale, then again you'd think that's not quite right. But it's a part of the whole package. So what I promised I would do, what I said I would do is just keeping on time. I'm good on time. I thought it'd only be fair if I sort of very briefly went through a tasting of a beer myself. I'm not going to go into loads of detail. I'm just going to chat through it super briefly. And it is one of the beers we're going to come on to. I managed to get a hand on the Elevation Pale from Wicklow Wolf. Obviously, I know the beer. I know this beer already, and I know what I'm drinking. This isn't about me trying to guess the beer. So I've got the trusty wine glass, which I suggested is a good tool to have. This is fresh through the delivery, because I smashed my last one, not in a fit of rage, just probably because I had maybe too many beers in it. But a wine glass is great for beer tasting, because especially a thin-rind one, because, and that's, as you can see, was the bottom of the can. So it's just good in terms of being able to see the beer visually without any sort of, mine have all got brewery marks on them, and sometimes it can be a bit hard to see. It's great not to do a full pour. It means you can get all those aromas, because the molecules hit the air, and then you can get a bit more of a chance to smell them. And you can also do the nice little swirly thing to try and release more aromas without spilling your beer. So it is great to be able to have a wine glass for tasting. So I know it's a pale ale. And yes, it is beautiful golden pale in colour. It's got a light white frothy head, not too big, but it's got soft carbonation, I can see as well. Again, that's what I'd expect to see, nothing too vibrant or spritzy. And in terms of its clarity, it's pretty good on its clarity. It's not hazy or opaque. It's not crystal clear, but then it's not a lager. So this is kind of, you know, ideally what I'd expect. And I know it's unfiltered and pasteurized as well. So that's the visuals. There's actually 5 different techniques for sniffing beer. I am not going to go through them all. The one I'm going to go with, which is the best one, is if you can give it a bit of a swirl, get your nose in there, which is why it's also good to have a good gap so you don't get beer on your nose, and have just a couple of short, sharp smells, just like we all smell, really. It's kind of not a special technique, but I'm straight away getting a real lift of like orange, and I'm getting almost like an orange pith, a bit like when you open the orange before you've actually bitten into the flesh. So I'm getting a bit more of that kind of bitterness on it, or that kind of orangey flavour on it rather. Maybe a tiny bit of cooked pineapple. Like, it's not like fresh pineapple, it's got almost like it's slightly caramelized. I've let this warm up a little bit more as well, actually, which does help with tasting beer. Not too warm, but a little bit. And I'm getting a little bit of something a bit floral. Like, it's not too perfumey, but just a little bit. Then I'm going to go in for a flavour taste, and then I'm going to describe how it tastes in the mouthfeel, and then we're all good. So yes, yeah. I mean, like I say, I've had this beer before. What I got on the nose there was like the orange pith thing I discussed, but I'm actually getting a bit more like a kind of a clementine now, because it's not quite as harsh as an orange. It's actually a bit sweeter, so a bit like a clementine, or what's the other little one, satsuma or something. It's kind of a bit more on the sweeter side, and I'm getting a little bit of, which might have been the floral thing I was picking up, a little bit of a piney sort of aftertaste. Certainly on the mouthfeel, it's medium bodied, it's soft carbonation, it's all medium carbonation, and I'm not getting any overriding hop bitterness. It's not astringent, it's actually nicely balanced, which exactly is what you'd expect in a pale ale. IPAs are much more robust, much more hop bitterness. Here, the malt should still be able to counteract that hoppiness so that it's not aggressive, and it's nicely balanced, and it ticks all the boxes. And it's still got, I mean, it's my bad, I did left the bottom of the can and it's been sitting out a tiny little bit, maybe too long, but it's still actually got a really good head. And I happen to know that there is wheat in this beer. It is not a wheat beer, but wheat is great for adding protein and helps head retention. So I imagine that might have been its purpose here. So it's bang on. It's a pale ale in everything, into how it looks, how it smells, how it tastes, and its mouthfeel. In terms of overall impression, the reason I'm at the bottom of the can is because I rather enjoyed the rest of the can, and I've got another one in the fridge. So it's really lovely and just really drinkable. So that was dead quick. You can go into more detail. It's just a bit of fun. I enjoyed it, obviously, and I hope that was useful. I know that there might be loads of questions coming off from this because there's obviously so many things you can go into in detail. But I think the main thing I'm going to take away and leave you with, because I can't stay and I'm not able to answer questions, and also it's a festival, you just want to get drinking, is that Brian has asked me to mention that quite a few people have expressed potentially an interest in something, a longer, maybe more in-depth example of kind of what I just did. So maybe some kind of beer school or something where maybe people, instead of just coming to a festival, which has been amazing for socializing, it's been great during lockdown and amazing work to be able to chat to brewers as well, like really, really awesome to hear how they make the beer and how they enjoy the beer. But yeah, some people have said they might be interested maybe in doing maybe some sort of beer school online activities. So if there is anyone who's interested, I'm not going to ask for details now, of course, but Brian and I are quite keen to maybe get your insights into what you might like to do, if you would like to do it. It's just something we're throwing out there. So maybe if you are interested in a beer school, maybe you can say, I realised that what I was going to say is you can say yes to BS, which doesn't sound like, which hopefully is not a reflection of me talking a load of bullshit. But yeah, anyway, maybe if you're interested and you type in yes, that you're interested in a beer school in the chat, then Brian can get in touch with you and maybe we can ask your opinions if you'd be up for it. But it's still about just enjoying the beer and drinking it, and I definitely would encourage you to always ask, if you do meet the person who makes the beer, like, why did they put that together in those ways? Why did they use those hops? What was the process? Because it's just such a fun way to learn more and appreciate what you've got in your glass. So I'm going to finish there. I think I'm 2 minutes over, sorry. But yeah, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Brian and the Wicklow Wolf guys and everybody else today. I'm going to see if I can hang around for another 5 minutes or so. I'm so sorry I can't stay, but thanks for inviting me, and I hope you enjoy tasting and appreciating your beer.
Brilliant. Thanks a million, Francesca. That was that was excellent. You can see by the comments there, loads of people really enjoyed it, and lots of yeses there as well, and yes to BS as well from a lot of people. Chris is saying he's never been to beer. He's never said he'd never go back to school, but beer school sounds pretty good. So yeah, absolutely. We're just, this kind of came from the session you did with the beers with Nat, and there was a good bit of interest in kind of an Irish beer school study group type thing. So yeah, we said we put it out there and see if people are interested. So by all means, there does seem to be a bit of interest. So we'll chat, Francesca, anyway, and see if there is. Yeah, we'll take it forward in some way. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got a very important birthday that you're attending right now. So yeah, thanks a million for joining. Really appreciate it. Excellent. So now we are going to move on to some drinking. I have Daryl and John joined us from Wicklow Wolf. Thanks a million for joining us, lads. Really appreciate it. I think what we'll do is, I think we're just going to go straight into open up Eden and get boring, and then why don't you guys say hello and introduce yourselves?
Hello. So I suppose I'll start first. My name's Daryl. I suppose depending on who you talk to in the brewery, they'll tell you I either do everything or I do nothing. But
nothing.
But I look after all the marketing side of the brewery. John is the more, I suppose, sexy job of making sure the beer tastes good. But I suppose my main role in the brewery is just to annoy John constantly, which I do a lot. John, come on, introduce yourself. And I don't want this now, the famous John Allen story.
That's fair enough. There'll be no story. So, yeah, well, my name is John Allen. Joined Wicklow Wolf in January last year. So I joined the guys just before the new brewery was built. It was everything was pretty much purchased brewkit wise, and the building was a foundation. So I saw it for the first time in a rainy January day out in Newtown, Mount Kennedy. So I joined the guys when we're still in Bray, and then worked. Most of my focus is on the new brewery. We're lucky to have some great brewers, and Pete and Etienne in Bray, who were able to keep the ball rolling there. And so yeah, mostly started working on the new brewery, getting the build complete and the kit installed. As we were looking at revamping the beer lineup, and we're looking at the rebrand as well. And while we were at it, we said, why not just go into cans while we're doing it and do as many things as we possibly could in one go, and give me all this grey hair that I have in my beard.
You've always had that.
Excellent. Cheers, lads. So I suppose we'll crack straight into it then. So we've got Eden up first. Who wants to take us through the beer?
John, go on.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, so Eden was kind of a new addition to the lineup that we introduced kind of in line, well, just before the rebrand. We're just trying to get a nice session beer, but it's still a good kick. Kind of session beers are kind of one of my favorite styles. I like things around that 3, 4, 4.5%. Mainly because I have 2 small kids, so any more than that, and it's just not worth it. But I'm a big believer that a kind of smaller ABV beer doesn't need to be smaller in flavor. So I really enjoy making lower ABV beers with a big punch. So I've kind of enjoyed developing this beer, our non-alcoholic beers, and the collab we did last year with the guys from Yellowbelly, in just around 2% beer, just to show that you can do a lot of different things at that lower ABV as well as the higher ABV, but you have the added challenge of not having as much of an alcohol kick in there. That kind of that higher alcohol does help to carry a lot of flavors and boost them a little bit. So you don't have that in your army as much. So it's an enjoyable challenge. So in this particular beer, we grain bill wise, it's quite simple. Just pale malt, a little bit of kind of Cara Blonde, so just a very lightly caramelized malt, and a good dose of oats, which is Daryl's favorite thing. He just wants me to put oats in everything.
More oats in everything.
More oats. I don't know what he thinks oats do, but apparently it fixes all the problems.
Magic
oats. So yeah, the idea of the oats is gives it trying to bring a bit of body back into the beer that you can sometimes lack in the lower ABV beers, without the alcohol as well to kind of carry it along. And as well, we want a bit of body in there, but we didn't want the beer to be kind of sickly sweet. Again, without the alcohol to balance it, or maybe a lot of bitterness, which we weren't really looking for in this beer either. You're trying to get everything right. Was the main thing, but at that kind of session strength. And as well, so the first batch we brewed was in Bray, and then maybe the first 2 batches, I can't remember. And then as we moved to the new brewery in Newtown, trying to adapt the new recipe to the new kit, which is always a bit of a tricky thing. So we hadn't really brewed it that much in Bray anyway. So we kind of, we had a bit of room to play with there, and that it wasn't one of our more established brands. But even still, we weren't necessarily trying to get continuity. We're just trying to take that brand, that beer, and brew it in Newtown and make it as good as we possibly can. So it's probably one of the brands which we've tinkered with a little bit more than others. With the oats, with the hops. So the hops that we have in there. So kind of a lot of the time, what I like to do when thinking about a hop bill, especially for an IPA or a particularly hoppy beer, is I like to kind of blend kind of new hops with the more classical hops. I think it gives a really good depth of flavor because the evolution of hops over the last 2 decades has been quite huge and transformative in terms of the flavors that we're getting from hops now versus the hops what we were getting from hops maybe even 10 years ago and especially 20 years ago. So this beer in the brew house, we use a good whack of Chinook, which is a staple and probably one of my favorite older style hops. I think it's quite underestimated. It can give you a lot of the resinous and type characters from a lot of those hops, sea hops like Cascade and Columbus would give you, but it also can give you a more of a floral and kind of maybe slightly, sometimes a little bit bubblegum type flavor that a lot of people might not associate with that hop, but I found it works really well. And a lot of great beers around the world, like Bell's Two Hearted Ale, is heavily a Chinook beer, and they actually award they give an award to the best Chinook hop farmer in Yakima each year. And you know, I think hops like that are a great backbone for a beer. So especially when this beer would have been lower ABV, having a solid hop like that you know can really stand up to in many styles of beer was great. And then also in the brew house of a little bit of El Dorado, which again is I'd say it's become quite popular in the last couple of years, but it has been around since about, I think, maybe 2009, 2010. And it's just, you know, those first couple of years of a hop as it's growing in the field, it can take time for it to evolve and mature. And I think in the last couple of years, we really start to see that hop shine a lot more, and you see it used a lot more widely in the brewing industry. And it's kind of hitting your more new age hop flavor notes like citrus, mango. It still has a little bit of a kind of a resinous kick in there as well. So it works well with the Chinook. Mostly, and all this beer, it's all late hop additions, all in the Whirlpool. We're not looking to really pick up a huge amount of bitterness, so that's hence the late addition. But we get enough bitterness pick up from our kit in the Whirlpool edition, and it's a healthy enough addition that it does give it enough of a bitter bite to kind of give it a bit of a cut. You know, it's not designed to be a sweet beer. So you do need a little bit of bitterness in there. So and it does ferment out quite dry as well. We don't have a lot of sugar left behind in the beer, compared to a lot of like newer styles like New England's and things like that. And then ultimately the shine and glory of this beer is in the dry hops, like so many other beers. But you know, that's where the magic happens in a lot of beers. And for me, the key to that is obviously you know, you want to choose good varieties, but the ultimate key is, like anything you're doing with food and drink, is fresh ingredients and fresh hops that you know have been gotten to you as best a condition as possible. So when I joined last year, you know, I'm lucky to have met a lot of good people and have good relationships with guys in the hop industry, especially Yakima Chief, who are one of the biggest hop producers in the US, and they do a lot of citras and mosaics, and they're really hop flavor forward hops in America. So implemented a lot of contracts to try and nail down a good supply of good fresh hops, and also access to newer varieties. And in this beer, it was a great chance to try a variety that I'd never used before. I came to Wicklow Wolf, which is Sabro, and Sabro is pretty new on the market. And it's an interesting hop because it's a cross with a wild Mexican hop plant, and it's Neo Mexicanus. So it's a kind of a new road that hop breeders are going down for, chasing ever stranger and unique flavors. And I think this hop is definitely a prime example of that. And it incorporates a lot of the popular citrus, tropical fruit type flavors, but it also brings a heavy dose of coconut. And what you end up with is, instead of the kind of really pithy, punchy citrus type flavors, is a nice smooth kind of really ripe pineapple, ripe tropical fruit type flavor. And I find it actually starts to lend to the body as well with those flavors of, you know, of those ripe tropical fruits. And it balances well with the Chinook, which is, you know, resinous, a little bit more resinous, a little bit more of an earthy herbal kickoff, and the El Dorado kind of sits somewhere in the middle. And I've really starting to enjoy using this hop. And every time I make a new beer, Daryl kind of slags me because he goes, "What hops are we going to use?" And I usually start with Sabro. But it's mainly because to me it's really versatile. It's got elements of your citrus, your mosaics, all those great hops, but also it has elements of things like Sriracha Ace, which is, you know, is a real kind of Marmite type hop. So it's very versatile. I've tried it in our Red Ale Wildfire. We've tried it in dark beers, you know, with stouts, because that coconut flavor helps to come through. So, you know, it really is quite a unique hop. And, you know, I've had a lot of fun conversations with one of my friends who works at Yakima Chief, and he's told me they've done a lot of work with it over the years, that how it evolves in pack over time, that you'll find that as the beer does slightly start to age a little bit and maybe even oxidize a little bit, it starts to move from the really kind of fresh citrus character to the more coconut and heavily ripe stone fruit type character. So he says for him, he says one of the more unique hops and how it ages like that, compared to other varieties that we're familiar. So it's really a really interesting hop, and there's no point saving all the cool hops just for one-off beers and things like that. Why not have it out in your main in your core range beers, and and give that a bit of an interesting flavor.
Exactly, and one of the reasons why we wanted to include that today for you all to taste was, I suppose we're really proud of it now. The work that John has done on it and stuff. It's got to a point where we're really happy with that beer. Like I think it's definitely a staff favorite as well. And I suppose it's I've hardly any of it left as well, which is I didn't think, but no, it's great.
It's a good sign. I was actually just going to touch on that, Darryl. I suppose when we were chatting about what beers to put in the box to include, you were very keen on the two, on Eden and Elevation, kind of more the core range beers that have been around for a while, but you spent a lot of time perfecting over the past kind of 12 months. You were saying on the new kit as well.
Yes,
and, that's like, it's a long time since I've had Eden, and that's absolutely fantastic. Really, really enjoying that.
It's changed a lot. Like it's a tricky thing about starting a new beer. You have an idea of what you want to create, and what you can do to create it as well. But also with this beer, I kind of wanted to use hops that I hadn't used before, which was Eldorado. I hadn't really used a lot of before. Sabro kind of came a little bit later on, because the Eldorado and the Chinook, what we were looking for, it just didn't seem to be quite hitting that kind of that zone that we were trying to hit with the flavor profile, that kind of in between that soft tropical fruit and the kind of sharper citrus resinous type flavors. So we had to be evolving a little bit, as well. We did start, it was a little bit darker, a little bit more caramel malt, which was starting to make it maybe a little bit sweeter than we wanted. We wanted the body, which you can get from those darker malts. More oats. Like I crumbled and I just started putting oats in until Darryl said he was happy. And that was it. So it's definitely one of the beers that's evolved the most over. So if anyone has tried it, say from when it launched about a year ago, you might have seen that every time you've tried it, it has been quite different. But I'd say the last 4 or 5 batches, we're kind of honed in on what we'd like it to be.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see the comments here, guys. A few questions about the can size, and I think there'll be a lot of love for it in the 440 mils.
I suppose we had thought about that definitely for a while. I suppose for us, what we wanted, we've got 3 beers that are in 330 ml cans, and then we have 5 that are in 440 ml cans. And I suppose for us, our goal for our 330 ml cans was to have them as more kind of sessionable beers. So the 3 are Eden Avalanche, which is 4%, Eden's 3.8, and then we have Moonlight, which is our non-alcoholic. So the idea there was kind of just more, I suppose, sessionable, easy drinking beers that you can have. They're only I think Eden is only 1.2 units as well, so it's not kind of. It's more just of a session beer, I suppose. Whereas then with the likes of our slightly more higher ABV beers from Elevation, Mammoth, Wildfire, Arcadia, and Apex, we put them into the 440 cans. But yeah, it's definitely a good complaint to be looking for more of it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking, Darryl, we'll move on to Elevation shortly, maybe in a couple of minutes. Why don't you tell us a bit about the brewery itself? So
I suppose, I hope everyone, and I'm sure everyone has heard of Wicklow Wolf at this stage, otherwise I've done a terrible job. But I suppose a little bit of a background going way back. We'll be 6 years old in September, and we were set up by Quincy and Simon, who are both very heavily present in the brewery. We just don't like to put them out on things like this because we like to think of Quincy as a grumpy old man.
What do you think? He is a grumpy old man.
Well, he is a grumpy old man. So we don't we kind of lock him up and bring him out for state occasions. But no, so he's the two of them are great. And it's I suppose a lot of our success has come from the personality of the two lads as well. Simon's background is he's a horticulturist, and he would have been very kind of heavily, I suppose, influenced by the hops and wanting to grow our own hops. And before we had a brewery, before Wicklow Wolf was actually called Wicklow Wolf, Simon had planted our first hops up on the hop farm up in Roundwood, which is actually where John lives. John's next door.
I think you can see it out the window. Hang on a second.
There you go. So we have our own 10-acre hop farm.
So you can kind of, I don't know if you can see it out the window. They're kind of hiding behind the trees. There's like loads of lamppost looking things over there.
Just to the right-hand side, you can kind of see some of the hops. So the hops are a great part of the story for us, and to be able to grow our own hops is really, I suppose, part of what the philosophy that we started off with, and that continues to be part of our philosophy going forward. I suppose we have 10 acres up there. We have I think we have 8 varieties of hops that we grow ourselves. We grow it, and it's all harvested kind of late September, early October, and it goes into one of our beers because we just don't have the infrastructure to pelletize and dry it to use it for the rest of the year. But it goes into a beer called Locavore, which is a seasonal beer that we've now had, I think it's 6, possibly 7 variations of it, where basically each year the brewers play on, I suppose, the hops and depending on the season, it's really at one with Mother Nature. I know there about 3 years ago, there was a massive, I think it was Storm Ophelia, and it really just decimated a lot of the crop. So we ended up having to harvest what we could, but we brewed a farmhouse ale, and it was really, really nice, and it's one that we keep kind of remember very fondly. Last year, obviously, we did a dry Irish stout. We partnered up with Gareth from at Garrett Malt, just there in Kildare, and he hand roasted some malted barley for us, and which we put into a dry Irish stout. And it was really interesting because but the hops came through really well, and it gave it was slightly almost like a black IPA, but then had the stout character. And it's really interesting to see the terroir behind Wicklow coming through, because like we grow American style hops up there, like Cascade, Chinook, as well as some English varieties as well. And it's really interesting to see the flavour that imparts on the beer from, I suppose, the Wicklow climate. It's obviously, the Irish climate's not great for growing hops, but it's really interesting. But I suppose, that's a little bit way back. I suppose we spent 5 years in Bray. We had a little brewery just on Galtram Park, and it was, I suppose, we miss Bray a lot. It was a very interesting place. It was an old bakery. As Quincy would say, you couldn't turn a sweet in your mouth in the place. It was very small, but it worked well for us. And I suppose we'd been looking for a place to move into for a new brewery for quite a while, and we couldn't find the right place. I suppose we were limited in the sense that we wanted and had to stay in Wicklow. We couldn't rebrand as Dublin Wolf. It just didn't sound good. So we were definitely wanted to stay in Wicklow. And Wicklow is obviously a big part of our story and who we are. So it ended up that we found a site in Newtown Mount Kennedy and decided to build the brewery from the ground up. So the brewery that we have now in Newtown Mount Kennedy is 17,000 square foot. It's got a 35 hec Browcon brew kit, and I suppose we're in there just about a year now. It'll be a year next month since we got in to kind of start playing around with it, and it's really now kind of that we're really seeing the quality of the beers coming out. That we kind of I suppose it's like a good chef. He needs time to get into a kitchen and kind of find where the on and off buttons are. And I suppose for John,
there.
But it's great that we have that, and to have our own kind of have our own canning line, our own bottling line, our own kegging line. It gives us flexibility as well of what we want to do and what we can do. But having, I suppose, the new brewery, it's fantastic. It gives us a lot more room to grow as well. I know we're working hard behind the scenes on trying to open a tap room. And that will be, I suppose, the next phase of the brewery for us will be to have a tap room, and hopefully we can have everyone down and show you guys around and obviously share a beer. But I suppose that was kind of put on the back burner just with I suppose the COVID pandemic. I suppose like everything.
Yeah.
But that's something that we're looking forward in the future, is having our own kind of tap room that we can bring people in and I suppose show people how passionate we are about the beer and the beer quality, and then obviously have a bit of fun as well. I suppose for us, when we get people into the brewery, it's always good to show them around, but have a bit of crack as well. I think that's important. I think that's one of the best parts of the craft beer industry, especially in Ireland. It's about the people. It's about having a bit of crack and not taking yourself too serious as well, which is
yeah,
I suppose
the crack in the community, you might say. If you want to just
and the beer.
oh my God, where did that come from?
Perfect.
Seamless.
Yeah.
The brown envelopes on the way.
Exactly.
I'm glad you spent an hour working on that before.
Yeah.
Will we move on to elevation then? We'll crack it open.
Okay, I better finish this one.
Yeah. That's then every time everyone gets
So
a chance
I suppose
to it.
while John's finishing that, and I'll let John talk about it because he can definitely talk about it like he knows what he's talking about, whereas I'll just waffle. But I suppose Elevation's been one of our longest serving beers, I suppose, that we've had. I suppose our first ever beer that we brewed was American Amber, which a lot of people remember very fondly. I remember it very fondly. It was the first beer that I had in Wicklow Wolf. And then our next beer was Kentucky Common, which is another one that people always ask us, please bring back Kentucky Common. Yeah. But no, so then I suppose we wanted to see, when Quincy and Simon originally set up the brewery, they wanted to, originally the idea was to brew beer for themselves and for friends, and it just started to get, I suppose, a bit more interesting, bigger and bigger. But Quincy, especially Quincy, he'd be heavily influenced by the two lads lived in San Francisco at separate times, but they're both heavily influenced by the beer scene in the States. And Quincy's brother lives in Denver, or just outside Denver, in Colorado, and it's some spot for beer. I was over there 2 years ago at GABF, and it's just amazing, like what's happening over in the States. But I suppose when coming back, I suppose that's why our first two beers was an American Amber and a Kentucky Common. They were certainly heavily influenced from America. And then Elevation Pale Ale was a beer that then was brought out. It was actually the fourth beer we did. The third beer was our IPA. But it's grown to become our flagship beer. And it's one that we've worked on a lot to kind of keep constantly improving, not just sitting back and saying, that's great. Let's just clap ourselves on the back. But it's something that we've constantly kept kind of trying to improve. And with the feature hop on it, Mosaic, Mosaic has quickly become my favorite hop. But it's, I suppose, at rival. I suppose Sriracha Ace is very interesting. I know there's a Marmite effect with Sriracha, but no, Mosaic, I suppose, it's just the feature hop and Elevation has really come true, and it's great. I suppose, as John said, I suppose my background before beer was food, and I think, like everything, it's the fresher the ingredients, the better. And I suppose using Mosaic in that, it just really comes true. Right, John, I'm going to stop waffling now. Come on.
just before you move on to it there, John, you touched on something I was about to mention, Daryl, about Sriracha Ace, your use of it, especially in the red ales, the Sriracha Red and the Fighting Wildfire, was it? I think.
Yeah, so Fighting Wildfire was a beer we've wanted to brew for a long time as well. It's basically an imperial version of our Sriracha Red. Sriracha Red and Wildfire are basically the same beer. We've just rebranded it when we had the whole rebrand because I suppose Sriracha being the hop, it's a Japanese hop, but we had a lot of people thinking it was hot sauce. So going, is there chili in this? Which was one problem. And then my favorite story ever was we were very lucky when we did have the brewery in Bray to be able to just literally walk down the hill to the Harbour Bar, which is, if anyone has never been to the Harbour Bar in Bray, I highly recommend when the pubs are back open, try get in. It's a phenomenal bar. But I suppose we'd be down there and there'd be a mix of a lot of different people. But one guy used to constantly come up and he'd just keep going to the barman, give us a pint of your Toto Scalacci. And so I suppose it was great, and it's great to have that story, but I suppose for us, we just wanted something that was a little bit more, I suppose, part of our story as well. I suppose Wildfire as well was it's I suppose quite a interesting name in the sense that it's not always very good. I suppose Wildfire, as in wildfires in nature, aren't the better. The Fighting Wildfire beer was one that we brought out, and we were raising money for WWF's campaign for Australia, because I think it was over, like, I forget the number, but it's over something like 3 billion or something animals were killed over there. So we wanted to do something good with that. We wanted to brew that beer for a long time, so it was a right fit for that, and it's one that we've definitely enjoyed. But Sriracha, I remember when John came over first, I suppose I know John quite a while so I remember him without the grey beard.
That's a long time. That's a long time.
Yeah. But John came over anyway first, and it was a beer that we're very proud of. We were always proud of Sriracha because we like to call it not your typical Irish red. And John, if I know he hasn't really touched on it, but I suppose John's background would have been he worked in Brewdog, so we don't hold that against him too much. But no, he's learned a lot over there. But it is a hop that John particularly didn't like. And we had a joke. It's kind of like dill or no dill, because I suppose dill is one of the I suppose the aromas and the tastes that do come out of Sriracha, and it was very interesting. So we were playing around with that. But I think we've kind of won John over, and secretly I think
definitely. It has its place. Like, everything has its place. You just need to find that place, and that beer.
Yeah, I suppose in Wildfire, with the caramel and the chocolate kind of undertone, and the Sriracha really comes to the front with the coconut kind of wood character, and it's not really dill. No, dill doesn't really come out.
Yeah.
No.
So I'm sorry. I realise we haven't actually even talked about elevation properly yet.
No,
sure. That's the matter. It's only 60% of our business.
So Joe, why don't you take us through it quickly there, and then I'll catch up with some comments, and then we'll get a few questions in.
Lovely. So elevation, it could be called evolution. Like all good headliners, it kind of has to move and change with the times. And I think when I arrived at Wicklow Wolf, it was a really, really great beer. But the guys are even at that stage in the process of trying to just trying to update it and really make it appeal to where the flavors are going in the craft beer world. So really what I did, I just took that mantle on and continued it really. For this beer, again, it's similar to the Eden, even more so than the Eden. We're really trying to make this about the hops. I think there's very few breweries out there that don't have their main brand as being a very hop forward IPA or pale ale or something like that, and it's all about showcasing the hops. So we over the first initial stages of when I got there, we did start to reduce the color a bit, take a little bit of the kind of caramel malt out, trying to take away some of the more sweet caramel flavors, because we're really looking for the kind of more pithy citrus type flavors and allowing the hops to shine through. Sometimes caramel malts can paper over that. There's definitely certain beers, and especially as you go up into your double IPAs, where that caramel and the alcohol really starts to carry the hop flavors along with it. But for this beer, that's not really what we're looking for. And again, so the Mosaic is the feature hop, but we also have Calypso in there as well, which again is with Mosaic first, it's kind of that two-headed monster in that it's got the citrus character to it, maybe not like Citra and other and hops like that, but it also has a really unique floral or herbal type character. And I think those words floral and herbal can be very hard for people to really know, what does that mean? Does it smell like daffodils or what? But it's quite subtle that it lies underneath the heavier citrus flavors, but it gives it a depth of flavor and a complexity, which I feel every good hop should do. But those floral and herbal notes, they're quite pleasing. It's not like dill, that's for sure. But you've always got that main backbone of that kind of nice citrus and stone fruit type character. A bit more, unlike the Sabro, it's a bit more on the pithy side and the intense citrusness. And then with that, we've used Calypso, which again is a similar type hop, maybe more soft stone fruit in that particular hop. So we probably use the Calypso in half the amount compared to the Mosaic that we use, and then a small amount of Huell Melon, which is a German hop. And this is something the last couple of years I've really started getting into and getting more an appreciation for, is German aroma varieties of hops. Traditionally, Germany is all about just mass producing hops for bitterness that go into the lager market, and for bitterness in beer, you want high alpha acid in your hop. So the whole market was dictated by the higher the alpha acid content, the better value for the brewer buying it, the better for the hop grower, and that's where the German market has evolved to over the last 100 years. So I think, and it's a very traditional and has been very stable as well. So it has no real reason to change and react to what the Americans have done and what has happened in the Southern Hemisphere in New Zealand and Australia. But we've seen over the last 10 years, German have sometimes feels begrudgingly started to take those traditional varieties that they have and start to crossbreed them with other varieties to give you more of a fruit impact. But in typical German fashion, it's been in quite an understated way. Whereas the American hops are very American in that they're brash, they're in your face, they really are intense. The German aroma varieties are a lot more subtle and understated. They're the Germans start high and maybe work their way down. The Germans are kind of starting low, maybe working their way up, maybe not. They might feel that it's perfect the way it is, but they've created a lot of interesting varieties like Huell Melon, Mandarina Bavaria, Ariana, Callista. These are all varieties that have only come on the scene the last 10 years or so, and they've evolved from their traditional lager type hop varieties from the Hallertau region and areas like that. So they've taken what they know best and started to push the boundaries a little bit. And what it's done is created hops that are on their own when you use them. They're not a Citra or a Mosaic where you can just use them on their own and it'll kind of blow the beer out of the water in terms of flavor and really be impactful. But when you blend it in with something else like Mosaic or like Citra or like those big German varieties or Calypso, it gives it a whole new depth of character and whole something else. So for us, we started off with using quite a lot of Mandarina Bavaria, which is a little bit of, as the name suggests, mandarin, a little bit of orange, quite low key, but it definitely is noticeable. It mixes in with the herbal character of German hops. And then having spoken to other brewers, and I think it might be on later on, Deck from Yellowbelly, he's a big fan of Huell Melon. And Deck's a great brewer, so I was like, I need to, and I'd rub the hop myself in Germany. Rubbing it where you rub the whole cone after it's been picked and dried, and along with other German varieties. I was really impressed by those the aromas coming from it. So and I know other beers that I've had since I've come home that have had that hop in it, and before knowing that hop was in it, I've smelt and tasted the beer. I'm like, wow, I really like that. There's a lovely melon character coming out of it. I really like it. It's nice and soft. It's not aggressive, and it's really, really enjoyable. Then digging into those beers, I found that's what the hop that was being used. So I was like, right, we need to get this into elevation. And I think it's definitely started to give us that kind of melon character, which does soften some of the intense kind of citrus and herbal type characters that we get from the Calypso and the Mosaic, and it really starts to round it out and give you really a great depth of flavors. So you get the big flavors up front, but then on the aftertaste and as you work through the beer, these melon characters you start to come through, and then a bit like the Sabro, that kind of soft melon type character does give you a nice soft mouthfeel as well. As you're drinking the beer and you're breathing those aroma compounds in and out, it really gives you just a bit of depth of flavor. In that beer, the grist bill is just pale malt and then wheat for a little bit of good head retention, a little bit of body, and so the malt is very much just there to hold up the hops and showcase them. And again, I would say what we've done as well, we've brought down the bitterness over the last year. Moving into the new brewery, we did find that the bitterness pickup from our hop additions in the kettle were giving us quite a lot of bitterness pickup. So it is a great piece of kit that we have, and so we were probably getting more bitterness pickup than we were in Bray. So it took a while to find the right levels. So trying to dial that down a little bit. push some of the hops later into the process, into the whirlpool, and then into the dry hop as well. And I'm trying just to make it the beer it is today. I think, we were very, very happy with it now. But as Darryl said, we're our own worst critics, and I think every brewer should be. You should always want to do better. As soon as you start thinking you've nailed it, the beer will come back and bite you in the ass. There's a process will or something like that. It's an ever changing situation. So you need to stay on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a super beer. I can see it's you're getting a lot of love for the two. I suppose updated version ones in the comments
good.
here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just jump to the comments here quickly now. So your stouts were getting a lot of love. The Imperial, Locavore, also a lot of love for the tap room. So I think we could have like 70 plus people here alone on a bus down to the tap room whenever we can.
Brilliant.
I think Steve was asking, are you going to rebrew the Sriracha Red?
Well, we didn't really, to be honest, we never really changed the recipe. It was more changing the name, and then the changes we made to the recipe were more adapting the Sriracha recipe to the new brew house. So when we moved it across again, we had across all those beers that we were transitioning across, we did have we found a bit more bitterness pickup than what we would have expected. So there was kind of adjusting that. But other than that, I have tried a bit of Sabro in the Wildfire as well, but I think it just doesn't need it. The Sriracha really, really works quite well. So one thing I'm looking forward to is that we have got a fresh crop of Sriracha in from Yakima, which is just harvested at the end of last year. So I'm excited to see how that impacts, those fresh hops impact the flavour. Unlike a lot of beers now, it's not dry hopped. It's just a late edition Sriracha in the Whirlpool. And it really amazes me. It's one of the most impactful hops I've ever used. That to add at that stage, even on the hot side, and still get those flavors carry over, those coconut flavors kind of carry over into the beer, has been quite impressive. So now that we've got like super fresh hops coming into the beer in the next time we brew it, really interested to see how that evolves.
Brilliant. So I know what's coming. If anyone was on the last two beer festivals, they also know what's coming. So I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask our audience to have a think about what beers they'd like to see you guys brew next. And while that's happening, I had another question here about. Brian Breen was asking: is there a reason why the hop types aren't mentioned on the cans?
So that's, I suppose, the next labels that will be on the can coming out very shortly do have, I suppose, the tasting notes and all that. I suppose that's all my fault in that I was very proud about our story, and I really wanted to tell that story on the side of the can. So if you see the side of the can, it kind of tells our story, and I suppose our mission to brew exceptional beers without compromise. And I suppose for us, it's all about I suppose a sustainable way as well, and a way of brewing. It comes back to I suppose Simon is very much he's very much lives and breathes the outdoors, and he'll tell you a story of him and a few friends back in the 80s outside McDonald's on O'Connell Street. They went in to get a burger, and they wouldn't. Do you remember in McDonald's they used to give you burgers in like polystyrene boxes? So he just wanted the burger. He was like, "No, I'm just going to eat it now. It's bad for the environment." And they wouldn't give it to him without the polystyrene box. So he decided that this was the world's worst thing, and that's the turning point for him in terms of our impact on the environment. So when we were setting up the brewery, I suppose sustainability was a big part of that story, and it's been something that we haven't really shouted about, and it was something that I wanted to talk about more and really kind of really push forward. I see in the comments there, Fintan said the environment didn't exist in the 80s. No, the environment only started existing about a year ago. But no, it's something that's a big part of what we do and what we want to do. I think the two lads, one of the biggest things, if you put a gun to their head and said, why did they start a brewery and what do they want to achieve with a brewery? They want to leave something, they want to do something good that impacts in a good way for their kids. And everyone's kids. Simon will talk about, I suppose, I think it's an American proverb, a Native American proverb, that we don't inherit the land. We basically just borrow it from our children. And it's about that. There's I suppose, a responsibility for us to look after it. So that's a big part of that. So I wanted to tell that story more. The next batch of labels that are coming out do have taste notes on them and all that. And I suppose it also probably came into a bit that, as John kind of alluded to, we were still working on a bit of recipes and kind of trying to get them right. So I suppose we're now very happy with it. So yeah, the taste notes will come on that, definitely. I suppose there's another question there. Just what do we do with our spent grain? All our spent grain is sent to it's brought up to a trailer, or in a trailer up to a local farmer that's like a minute up the road. So it's all kind of put back into the food chain there. It's fed to his cattle. So all our spent grain gets reused.
Apart from the bit that ends up on the wall.
yeah. We're still working on that.
Excellent. So I don't know if you can see the comments coming in for the new beers there. So Ger hit the nail on the head straight away. Brown ale, like literally every brewery that has been on the past two festivals have been requested to brew a brown ale.
Is that genuine? Is that genuine, the brown, or is that just
no, genuine? Yeah, absolutely. Because the first festival we had the St. Mel's brown on, and the last one we had the Ballykilcavan Bambricks. So there's a huge amount of love for brown.
What about a hoppy brown instead of? I see a black IPA, so we do a brown IPA.
Brown IPA. I've never heard of a brown IPA.
No, we like doing things a little bit different, I suppose. 50 Shades of Bray was a beer we brought out. And I take full credit for the name. It's cheesy and it's bad, but it was one of the best things I've ever done. I was driving down the road, seeing Bray, and just came up with the name Shades of Bray. But that was a black kind of New England style IPA, if that even exists. But we tried to do, we tried to do something a little bit different. But that came out really well. But like I think one of John's favorite beer styles is black IPA.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I saw someone put it up there, and I was like, I'll happily brew black IPAs till the end of my life. It's I think it just it brings the two sides of the brewing world together really well. Dark beers and amazing hops, and ticks the boxes for me.
That's it. No, I'm right with you with that one as well. Fantastic style, absolutely love it.
But we can try a brown ale. I don't know if I've ever brewed a brown ale, like a commercial brown ale. I'm trying to think. I brew most things, but that's there you go. Maybe it's meant to be. I've never necessarily wanted to, but it depends. Yeah, we can do something funky with it.
Just a heads up, there's about 20 breweries from the past couple of festivals that are all going to be releasing a brown ale in the next couple of weeks.
We should have a brown ale off then.
That's I think that the next Craic Beer Festival needs to be just Revenge of the Brown Ales or something like that. Just nothing but browns.
Well, ours will probably include lots of oats.
And Sabro.
And Sabro.
Sriracha Ace. Yeah. So I'm saying Amber Ale. I'm just looking at the time, so we're just going over. I'll quickly catch up on these. Amber Ale, rebrew of Ranchero and 50 Shades of Bray, triple IPA. Brown Ale. How about a salty Gosa?
Yeah, we did one of them back in the day. We had Somersault, which was that's a long time ago. That's about 3.5 years ago. So Somersault was a blackcurrant Goza that was really interesting. We used Achill Island sea salt in it as well. It's a really interesting beer style. And definitely something interesting.
Excellent. Thomas is saying a Sriracha brown.
Sriracha, spicy brown.
That's it.
Yeah. If anyone has a contact with that Chinese bottle of Sriracha hot sauce, maybe we could do a collab. Yeah,
absolutely.
I'd happily do that. Take about 20 bottles myself.
Excellent.
Yeah. I know someone actually mentioned, and I actually think it was Simon earlier on mentioned about is Elevation named after the U2 song. I think it's a happy coincidence, but for a long time, I suppose our names, because Quincy had complete control of the names, were all I suppose songs that he liked. So there'd be stuff like I suppose we had a beer called Easy Lover, we had Sun Machine, we had if you go back and look at our very, very early on beers. They were all names that he had taken from songs. And he still tries that. Every time we're coming up with a beer name, it'll be some song. But we've moved away from that. And I suppose the elevation, maybe it's a nod that Quincy's a secret U2 fanboy, possibly. But it comes to the mountain side of things and the Sugarloaf. And that.
Brilliant.
I hear Bono loves the Sugarloaf too.
Yeah. I see, and actually, so I'm actually in my kitchen, but I have a fancy background, which is in fact these are our new shiny tanks. That this was actually from our launch night. This picture was taken. And you see our kegs just here with blue and yellow, which are the Wicklow colours.
Very nice, very nice. That's Joe. We saw Joe between two firms last night. That was fantastic. 80 hectoliter tanks. He's asking.
105.
Yeah.
Cool.
They're just far away. Joe. They're far away.
Near
very
far.
Right, lads. I'm just looking. We're gone 5 minutes over, so we better wrap it up there. Do you have any final words for our audience or anything like that? We usually kind of wrap up.
I think just fair play to you yourself. This is a great way of getting around the COVID crisis, and a great way for us to meet and talk to people and tell them about our beer and why we do what we do. And you kind of, this whole thing, we've kind of lost that front facing aspect of our business where you get to really meet. The great thing about this business, you get to meet people, you get to talk about people who drink your beer, enjoy your beer, and are kind, are good enough to say kind words about it. And it's nice to have a forum to do that. So it's fun. It's good fun. It should be fun. Sometimes people can take it a bit too serious. It's only beer, but this is good fun.
Yeah. Just go hard on the Yellowbelly lads next as well. Make sure you give them lots of tough questions.
I hope you got a translator for Deck.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Deck is lost in the wilderness at the moment in the sticks.
He's up in Donegal somewhere. Yeah. Oh, you're all right. You'll be all right, so.
Yeah. Grand.
Ask Nicky, has he still got a 6-pack? That's a good one.
Brilliant. Thanks a million, lads. Really
thanks,
appreciate
guys,
it.
And it was good. I hope he's enjoyed the beer.
Take care. Absolutely. I think you can see the comments there. Yeah, lots of lovely comments of the beer. Super stuff. And new recipes are tasting phenomenal as well. So well done to everyone.
Thanks a million, Brian, for everything. Yeah, this is great.
Cheers, lads. Thanks again. And feel free to stay around as long as you want as well. I know
I'll hang on for a while.
Cheers, thank you. And stuff like that. Yeah. Brilliant.
Definitely. Cheers.
Great.
I have to go feed children, I think. But hey,
yeah, fair enough, John. Right. We'll see
Take care. Bye.
Okay, so next up we have Danny and Peter. I don't know, are you there, lads? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
From Yellowbelly. Hey, Danny, how are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Good. Sorry, we're running a little bit over. Let's see. Are you there, Peter, as well?
Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah.
Brilliant. How are things? Okay, so all right, I need to get my beers out of the fridge. So while I'm doing that, why don't you say a quick hello, both of you, and introduce yourselves.
How are you? I'm Danny. So I'm sales manager for Yellowbelly Beer. Have been since day one. Started off kind of just working in the bar in Simon's and head bottle washer. Progressed to doing a bit of brewing. And that didn't suit me, so they kicked me out of the brewery and sent me on the road. And I've been doing that since probably full time since we moved up to the new brewery in 2017. Kind of part time when we just had the brewery under the pub. So yeah, that's me. Over to you, Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm the new assistant brewer, so I'll be Deck's assistant. Probably the hardest job in the brewery, to be fair. But just started there a couple of months ago, so still new, but enjoying it so far.
Excellent stuff. Cheers, lads, and thanks a million for coming on as always. So we're going to go straight into it then. Castaway first.
Yeah, let's do it.
So let's crack it. What have we got?
This is Castaway, obviously. So this is one of our core range beers. And I suppose if we started off in 2015, and if we told people that, or if someone told me that we'd have a core range beer as a passion fruit sour, I probably wouldn't have believed you. But it just shows how far the industry has come. It's kind of been one of our cult classics, I suppose. We first started brewing it around 2016. in the brew pub just as a special, and kind of like most of our beers then with the demand got so big for it then that we had to bring it back. So we've been canning it since probably 2016 as well, starting off in 330ml cans, bringing it back then kind of seasonally then since around 2018, and now being pretty much core now since 2019. It's kind of real fun beer, not to be taken too super seriously, just really nice, not overly sour. I suppose most of the sourness in it is coming from the passion fruit itself, with a really light kind of Berliner Weiss kind of base beer underneath it, with a bit of wheat, bit of biscuit, bit of pills, and then our lactobacillus kind of culture, and then just about 16-17 grams a litre then of passion fruit. So it's not overly complex, but it's just a really fun beer. It's always been really popular for us, and a bit of a cult classic.
Brilliant. I'd be curious to see some of the comments here coming in now with the sours. I remember we had Wide Street on the first one with their sour, and it was the first time some people at the festival were trying a sour. So I'd be interested to see if it's the first time for some of our audience here today, if it's their first sour.
Yeah, Declan would have, I suppose, coming in from a place in Wexford as well, which would have been new enough to the craft scene in 2015. Still to this day, a lot of people would kind of consider Yellowbelly to be the only craft beer they drink. I suppose it's the same in a lot of locality areas that people kind of jump on to their local brewery. But I remember actually the first sour he would have made in the brewery was under the Otterbank label, and it was a beer called The Vikings Are Coming, which was a pine needle Berliner Weiss, and it was a beer he went up in the rocks one day with his assistant brewer at the time, Dara, picking pine needles, and then brewed a Berliner Weiss with this, and everyone's just mind was blown. They were like, you got to keep doing this. And ever since then, we've kind of had our kind of house Berliner Weiss kind of base, and then been throwing loads of different fruit at it. Probably have another cult classic along the same vein returning in a couple of months as well, with alongside a kind of a Berliner Weiss or a fruit edition. I'm sure a few people could guess what it is, especially seeing as we're from Wexford. But we'll try and leave a little bit more dangling there. But it's just one of those beers that it's amazing the amount of people coming to the pub who never really like craft beer, don't drink craft beer, but they'll drink Castaway because it's just something different, and it's a new experience for a lot of them. But it's a beer that I've always loved, and hope you all have too. Anyone who's tried it? Yeah,
just on this, I think Owen is with us here from the Snugcast podcast. But he was saying himself, we were chatting a couple of weeks ago, and his girlfriend would be the same. He wouldn't drink craft beer at all, but when it comes to Castaway, it's pilfered out of the fridge instantly as soon as it goes in. So I think
it's
a few people
fun. It's not something that it's never taken too seriously. Like, it is just a really, at the heart, but really fun beer. Like all beer should be, but I think this one in particularly is just it's great crack.
Yeah. A few people have been asking, just straight off, asking, has the sourness been toned down a little bit, or have people's palates just gotten used to the sourness?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. We've probably changed. The only thing we would have changed over the years maybe is our passion fruit supplier. We've gone through a few different suppliers, so sometimes at different times of the year you get less of a kind of assertive sourness from the passion fruit itself, depending on where it's grown and where it comes from. And so that's the only thing that in terms of our lactose strain hasn't changed. In terms of how long we kettle sour hasn't changed. So no, it's probably a bit to do maybe with people's taste buds getting used to it, but also the passion fruit crop and kind of our supplier might vary in acidity from batch to batch.
Sure. Very good. Just looking at the comments here, Barry saying, "Sweet Jesus, that is sour."
Well, there you go. So maybe it is just people's palates have adjusted.
Exactly. Yeah, you got the two sides of the coin there. So why don't you tell us a bit about Yellowbelly's, I suppose, history to date, Danny?
Yeah. So it was founded by two brothers, Simon Lampert and Nicky Lampert, who own a pub on the main street of Wexford Town. And just always served craft beer. I started working for the lads back in 2009, 2010. It was 1920, kind of a bit of a weekend student job when I was back in Wexford. And they always would have stocked kind of a wide range of kind of world beers, I suppose we called them back then, which were basically German lagers and Bishop's Finger and that kind of style of beers in the bottles. And then around 2012, 2013, they started selling some Franwell and O'Hara's and 8 Degrees, some Trouble Brewing. Just getting really into the draft side of things and seeing the market that was there for it. The guys before would have done a brewing course in Manchester back in 2008, 2009, so they always would have had big plans to do it. And unfortunately, there was some structural damage to the pub in Wexford, so a lot of their capex and funding had to be put into sorting that. But then kind of revisited the idea, I suppose, back in 2013 when they really saw the craft explosion initially with those beers in the pub. So kind of Nicky would always be very hands-on kind of man. So he was straight down into the basement and just started picking at the brewery with a pickaxe, similar to the Yellowbelly origin story of the Yellowbelly character himself doing the same thing. But that's what it was really like. There was rocks and rubbles underneath the pub, and Nicky knew that there was space there if he kept on digging long enough. So he would spend about a year digging with pickaxes and shovels and wheelbarrows of muck and dirt. And that kind of got around to us kind of putting together a brewery, which at that time was only a 200-litre brewery. The basic kit was, some of the brewers know, was a Dave Porter kit, which is glorified pots and pans. So it's literally just very basic. We added some wooden cladding on it ourselves to have a bit of insulation. Fermentation side, then Nicky would have quite a good engineering kind of mind. So he kind of put together the fermentation and conditioning, which was really over-engineered really for the size and the capacity we had at the time. There was a lot of solenoid valves and temperature controls and jackets and pipes, hard piping, and for someone that was producing 15-20 kegs a week, it was kind of crazy how over-engineered it was. But obviously we took on Declan as well around that time. He just left White Gypsy, so then he was the kind of final piece in the jigsaw, and came on board around March 2015, and then we launched then in May 2015 with like 8 or 9 beers. Our plan kind of always was to have a pale ale and a lager kind of in our core range, and then because you're a brew pub, you kind of need to have those standard kind of pointables, and then try and produce new beers every week, and with the bar then just having that immediate feedback, and obviously the volumes are small so we could take more chances. Any kind of surplus then we would have sold to a couple of pubs around Wexford, which was rare enough. But yeah, we've been upgrading ever since. We're on our 3rd kit now and a new site since 2017. So actually we took on a relic of John Allen's past. We picked up a Brewdog's old brewery from a scrapyard in Santander in the end of 2016. It was the victim of I think of some receivership settlement over in Spain, and this brewery ended up being taken off a guy and being left in a scrapyard. So the price came up. It was really, really good value. So we were at a very small stage of doing maybe 40-50 kegs a week, then found a 6,000-litre kit. So it was quite a massive jump, but because of the value and the piece of kit, it was too good an opportunity to miss. So we've been kind of growing with that kit now for 2017 and adding on the fermentation side to match it. And we're kind of up to there now. We're kind of hitting where we want to be at the moment and looking at a bit more expanding. So that's where we are.
Brilliant. I just see John commented there saying God help you, and the kit was on holidays. Porg is asking, is the original kit the same one that's in the smoking area? No,
that was never used actually. They were old nail polish remover mixing tanks that Nicky found on Dundee that came out of a factory somewhere. And we're lucky to have a really talented local sign writer in Wexford called James Stafford. He's one of, I think, 5 or 6 actual proper sign writers left in the country where he does everything by freehand, and we just got him to do up the design on the outside of the tanks. So they're kind of bright yellow tanks, kind of look like little minions, I suppose people call them, from Despicable Me. So they're like bright yellow with the logo on them, kind of small squat tanks. The reason we brought them up is because the brewery was underneath the basement and there was no real visual aspect to it. We kind of wanted to bring some sort of visual aspect to the pub itself, so that's why they ended up there. But no, they were never used. They would have needed a fairly deep clean to get that acetone flavour out of it, so wouldn't have been the best.
Nice acetone. Some like Sriracha Ace for some people, I'd say. Sorry lads. Sorry John and Daryl.
I think we sold you a few of them tanks, didn't we?
And just looking back, a lot of love for the sour here in the comments. Yeah, some people, Garrod is saying he was dreading the sour and he absolutely loves it. So that's great. It's Andrew's 2nd ever sour and he absolutely loves it. So yeah, brilliant.
Really?
Ruben is asking, do you have the start of a Yellowbelly tattoo on your arm?
Oh, that's the start and the end of a Yellowbelly tattoo on the arm, yeah. So that's
nice.
Top hat must. I didn't want to go, because you're only an employee at the end of the day, I just wanted to leave it open for maybe some changes. So if it could be a Mr. Monopoly man or the KP Peanut man or some the Pringle man. So I didn't want to go too brand on brand.
So versatile.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant. So on that, actually, so you have the character. It was obviously like the face of the brand, I suppose you could say, features and everything. Why don't you tell us a bit about him?
Yeah, so Yellowbelly obviously is our brewery mascot, I suppose. He, like, when we started, I remember putting together an idea of a brewery, and we were throwing around names, and Yellowbelly was our kind of first name we were sticking with. But look, I remember the local enterprise board in Wexford kind of sat down with us and gave us this woman to kind of help mentor us, and she was going on about having, how important your story is, and this is great, 2 brothers from Wexford, and Nicky would never been like a man to put himself front and center, and thought that idea is kind of boring, that you're going to run out of ideas fairly soon having that kind of limited of a story, because he always had kind of big ambitions. So we came up with the idea of a character. It was originally just going to be kind of the logo, and he was kind of based on almost a steampunk Victorian kind of hurler from back in the 1800s, hence where the name Yellowbelly is kind of sometimes attributed to a story where there was a Wexford kind of representative hurling team playing a Cornish representative stick and bat game over in the UK, and the king at the time, you can pick whatever king or queen you want. Really, the story has so many iterations, but basically the king or queen at the time took one look at the Wexford team and said, "Come on, the Yellowbellies," because they had a yellow sash around their midriff to kind of differentiate themselves from the other team. So that was kind of the basic idea we had, is we wanted our character to have that yellow sash. We wanted them to be of that time, and to have that kind of Victorian kind of steampunk element to it. And we were lucky then to have a local guy, Paul Reck, who originally designed the logo for us, and we initially designed some beer labels for us and some fish eyes for us, and we just loved his work and just thought, well, we've got such a great character here, we've got great potential to tell whatever story we want. Whatever market we go into, we can put Yellowbelly in that market. We can put him in a Santa suit for Christmas. We can dress him as a ghost for Halloween. Just very basic principles, but it always gives you that content in that story. And then Paul then just kind of took that to another level and kind of created a new world and a story arc. And it's just something now that we can have so much fun with. And it means we can all get our personality onto the can and beer, but through the guise then of a character where we can all step back from it as well. When we need to, for any legal implications. We'll get onto that with pirate play maybe. But. Yeah,
it is. The artwork is always phenomenal. Like, it's always outstanding, and it's so intricate as well. It looks amazing. But I know loads of people say this. I still think my favorite one is Paul's on holiday.
Paul hates that. Paul
hates
people say that. Like, the amount of work he puts into fucking labels, and one day the one you did nothing. That was your best one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the tortured artist.
Yeah. No, it was a fun idea, it was good. It was good crack. It was great buzz.
Brilliant. So Mark has asked. I'll throw this to Peter first, and then yourself, Danny. What's your favorite brew that's not in the core lineup for Yellowbelly? Or maybe I'll put you on the spot, Peter. I don't know.
My favourite beer at the moment that's not in the core range, I think, is probably the 80s Haze at the moment. I quite like that. I think it's a really nice kind of New England style IPA. Apart from that, I quite like the Mad Hatter's Tea Party as well. I thought that was a nice kind of balanced IPA. I know when Deck was telling me about it, kind of like a green tea lactose IPA, I was a bit kind of skeptical, not a big fan of lactose in beers, but I think it works really well in that one. But I think 80s Haze probably at the moment is my favourite outside of the core range, outside of Citra.
Excellent. Cheers, Peter. How about you, Danny?
Great for the Town for me has always been my favourite. Just loves that strawberry sour. Also, probably Are You Not Entertained, going back another bit, which was a big kind of chewy dipper from maybe 2017, kind of one of our last 330ml kind of can specials. So I like my dip is kind of big and chewy with a bit of a malty backbone. That kind of hit the spot for me. But then Great for the Town will always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant. So I think we'll start to mosey into Pirate Bay now in a minute or two. So that's just a little warning for people to drink up their sours. Andrew was asking again about the branding, saying it's really interesting. I suppose you've kind of answered this already, but he's saying, was it a deliberate move to not be so minimal and be kind of somewhat against the trend of what was going on in the craft beer at the time?
It's I don't know how much we really thought about. Like, we've left a lot of that kind of creative decisions down to Paul. I think one of the main things that we wanted to get across is that no matter, you could look at a wall of cans from 10, 15 feet back, we'd like to think you're able to see the Yellowbellies from anywhere really. And even we've only actually recently put the word Yellowbelly on the front of the can at the bottom. I think it's definitely on the new Pirate Bay. I'm not sure if it's not on the Castaway I have. It's a little bit older, but on the Pirate Bay you'll notice the Yellowbelly kind of a bit more front and center. But we always, I suppose, in our own heads maybe thought, sure, we don't need that because you just take one look at our character and you know it's a Yellowbelly beer. But yeah, more recently we've kind of succumbed to putting the name a bit more front and center. But I suppose even at the time when we were launched in 2015, minimalism wasn't as big as it is now. I think minimalism is definitely, it's something that's come in the last couple of years. I think the likes of Whiplash, Trouble Bruins kind of rebrand as well. They've kind of stripped everything back. And I love that as well. I like those clean cuts, but I think Yellowbelly now is Yellowbelly, and we can't change now. It's like it's always going to be what it is now.
I think there'll be riots.
Yeah,
there'll be riots if you strip back about minimal, I think.
Although everyone like Paul's on holiday, they might be onto something.
Yeah, true actually. Steve was saying he loves the follow-up comics and things like that. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, that's a big thing we tried to do in 2020 was be less sporadic with that as well. We've probably been guilty of, releasing them here and there and not having as much link with the beer as we want them to be. So I think for a big drive in 2020 has been to every beer we have to have that link to the comic or to our comic and to have that link to the overall story arch. I think initially our plan was, back in the early days, was to have the beer label as the final panel in the comic. So you would always have the comic that would be released, and then if you want to find the final panel, get the beer. Now it turned out it was going to be a logistical nightmare to kind of try and time that. And we're not in the market of selling comics; we're in the market of selling beer or giving away comics. But we still want to, be better at bringing on that story in the can through whether that's a video or through a comic or even a video game or something, bit of kind of digital content with it.
Yeah, I remember the game you released a couple of years ago as well. Yeah, it's really interesting stuff. There's really great ideas behind it, I have to say. Very, very innovative, really is.
Thanks.
Just catching up here. So yeah, I'm looking at the favorites from other people. Snooze Button, Pork is saying, Dave saying Commotion Lotion. That was that the Buckfast one? Yeah.
Our first lawsuit.
First, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're on to
what are you on now?
Three at the moment, cease and desist letters about our branding, which is hence why I'll talk a bit more about it in Pirate Bay. There's one company that can't come at us for piracy is Pirate Bay, so that's why we were very confident in that can. But we had the book, the Abbey, a legal team that represented the Abbey got onto us about Commotion Lotion. And said that they're happy for us to keep making the beer, but we had to change the word Bucky to tonic wine, and that was it. But it was only a one-off special. And then Hasbro got into us for Where's Wallonia, the company that makes Where's Wally. They sent us a letter. We've also got a letter from the copyright owners of Judge Dredd in America for our Judge Red IPA. So we've got a collection of them now at the moment.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger wasn't on to you, was he?
No. Not yet.
Not yet. So just looking at the Wolf of Wall Street, that was excellent. Was it Black Forest?
Daryl put that in, I'd say, did he?
Yeah. Teen Can Emotion, yes. Daryl, you have to dig out the mash, Daryl. Doc Brown, of course. So let's see now. I think we'll mosey into some Pirate Bay now, and I'll catch up on some of the comments here. I suppose while we're opening, Peter was asking, will the beer club be returning next year?
There is plans afoot of bringing back some form of beer club. It might be a little bit different. The format's going to be slightly different, but we will be contacting all our previous beer club members and hoping to get some new ones and putting together a community and a subscription-based service. But it's going to have some changes to it, so we're kind of just working on that at the moment, and should be able to release some info fairly soon, probably before the start of next year. I'd say we'll be opening it up, but should be soon, probably within the next 5 to 6 months.
Brilliant. If you're looking for some sort of beer community, then I think I know where you can find one. Right, another shameless plug. So into Pirate Bay then. But Peter, you were heavily involved in the brew of this. You want to take us through it? What have we got here?
Yeah, so it has a base of Pilsner, wheat, it's got a little bit of Cara Clare, I think, in it as well. So it's got gives it a little bit of kind of sweetness. For bittering hops, we used Centennial, so that's kind of like just a high alpha acid hop, just as kind of like a standard kind of bittering hop. We used Hallertau Blanc at the end of the boil, so that kind of gives it it gives it a bit of that kind of white grape character, like the kind of gooseberry character a little bit. And then it is dry hopped evenly then with Idaho 7 and El Dorado, I think, as well. And that kind of gives it the real kind of tropical pineapple-y kind of notes to it as well. And we fermented it then. I think we started using a new New England style yeast from Wicklow hops as well. So we used one of their New England strains, and we've been using that then, I think specifically for Pirates Bay. So it gives it the kind of a little bit lower attenuation, so you're still left with a little bit of residual sweetness from the malt. And then obviously it gives it a bit more of that haziness because it's not dropping out of solution as fast as maybe some of the other strains we're using. But yeah, it's just kind of a nice kind of sessionable low ABV IPA. It's kind of a nice addition to the range. I think it's kind of fills that kind of session IPA gap. Well, I suppose with the Citra Pale, it kind of maybe some people would say, but I think the Pirates Bay kind of has a much more kind of tropical feel to it than the Citra. I think it's a nice addition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of obviously we want Citra pays the bills. I know John mentioned his 60% figure earlier on of elevation. We're probably around the same as that as well. And it's always going to be our flagship beer and our number one selling beer. But we just saw kind of a gap in our own portfolio for, as Peter said, something a bit more tropical, a bit more modern, a bit more New Englandy, I suppose, a bit more that juice. And then obviously keep it at decent price points. You know, it's a good New England at a good same price level as our Citra and our Castaway. Keep the ABV down a little bit as well. And I think it works really well. It's kind of our first time using Hallertau Blanc as well, which I was really excited about that. Just as Peter said, to get that, I think that real grape, kind of dry grape, kind of gooseberry, works really well with it and gives it that bit of complexity. And then the New England strain, East strain, just gives a really clean finish and that good mouthfeel. Loads of oats in it as well, I think. And yeah, I think it's a really good addition. I'm interested. We're really excited to hear what everyone says, really, because this is its first kind of, because the pubs have been closed, obviously, so we don't get that instant feedback as we used to do in our own pubs. So Pirate Bay and 80s Haze, which would be, they're the first ones now. We're kind of desperate to get that feedback, where we would have had it so instantaneously before. But so yeah, really interested to hear what people think.
Yeah, I can see here. I don't know if you can see the comments yourself, Danny. Mark saying the pineapple smell is amazing. Get a real waft off it with every sip. Pork was saying, it took a while when he first tried it, but he kept going back to it. Very different to the Citra. Yeah, no, very nice. Yeah, so getting very, very nice comments coming in.
Danny, thanks, lads.
Owen was saying he loves it. So I suppose on that, as you're saying, you're used to getting your instant feedback. How are you guys doing now at the moment in the, obviously, well, we've come a long way into COVID now, but in terms of your daily operations and your situation, would have been a lot of on trade, obviously. So how are you guys faring?
Yeah, like it was good. I mean, like obviously off trade has gone through the roof, but it's never going to be enough to balance out what you were doing. But it's been decent. Like the government scheme of being able to pay kind of 70% of the wages for people that were kept on as well was massive. I don't think most breweries wouldn't have been viable without that, because it was real just a drop off the cliff. Obviously our company as well has 2 pubs under the umbrella as well, so we probably felt it even more than most, kind of having to let staff go. And obviously look, those days we'll be getting them back soon and stuff, and that'll be great. But no, like in terms of like the package business, we were kind of half thinking a long time ago, we were very much draft focused, coming from a publican background, and we knew the on trade so well. Like we were pushing maybe 80-90% of our product on trade, on draft. Now, luckily, kind of we brought that back a little bit to maybe more of a 50-50 split. We started working with ABCD, which is a distribution company who kind of look after our cans, and they're very good. I know company close to Daryl and John's hearts there, but they've been very good in getting their package to a new level in terms of volume. So we were lucky to get that deal kind of sorted around January, February, which allowed us to be able to keep our volumes up at a good level while we would have been struggling otherwise. So we were lucky in that respect. And it's great to put a new focus back on the off trade as well. And I think don't think that's going to go anywhere. I think there's going to be a lot of cautiousness still, even as pubs begin to open. I know myself from talking to a lot of publicans, even there's a lot of pubs that can open and won't be opening for another bit longer, and just don't foresee the volumes coming back to any way near where they were for a while yet. So I think still the off trade and off beer delivery systems and events like this are still going to be important for us for the next 6 months to a year, I think. So we're in a good place where we've got decent sized brewery and we can keep that supply up, and keep working with the right people that we can make it happen.
Brilliant. In terms of more feedback there, I see Peter Breen saying lovely, nice level of bitterness with it. Thomas is saying to shout out your phone number, Danny, if you want some instant feedback from 70 odd people. Christopher, very sessionable, agree. Took a minute to get into it, but kept going back for more. So that's always a good sign, isn't it?
I think, and the bitterness is good. That's coming through as well. I think the Centennial is going to add that bit of bitterness and bit of dankness, which we were very important. Well, we used the New England yeast strain. We haven't called it a session New England or anything. It is still a session IPA, so we want that level of bitterness and that level of dankness in it, just to balance that kind of hop sweetness, I suppose, you're going to pick up from some of the more tropical additions. So no, I'm glad to hear that bitterness is coming through.
Brilliant. A few questions about the pubs. Are they opening back up on Monday?
Grady's Yard in Waterford is definitely opening up on Monday. That's always been more of a food themed pub. Like it's there'd be an equal enough spend on food and drink there. A lot of people come in for burgers and chips and stay for 3 or 4 points and stuff. So it's very much more. And we have the space there. We have a decent outside area and decent space inside. So as far as I know, that's opening on Monday. But Simon's, I think, might be waiting until the 20th. It could be wrong. Could be a little bit before that. We are a bar with a restaurant in Simon's, but it's much smaller. So we can't really guarantee the safety of everyone really in that environment quite yet. So probably by the 20th maybe for Simon's, maybe a bit sooner, but definitely not Monday. But Grady's in Waterford will be open on Monday and is currently taking bookings. So
okay, there you go.
Boys,
you heard it here, lads. get the bookings in. So Aidan was asking, do you notice differences in feedback from locals in the pub or from further afield, or does it kind of mostly match up?
I think they've matched up now. I think initially maybe not, but I think we've been 5 years now in the pub selling our own beer in Wexford, and we've seen that kind of palate develop along with us really. Before, where it would have been a lot of our biggest seller when we started would have been Yellowbelly Lager. We were that was our big seller. We thought that was going to be the big mover when we went put that into cans, and this is going to be what all the pubs would want. But quickly, kind of Citra kind of took over once people's kind of taste buds kind of came along a bit, and they started tasting other beers in the pubs as well. And we would have always took in as much exciting Irish guests and international guests as we could as well. So we've always been confident of being able to sell and push kind of bigger and bolder flavors. And while the vocabulary mightn't be as developed maybe as some communities, but the sales are as good. And we'll sell a Dippa in Wexford as quickly as we'll sell a Dippa in Dublin. Same with saisons or sours. It's funny where it's how quickly the palate kind of develops at any level really, as long as they're coming into contact with it more and talking to the people who make it and getting that. And suppose we get instant feedback, but they get that instant detail about the beer. All our staff will be well trained in where those certain flavors and beers are coming from, and what makes a beer, what makes a style. And we've been lucky to have some good staff members come through the place that can sell our story then from that side.
Yeah, it's amazing to be able to have that connection. I touched on it earlier. I know Joe was on next from the White Hag, but last night they had their Between Two Firms, and it was fascinating. They had Paul on from Cloudwater as well, and just speaking about how macro breweries, they can't give that level of kind of that closeness, I suppose, or you can't go in and chat. They can't match that where kind of the independent breweries can. You can't get that level of I'm going to use the word community really. You can't make that connection that's so much easier for not easier, but it's available for kind of smaller breweries, and you get that connection with local people, which is brilliant. So I'm going to ask you, we're just going to quickly catch up here. Again, more really good feedback. Andrew saying he had the Citra last night. It was very drinkable. This one is a flavour bomb. Loads of beers are very sweet now, so the bitterness is welcome in this. Loving the haziness to it. Owen's putting in a booking for 105-minute slats on Monday. Brilliant. That's quite lovely. Yeah, brilliant. So you guys, what does the next couple of weeks and months look like for you? I know it's a very difficult question because it's kind of an evolving situation all the time, but what's in the pipeline?
Yeah, it's trying to obviously get on top of the Citra kegs as well and see where that demand is going to be for a keg product. And then we obviously we've been very much can focused. We brought out a lot of like small batch can specials that would have been previously. So obviously, sorry, maybe I should have said as well that we do have kind of 2 breweries now on site up in Yellowbelly. So we have our 60 hec kind of big plant, which kind of pumps out our core range and kind of one big special every month. And then we have our smaller 1,000 litre kit, which would have been the last kit in Simon's that we brought up. So that would brew a lot of our small batch keg specials and now our small batch can specials as well. So we would have always done maybe a 15-20 keg batch of a special every 2 weeks for the kind of on trade for and we kind of changed that around to doing maybe 30 or 40 cases of a small batch can special. So we still have that demand now for that really small batch can specials, but we also have to bring back that demand as well, bring back the supply of the small batch keg specials as well. So that's kind of going to be our juggling act to try and make sure that the on trade and off trade and our export markets are looked after now with everyone coming back into the fold. So it's getting on top of Citra probably first and foremost. That's kind of our main aim at the moment, making sure ABCD get their stock of stuff. I know Daryl is listening there, so your number one priority there, and then also to make sure that their on trade partners and pubs that need those new and exciting beers every week, every 2 weeks, that they get them as well. To be more specific, I suppose we do have a collab with Heaney coming up that was brewed 2 weeks ago, so that'll probably be ready to package start of July. We also have a barrel aged beer coming out as well that we brewed about a year ago with Scran Cartel, which were a hip hop group from London who came over and went on the beer with us for about a week, and we cobbled together a brew at one stage. So that's been released probably start to the middle of July as well. We've also got a sour that I had mentioned, Cult Classic, that I'd probably mentioned by name now at this stage, I think, as well. That's coming back.
Yeah.
So busy.
Brilliant. So you've actually answered Finton's question there, or sorry, Richard's question is saying, you do a lot of sours and fresh with styles, but is barrel aging on your radar? So that's coming down the line.
Yeah.
Happy days. So I'm going to throw it out there again. I don't know if you can be as heavily on the brown ale now when I say it, because you've had Doc Brown out recently, and there was another brown. You brought 2 out around the same time. Yeah,
we had Doc Brown and we had it was a dry hopped American version and there was a non-dry hop version. Doc Brown was the American version, and then the non-dry hop was someone else might actually have to remind me of that.
He was on like a dinosaur for it or something, wasn't he? I remember.
It was a Donald Trump reference. It was a laser beam shooting Yellowbelly on the back of a dinosaur.
Yeah.
If anyone remembers the name,
someone help us out in the comments here. But
actually, our very first, I remember in 2015, actually before we officially launched, there was some sort of a convention, whether it was the homebrew convention or something around March or April in 2015. And Deck went up there with a cask under his arm and just started giving out pints of cask outside the entrance. And it was a 2.8% brown ale called Any Brown, which was probably the first unofficial ever beer that we ever produced. And there's been a few of them down the lines of Deck just throwing something into a cask and it popping up at a festival somewhere and being named that day. But that was our unofficially first beer, was that Any Brown, which is a 2.8% brown ale.
Brilliant. I see Andrew's comment in the chat there. It could be the name for your next brown, Billy and the Brownosaurus. It's amazing.
Add him to our WhatsApp beer naming group.
Yeah. So Finton is saying, Around the World in an 80s Haze is both delicious and one of the best names you come up with. So that's always good to hear.
Yeah, we owe that one to Nikki, our founder, came up with that one. So
yeah. Kelvin said, if we send our address, does he want to pop down with the cask under his arm and start giving out beers? So triple IPA, Mark is asking. Anything in the pipeline there?
No, and that's one style actually we've never done. Declan now is a stickler for styles. He hates calling anything in IPA unless it's over 6%, and a double IPA has to be between 6 and 9. So you're looking at getting to that 10, 11, 12% mark then for the triple. So I don't think we could trust him with something like that. In fairness, Deck I've always commended him for his ability to hide alcohol in beers. So it could be worth trying out.
Excellent. I see Daryl's suggestion there is it's innovative, and I think he's putting himself forward for some work. He's saying a Black Forest Gatto Stout, perhaps.
Again,
I think he's available to dig out the mash tun. So let's see, Pineapple Double IPA. I believe you have one of those. I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, actually, we brought it onto the breach. Yeah, it was a cake special back in 2017, and that's actually a great shout. And if I'm not I'm actually on paternity leave at the moment, but I think there is actually talk of bringing back something similar in the brewery. So that person might know something or be onto something. But I've heard whisperings of that beer maybe making a comeback.
Excellent, good to hear. Very good to hear. Richard is saying he loved your collab with Brewdog, the Cot Buster. Was there any plans to bring that back?
Yeah, that was an issue. John actually from Wicklow Wolf was the head brewer of Brewdog at the time. So it was when we got our kit and we started actually we got Brewdog's old kit and kind of reached out to John at the time because he'd worked on it and we wanted to make some specs and we wanted to change some specs and we wanted to ask him what his experience of it was, and if he could give us any advice before buying it. So we kind of built up a bit of a connection with John then, and then we one of our first kind of export for our trips over to the UK would have been just in all the Brewdog bars in Paddy's Day for 2017. So we kind of built a bit of a relationship with them, and the plan originally was to do a version in Ireland and a version in the UK. Now obviously John coming to Wicklow Wolf has kind of put the kibosh on that a little bit, but we'd love to go over there and brew a version on their kit as well, which was the plan. So hopefully we can get those fires burning again. Brilliant.
Okay, I'm looking at the time. We're kind of coming to the end here. I suppose that there's some more coming back here. Peter saying a Wexford strawberry sour.
He could be onto something as well. Yeah,
not a chance that's going to happen. Brilliant. Yeah. Danny, Peter, thanks a million for coming on and getting involved. As always, it's great to have you. Thank you so much. I don't know if you had...
Thanks very much.
Yeah, no worries at all. Sorry, Peter. You saying something, Peter?
No, I said thanks for having us.
Oh, okay, no worries at all.
I thought he was coming in with a big hot take there as well.
Yeah. I'm announcing I'm leaving Yellowbelly with immediate effect. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if you have any final wrap up comments for the guys or anything, or any hot takes you want to add in before we finish up.
No, it's a great idea, and hopefully this kind of keeps on going long after any lockdown is lifted, because I think it's great for the breweries to be able to talk to such a decent sized audience without having to look at them all, but also get that feedback. So it's really relaxing. From my perspective, I just have you on the pin, so that's all I'm looking at, and then to get that feedback is great. So keep fighting a good fight.
Brilliant. Thanks a million again for coming on, and just on that point, I think it was Maven Western Herd at the first beer festival we did. You say it's the first ever beer festival we've been at that we haven't lost money. So that's always good to hear as well. I think there's something in the model anyway that it means you're not out of pocket. Okay, so sorry, last question. Steve is saying, how often is Deck going to be in Wexford now that he's up in Muff?
Yeah, no, he's here still. He generally, Deck does about a 60-hour week over 4 days, so he's here non-stop. And he's a camper van. He drives up to Donegal, then obviously, which is his homestead. Kind of, he does Friday, Saturday, Sunday up there. So the man is addicted to brewing, and it's great to finally have a home for Otterbank as well, and allows him to be a bit more creative there in terms of Brett and in terms of sour and barrel aging, obviously, because we're obviously, I'm sure White Street would have been telling you that it's very difficult to brew those kind of beers kind of simultaneously side by side with normal standard beers as well. That once Brett kind of evolves and gets into your brew house, you kind of have to be very very careful with your other styles. So Deck's brewery up there, it's not massive as well, so it doesn't take a lot to fill all the tanks out there, and a lot of his beers are going to be barrel aged and long term projects. So he's still giving us as much, if not more, time as any, really, and keeping us going.
Brilliant. Thanks a million again. Hello, Joe.
Story, how's it going?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad.
Good to
stuck
see you.
inside all day, so this is good thing to have going anyway.
Yeah, it was a good day for a beer festival. I'll say stuck inside beer festival.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was thinking we'll kick off with Phantom. Might be a good way to start. So while we're opening that up, why don't you say a quick hello and introduce yourself?
Yeah, sound. I'd say I heard a few people, or at least you mentioning between the two firms. So most people might probably already know who I am by now. Obviously, Joe Kearns, and also probably extremely obvious by now, American-born brewer. Moved to Ireland in 2014 with my family to start the White Hag with the guys here in Ballymote, and been living the Sligo dream ever since. And on 6 years now, we would be celebrating our birthday in about exactly 1 month's time, but unfortunately, the powers that be have decided we should all stay in our cages. So we're going to do things a little bit different this year and do it through a box. But that was always a birthday celebration for us and something to look forward to. But now this is good. Gets me out talking to people. And now we got the YouTube thing going. So that's good too.
Yeah, absolutely. So I see Andrew saying Hagstravaganza there in the comments. Box Stravaganza is the big news. I see, Ruben has his box ordered.
I wanted to call it Hagstravaganza, but they wanted to go with Box Stravaganza.
Oh, that's so much better.
I actually hate puns. So.
Yeah. You could have done Box Stravaganza, like throwing it all together. Just to wreck people's
Box
heads.
Stravaganza sounds like some sort of like expo you go to for packaging supplies, like cardboard suppliers, you know.
It's beside you store it in the industrial estates.
That basically any idea I've ever put forward for a name on anything always gets shut down. They already have too much power as it is, so they're just like, we're not giving them that. So
you'll have to do a live vote for the next ones. Each one of you put your own one forward and put it out to Twitter or something like that to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe, tell us, what have we got here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna open this up. Get this big, beautiful Schnuller glass. If anybody was at Hagstravaganza, was it last year or the year before? They might have seen Schnuller. Very, very cool Berliner Weiss brewery in Berlin. But it's an excellent glass for smelling and enjoying beer. So Hazy IPA, aka Phantom, is a beer that was born of the popularity of Little Fawn but also our session. Little Fawn, our session IPA. I shouldn't speak like everybody knows it, but it was born of the popularity of our session IPA, but without having to or wanting to kind of change it to meet the changing demands of people that wanted their beer not to be see-through. So Little Fawn tends to be somewhat clear, not for any particular reason other than it's just, it's straight malt based. There's no oats or wheat or anything in it like that. And it's not filtered or anything, but it always tends to drop pretty clear. And obviously with the haze craze, there's people that really, really enjoy that kind of oak character and somewhat chewiness in their even session strength IPAs. So I didn't want to mess with Little Fawn. Consistency is king in this business, so left that be, and then we kind of created the Phantom. So really also at the same time, I wanted to kind of showcase a fairly new hop to the island, which is Idaho 7. And get Idaho 7 from the fantastic hop growers over at Crosby Hop Farms in Oregon. And I was really, really kind of excited to use this hop because of what it brings to the table. I'm I'm old. I've been brewing since 1997. So there were mentions earlier of Chinook and Columbus and all those like old school American type hops that I actually really love. It's hard to use those hops nowadays because everybody wants big tropical, punchy, juicy, fruity notes from their hops, which I love as well. But I also still really love them kind of old school, piney notes and kind of extra. I don't know, what would you say? Not earthy, but I don't know. You know the thing. So Idaho 7 kind of brings both of those things to the table. It brings like a really nice tropical top note, but it also still has that hint of kind of classic old school punchy pine. But the pine is still subdued. So anyways, yeah, I was really looking forward to showcasing this. I knew because they wanted to kind of keep it at 4%. And when I say they, I mean the accountants. And and it's always a trick. It's a bit tricky to get, body and juiciness into such a low strength beer because you have to consider if it's 4%, like it's mostly water. We have our Irish IPA, which is 7.2%, which is like a flagship IPA for us. And that, for one batch of that 35 hectoliter batch, there's 1,000 kilos of malt in it. A Little Fawn at 4%, the same thing with the Phantom, it's like half that, and then the rest is water, so it's hard to get a lot of body when you have a lot of water. So with this beer, we went with malted oats and wheat and even flaked barley, which is unmalted barley, which would not ferment, the same way. So you're left with more residual sugars and things that are going to help add body. At the end of the day, though, it's still going to be a 4% beer without adding like maltodextrin or something, which is like a byproduct of maltodextrin. So like maltodextrin, most people, if anybody's ever had Splenda, have had maltodextrin because they use maltodextrin to add bulk to the Splenda. So you can go teaspoon for teaspoon, but it's actually a product of malts, and it's a unfermentable by brewer's yeast. It's like a byproduct, but we won't use that because I don't know, it just doesn't seem right? So just mash really high and use a bunch of adjuncts, and people love oats nowadays. So Phantom, so that's Phantom. Idaho 7. There's also Mosaic in there and a splash of Citra. Mostly all dry hops. I think we do. I don't have the notes in front of me, and I don't actually produce the wort much anymore. So, but I'd say it probably gets about a 5-minute kettle edition for the brewers out there listening, and then a big whirlpool edition. So not a whole lot of hops are boiled, and then it's just dry hop the fuck, And with the problem actually I have with this though is that if you can boil hops, so the problem is when you boil hops, you get a lot of bitterness, but you also extract a lot of the oils, and those oils add a whole nother level of like mouthfeel. You get those hop oils. So like you look at those, like, I don't know, what's a good example? Maybe not a good example, but Star Pramen or Strapaman, however you say it, like the Bohemian type Pilsners, the Czech Pilsners. They're using all those Saaz hops, which are really, really low in bitterness. So they have to use a bunch of it. So they get all the oils and stuff. So you still get that kind of like oily mouthfeel without a whole bunch of bitterness, which makes a really beautiful Pilsner. Unfortunately, in a beer like this, a hop like Saaz doesn't actually work very well because it's, too floral and too earthy and too kind of old, like really old school. So I'm still seeking out, and I wish hop brewers would produce hop. Like they're all growing these big alpha acids, big high powered bitter hops that have all these fruity notes. But the problem is they're all really bitter, so I can't actually put them in a kettle. I've been pleading with all of the hop growers that I've met in the last 10 years to start producing or try to produce a hop that produces all those fruity notes without a bunch of bitterness.
Yeah.
Actually, haven't even tried this. Has everybody hopefully got the second batch? If you look on the bottom of your can, hopefully it has a batch number on it. Is there any printing?
Not seeing it on mine. But as people pop it in the comments there, I'll keep chatting and see if it's there. Just to catch up, Joe, yeah, so Dorothy's saying it's absolutely delicious. She hadn't tried it before. Vince is saying it's beautiful. Ruben says Pauline really likes this one, which is great because there's a few in the mixed case he bought earlier. Simon saying gorgeous hop. Andrew saying body and juiciness absolutely nailed. And yeah, just like with Little Fawn, incredible flavour for the percentage. Finch wants you to play the banjo for us. This came up earlier actually with the Wicklow Wolf guys. So is there any reason for the 330ml can for the lower ABV beers?
Yeah, actually, I heard that earlier. I like 440ml cans myself. I push for it a lot. Obviously, the other beer we have here is 440ml. We don't actually, I haven't been able to decipher the code that they've come up with which beers go into what cans. I keep being told that our actual customers, so like the distributors and importers and all that, they want the 330ml cans because they supposedly move faster. You see them a lot more often than like your 4 for 10s and stuff like that versus 3. I mean, normally if you see a 4 for 10, like say Super Value, you're going to see a 3 for 9 on the 440mls. In the US, everything's pretty much a 440ml can. You don't really see except for like Budweiser and all that. You'll see the little, they're actually 355s over there. But yeah, I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason. If the accountants were watching this, they'd probably want to have a talk with me about this. But no, like I'm with everybody else on the 440ml thing. I've been pushing for it. I also like the fact that when we're canning, the 440ml day goes way faster because every cycle takes the same amount of time, but you're putting more beer into cans than you are in the 330mls.
That's good. Maybe you can pitch it to the accountants that way, that you're saving on labor as opposed to what you'll make on the shelves.
Yeah, they keep telling me like our distributor down in Dublin is Grand Cru, and they're probably like the best craft beer distributor that I know of in the country, at least in Dublin. And they keep telling me the same thing, that it's harder for them to ship the 440mls. And the whole 500ml thing, like craft breweries are never going to do 500s really because it's just it's like reserved for Dutch Gold and stuff like that.
Is that the reason behind it? Is it to differentiate from the macros, or is there a rhyme and reason to it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm looking, like we make a nitro stout, a dry stout that like it's almost exclusively sold in the UK and Italy and France and stuff, and it's all on draft. And I've been the last 6 months trying to get a hold of a nitro can, with an actual widget in it. And if that happens, the only thing that's available to us is 500ml cans. But outside of that, I'm never going to put something in a 500ml can. It just is what it is. Back in the day, everybody was using a certain type of glass bottle, and then we all switched to cans. And so right now we're all using 330s and 440s. If something happens, it'll switch to 500s. There's probably no real reason behind it. But I think the little bit of that whole kind of all the macro beers come in 500mls has something to do with it.
Yeah.
Also, price point wise, when you consider, a beer like this in a 500ml can is going to be, kind of not substantially, but it's going to be more expensive looking. Even though price per milliliter is the same, your upfront cost is going to be higher. So when you put that on the shelf, a 330ml can you can get for $2 something. A 500ml can, what's it going to cost you? $5 a can or something? Like, a lot of people look at that and go, oof. The 440 somewhere kind of makes it look a little bit better, is my guess. But again, I'm not an accountant. I don't deal with any of that stuff. and I try not to.
You're much better off.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if it's 330 and 440, then maybe we could do 550 mils just to be awkward. Just shy of the pint ones, the 568s. Joe, we normally talk about the story of the brewery, the White Hag, where you started, but I'm actually really curious to find out your background and how you ended up on the west coast of Ireland. What's your story? How did that happen?
Yes. So I started homebrewing back in '97, and went to college and did all that fun stuff. Was a paramedic, and in the U.S. we work most places where if you're in EMS, you're a paramedic, you work 24-hour shifts. So you work 24, and then you get like 48 hours off. So every week I pretty much had 5 days off, and a brewery opened up in my hometown called Hop and Frog. And I was in the homebrew club, he was in the homebrew club, and I said, hey, I got all these days off. If you need help for free for beer, whatever, I'd love to come down and help and learn. So that happened. I started helping out there, and then within about a year and a half, I was offered a full-time job to match my salary as a medic. And much to my mother's dismay, I changed professions. Everybody in my life told me I was crazy. So this is 2004, and still even then, especially where I'm from in Ohio, craft beer wasn't massive. There was still this kind of idea that it might be a fad, and because Budweiser was still king. But I had 100% faith that it wasn't going to be a fad, and I made the switch. And so I was there until Wall Street destroyed everybody's life in 2009, and I was made redundant, unfortunately. Hop and Frog, for those who aren't familiar with it, are a very high-rated brewery. They've been in the top 50 breweries in the world on rate beer for like the last 15 years. I think currently they're sitting at like number 20 in the world or something. But their beers are really, really expensive, and they only come in like 660 ml bottles. And it was, so when everybody lost their jobs and lost their homes, it was really hard to sell beer. So I was made redundant, and then I ended up about 9 months later working for another brewery called Thirsty Dog. And I took over there as a packaging manager, and I just continued to kind of grow on my experience with everything. And eventually I took over a brew pub and was brewing my own beers, and I did that from 2010 till I left in 2014. The problem with the brew pub, I'll start with the positive. The positive with the brew pub was it was incredible to be able to, it was a small batch system, so like 500 liter system. And it was like 98% of our sales were there on premises. So I was every day got to talk to the people that were drinking the beer, get instant feedback. It's something that, as a production brewery like the White Hag, you don't get that feedback until you do stuff like this. You go to beer festivals and you can talk to people. But I learned a lot in that experience in that brew pub, and also as it being a 500 liter system, I was constantly brewing and able to just tweak all my recipes and just churn them out. And then, but eventually, I was like, okay. I always felt like I had outgrown that place the moment I walked in, because it was just a small little brewery, and I was used to production environments and all that. So never really intended to stay there forever. And so one day I was just browsing around on a cool little website called probrewer.com, and it's been around since the Middle Ages, or since the beginning of the internet, I'd say. I think when I log in now, it's funny because it's like I joined as a home brewer back in the day, and I remember there were like maybe one ad for a professional brewer a month, like back in the late 90s, 2000s. Like I never thought it was going to turn out to anything. Now there's like probably 12 a day. Maybe not now, but in April there would have been like 12 a day all over the world. Well, one day I popped on there, and there was an advertisement for a brewery a startup in the west of Ireland. And my father's parents are from Castlebar, Mayo, which is, about 30 minutes from us. So I was like, oh, wow. That's where my pops and grandma are from. So that might be interesting. And I applied, and I met up with the guys actually in New York. They were on a business trip about a month later. And we met up, and they were so busy. I made a 5-hour trip in the car to New York and met them in Syracuse. And I had a boot full of beer in a cooler, and we sat in the car park and sampled all of my beers in the middle of Syracuse, which wasn't that big of a deal because when you looked around, the place was loaded with bums drinking out of paper bags anyways. Like everybody was drinking in public, so it didn't really matter. But it was a really interesting way to meet these guys. We hit it off. They really liked my beers, and then I think that was August or something. By January, we had moved, sold my house and everything.
Amazing. And that sounds like the perfect introduction, and set the scene perfectly for moving to the White Hag and over to Sligo.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, will we move on to beer number 2?
Guess I better put a hole in this one.
Oh yeah. So
if anybody's pouring this in the glass, I'd suggest maybe giving this guy a little roll around.
Okay.
Or just a simple upside down.
Yeah.
Because,
not a shake, just to clarify. Just not a shake and then open over your laptop.
But it's made with peach puree, and some of the pectin will settle out. It's just a pectin haze, but it's much more enjoyable when the pectin is still suspended.
Sure.
You'll know when you pour it, because if it's clear, then you didn't get it. Which at that point you could just give a little swirl and fill your glass.
Fill again. Okay, so while you're necking that,
Yeah.
I'll jump to the comments here. Some accountant bashing going on here. I don't think it's accountants particularly, but accountants running breweries perhaps is the where the brewers don't get the final say on the beers, where the accounting and marketing departments get the final say. I think that's where the I won't say hate comes from, but where it comes into play. So let me see. Oh, it is. Okay, so this is ongoing in the chat. Jesus, right. Okay, I'll leave you to it, lads. Joe, where did the name the White Hag come from?
So I was told that the White Hag actually refers to, in Irish mythology, there's a story of 3 witches, but it's really just one witch, but she's like a shapeshifter or like a siren kind of witch. But also at the same time, she's Mother Nature. So the story I got, because the name was already picked when I was hired, and the story was that the White Hag was essentially Mother Nature. And if you look, all the names of the beers are named after some sort of mythological creature or story or something. So I was actually, there was one Irish word that I knew really well, and that was gloss. So when they named this one, I said, doesn't that mean green? And they're like, yeah, it means green, but it also means something else. So it was a prize dairy cow. But yeah, so I don't know, I like the stories. There's a lot of mythology in the northwest part of this country, and I live 5 or 6 kilometers from the highest concentration of Neolithic sites in Europe. I think I was talking about that last night actually, but it's called Craic. This whole area is filled with some really cool tales and stuff. So it's nice to be able to tie that in with the beers. That being said, all of our beers actually have their own names, underground names in the brewery. The barrel-aged Black Boar is generally called Mike Loves Vanilla. Little Fawn we call Usheen, because I think Usheen actually means Little Fawn. So every beer has its own little nickname, but for everybody else out in the world, they get all these crazy names.
Sure. So tell us about this beer. I know it's like it has the potential to be a polarizer anyway.
Yeah.
Just in terms of so what is it? What are we tasting? What are we drinking here?
Yeah. So yeah, it's an abomination, really, is what it is. Milkshake IPAs are definitely a modern first world problems kind of. We're running out of retarded stuff to do, and I mean retarded in the nicest way, not in any offensive way. It just, let's go, full crazy. Mike had our lead brewer, Mike, had come back from the U.S. on a trip last year. I think it was last April or something, and he'd come back with all these milkshake this and fruit that. So in the US, just because there's some good breweries out there, there's a lot of really terrible ones too. But everybody out there, there's so many of them, they're all trying to like outdo each other with craziness. So he brought back all these milkshake IPAs. And I said, we can do something like that. It'd be fun. Even though I don't want to drink this all the time, you know what I mean? But it's, if you're in this business to try to like recreate Guinness or recreate Heineken, then you should be in this business. Like the whole point of what we do is to be able to do whatever you want to do, right? So, so we did this. I like peaches and cream. So the cream comes from a combination of lactose and vanilla, and then there's just a shit ton of peach puree in there, and we had the puree like right at the beginning of fermentation to make sure that that it ferments out. The problem, like in the US, a lot of them were like adding it in the bright tank, and then they're asking people to keep it in their fridge. So you have like cans exploding in people's cupboards and stuff everywhere. It's a bit silly, but I think we did this pretty good. I'm happy with how it came out. I saw somebody mention in the lactose. I kind of want to bump it up a little bit more, just to give it a little bit more like milkshakiness. But a lot of people have been telling me that they're pretty happy with the level that's in there.
Yeah, this is my first taste of it now, and I have to say it's excellent. I would be of the not a fan of lactose variety. It's come up in the past few festivals actually. And same with Rascals in the last one, actually. They had a fantastic milkshake IPA in the last festival box. And I think it gets a bad rap. I think this is what came out the last time. It gets a bad rap because it's been overdone. It's been overutilized. It's too much going into beers. Whereas when it's in the hands of the right brewer who knows the right balance for it, it can be very, very nice, very effective. And I think that's evident there. Absolutely lovely. And I don't know if you can see the comments here, but really, really good stuff. Everyone is no to lactose, says Mark.
No to lactose.
But yeah,
at the same time, it's still actually an IPA. So if I took out the lactose and the vanilla, you would get still a lot of like tropical and fruity notes. We used Zaka, and it used to be called Denali, but not. I think they had to change the name of the hop for some reason, but now it's called Sultana. And there's also Mosaic in there, so there's still a boatload of dry hopping that's done. And I think what's really cool about these, minus the lactose and vanilla, is that you could actually use the fruit, like say fruit, and these hops together and still have something really nice. Obviously, taking the lactose and adding vanilla gives it that kind of milkshake, ice creamy character. But I'd like to do more stuff with fruit in IPAs, because everybody talks about these fruity hops. So there's a lot of potential there to use a combination of these hops and try to match them with the fruits that they remind you of. But at the same time, I don't get a lot of room for play because we're so busy making Little Fawn all the time. It's hard to do new stuff. When we first started, I was making a new beer every month, and we were able to continue that for 2 straight years. So 24 months, we did a new beer every month, and that was fun. And then all of a sudden I made the Little Fawn Session IPA, and it took up all of our time and all of our tanks, which was good because it kept us, in business, and it allowed us to hire people and grow and become a sustainable business.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we've lost kind of that ability to be as, crazy as we wanted, or as experimental as we used to be. But it's nice. I've got a thing now where I'm trying to do it once a month again. I'm setting aside a single tank to be able to do more single releases like that.
Sure. It sounds like you're a victim of your own success, which is it's a good problem to have. Yeah, absolutely. Simon was asking, do you ever make a beer float with it?
No, beer? But I've thought about it. I've got some vanilla ice cream in there, and I love like stout floats, like big syrupy imperial stouts and ice cream are incredible. This would probably be pretty good, but the bitterness might be a bit weird, but it might work. You should try it, Simon. Let me know. Worth
giving a bash. And you've got a lot of love coming in for it here in the comments. Andrew saying do it. So we'll start to move on to then kind of looking forward. You kind of touched on it now, where you are so busy brewing Little Fawn and the core range and stuff and keeping up with demand. Do you have, maybe you don't have exact plans right now to brew new beers coming down the line, but do you have stuff in mind that you want to brew soon?
Yeah, I've got an entire list of stuff that I've collected for the last about 3 years of things that I want to do. A lot of it's about timing. Most people can understand that, there's a time of year for certain beers. So I try not to release, like summery type beers in the middle of winter and, vice versa. So there is a couple of new beers in the tank right now that I'm looking forward to. Also bring back an old favorite by popular demand. We used to have a beer that we released every August called The Fla, and it was a red IPA, and there's some really hardcore fans of that beer out there. So I've got one of those getting ready to come out. Really looking forward to that, because that's a little bit. See, there's one there. Somebody knows it.
Yeah.
I actually received letters about that beer. Somebody sent me a letter from the U.S. about that beer, saying that they were in, El Mulligan Grocers in Dublin. They were on holiday, and they stumbled into El Mulligan Grocers, and the guy behind the bar suggested that they had that to try that beer, and this person literally wrote me a letter, mailed it to me. Old school, not an email, like an old school letter. It was typed out, but and it said that it changed his life. And he went home. He was a postal worker and went home and got a job in a brewery, because he started home brewing, and then 6 months later got a job in a brewery and he was chasing this beer. I actually he gave me his email address in the letter, but then I went ahead and just sent him the recipe. It was actually a really cool story. And yeah, The Fly it's coming back. It should be out in a couple of months. Not a couple of months, a couple of weeks. So it just got its last dry hop on Monday. So I'd say 2 weeks it'll be in the can.
That's amazing. See the stories, people's comments coming here and go on it. That's absolutely incredible. Dorothy is saying that's why he sent a letter, because he works for the postal service. He's probably trying to keep his own business going, or his own industry going. I
didn't even think of that. It's actually a really good point. He's trying to keep himself in the job at the same time, or support his people.
So no, sorry, go on.
No, I was saying the funny thing is that the brewery that he ended up working for was one of the biggest breweries in my hometown. It's called Great Lakes Brewing Company in Cleveland, Ohio. I thought the dude was trolling me for a minute. I actually, I knew people that worked with them in that brewery, and I called them and said, "Hey, does this person exist? Like, what do you know about this person?" because he was asking kind of, give him help with the recipe. I was, ooh, this seems a bit interesting, because he picked a brewery that's where I'm from, and so I called him up, and they're like, oh yeah, that dude's down. Yeah, he's new, super enthusiastic, super green, real noobish. I'd say he's legit. So yeah, send him the recipe. I don't have any problems with that kind of stuff. Like, I love giving homebrewers recipes, and because at the end of the day, I could give my recipe for all my beers to every brewery in like, say, in this country, and if they all brewed them, there's going to be slight variations in all of them. Everybody's got different water, they've got different techniques, brew house efficiencies are different, and all that stuff. So at the end of the day, recipes is just it's just a piece of paper. Everything else is in the technique, and really a lot of the water too.
Sure, and there's no copyright on beer recipes either, is there? Or
Well, you
you can't patent them or anything.
Yeah,
Like,
you change like one little bit. Like, it calls for 500 kilos of this malt, and you put 499 kilos in, and 1 kilo of this. It's now a different recipe. So yeah, you can't really copyright it.
Yeah, exactly. So many variances, variables. It's pretty much infinite, isn't it? What can come out at the end.
Yep.
So let me see now. I'll jump into the comments. So guys, we'll go to the usual. What would you like to see Joe brew next? As we're thinking about that, you have. Sorry, I'm trying to see. I've got the sun shining horribly on my screen here. I'm trying to catch up in these comments here.
Brown ale milkshake.
Brown. That's it. I think that's the winner.
Oh, that one's coming.
I think Steve was saying he'd love to see some more of the spontaneous stuff along the line of the heather. So we saw that last night, actually. So we had the Black Boar and the Van Gulben.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beyond Golden.
Beyond Gulben.
It's called heather ale, where I'm from.
Are they they're very much once a year brews? Well, especially those two specifically. But do you have more along those lines kind of coming out?
Yeah. So anybody that's been to the brewery's probably seen that we have a foeder, a 40 hectoliter foeder. I've had beer in that for 3 years now. I'm getting ready to release some of that. I can't believe it's been 3 years. Like, I remember filling that thing like it was yesterday, it's funny how fast time goes. Like, my whole life is just slipping by. I don't have any hair left. Beard's turning gray. I've been in this country now 7 years. It's crazy.
Yeah, beer's great.
It's going by so fast. So I've got that coming out. That should be really nice. It's kind of a Flanders-ish style red that's been secondary fermented with a blend of sour and sweet cherries. So I know cherry's not a huge popular flavor in this side of the world, but where I come from, we're surrounded in cherry trees, and everything is cherry flavored in Ohio. I love cherry.
Yeah.
It's like our blackcurrant,
Yeah.
So there's that. That's coming out. I've got a couple of actual kind of like goose style spontaneous beers in barrels. But at the same time, those things take a lot of blending and a lot of years to kind of build up enough barrels to blend. I don't know that I'll be releasing one of those yet. There's the barrel project was really kind of got buried and hidden through this whole thing because we weren't sure in March what was going to happen. We didn't even know if we were going to end up on the dole or whatever. So we were lucky enough that we had the online store going, and that kind of kept us going. And but at the same time, it was all kind of like just canning constantly and all this, just a lot more. It was a lot more labor, because when you're doing kegs, we used to be 70% kegs. Filling kegs is fast and it's easy, and you can empty tanks and move beer really quickly. Now all of a sudden you go from filling a 30 or a 50 liter container to filling this thing and it takes a lot longer, you know. So the barrel project, there's a lot of really cool stuff in the barrels, but there's a lot of work and a lot of hands-on stuff to get it out. So probably won't see more than a couple releases this year with that. I also don't like to rush any of those beers, but definitely working on, I've got my hands on some really special hops that not many people have in this country. So I'm looking to do a couple, maybe some single hop IPAs with some of these fun hops that I can't get a lot of, but I got a few of them. So
Tell us
stuff like
more.
that. And definitely always open suggestions. Like I've always said, even back in my my brew pub days, because I remember the owner of that place came to me one time and said, "You should make this." I'm like, "Man, I can't make that because people don't want that." He's like, how do you know if you don't make it? I'm like, I just know that they don't want it. It's like, at the end of the day, I don't decide what we brew. Everybody else decides what we brew. You know, the people that are willing to part with their money are the ones that decide what we brew. So I just have the job of brewing it the best that I can, or designing the recipe the way that I think it would taste really good, and then hope that everybody else actually enjoys that. And then all the other fun stuff, like trying to improve our equipment and our techniques and just constantly improve what we're doing. But at the end of the day, it's people like you guys that determine what we make. So we're always open for suggestions. If it's brown ale, I'm happy to do brown ale.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love old school styles of stuff, but nobody wants old school stuff. I love West Coast IPAs, big, bitter, piney, resiny, dirty West Coast IPAs, but we can't hardly sell them, so can't really make them.
Yeah, I was going to say, surely there has to be a demand for them at the moment with the way everything's gone East Coast. There has to be some shift back in trend for a bit of West Coast. Someone must want some bitterness in their life.
Well, I mean, we did a collab last summer with Bagby out of San Diego. These guys are famous for their West Coast IPAs. This dude won't make an East Coast or a New England IPA. Like if you can't see through his beer, like he won't make it. It's he's famous over there for that. He's just real stodgy, but he makes incredible West Coast IPAs. We were fortunate. We had him out at Hag Extravaganza, and he stayed the Monday after, and we did a big, beautiful, somebody had it there, a beautiful West Coast IPA. It wasn't no frills, no bells and whistles. It was just a banging West Coast IPA. I hadn't put that much hops in my kettle in this country ever. I was just like, oh man, this is going to be so good. It just reminded me of the old days. And then it came out. Everybody that worked in the brewery was like clamoring for it. Like it pretty much all got canned. And then it became like, we almost had to lock it up. People were stealing it out of the cold room. Cans were disappearing, and I was stealing shit. Like I was taking cases home, not telling anybody. And I pretty much, that's all I drank for like a month straight. Well, it goes out into the market, and I've got about 3 months later, our distributor saying they've got 30 cases sitting down there in Dublin that they can't sell. And the only thing I could figure is you have a lot of people, in this country. When I moved here in 2014, there was only like 20 breweries or so. And, so the beer scene is still pretty young. Like it's grown exponentially. The amount of education and knowledge that people have now, it's grown exponentially. But there's still people, I think, that never actually experienced that time of IPAs. People came into this on the hazy, fruity, semi-sweet IPAs. They've never actually had a real West Coast IPA. We didn't have them fruity tropical hops. We had Columbus and Cascade and Chinook and Summit and all these like punch you in the mouth kind of hops, with beers like Arrogant Bastard. And then they came out with double Arrogant Bastard, 1,000 IBUs and just retarded stuff. Like you're just trying to melt your teeth with IBUs. Nobody really got to experience that here. So when it came out, I think it might have, people were just like, where's the fruit? Where's the passion fruit? Where's the mango? And so that's the only thing I could imagine happened. But it was actually really sad. I was like, you know what, fuck it, you got 20, 30 cases, send it back to me, I'll drink it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Or you could have broke into their warehouse, stole it, and then got the insurance money. Something along those lines. That would definitely work. I'm just like, we've so many comments to catch up on. I'm conscious we've gone a bit over as well. Dorothy was asking, any new pukas coming up?
Any new pukas? Puka. What do you want in puka, Dorothy? I know she loves puka. What do you want?
She said she told you about a blue, or you told her about a blueberry one years ago, and it still hasn't happened.
I wanted to actually make it blue. That was the key behind that one, right? So I got this interesting little, it's a flower, and it's called, what the hell is that shit called? Butterfly pea flower. And there's some Japanese guy made it famous making ramen, and he puts it in the ramen, and like it turns purple. So like he puts it in the ramen like water is blue, but then like you just put like a squeeze of lemon and it turns purple. It was incredible, but the problem is that puka is acidic, so it came out purple. It wasn't blue. But like puka is an incredible beer for doing all kinds of different flavors. I've got a list as long as my arm of stuff I want to do with the puka. Yeah, like it's been a great beer for us for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of requests for some banjo playing, banjo IPA.
I don't know that give a shot. So
go on, do it.
I won't play the banjo.
Oh, I thought you were gonna do it.
That's what I do when I'm stuck inside. I'm learning how to play that. I'm playing guitar for 25 years or something, but the banjo is another beast entirely. It's crazy.
Sorry, catch it up here. So Ruben, beetroot puka. Thomas wants a Viagra puka. Brian was asking, how are the 5 litre kegs going down? And are they going to stay after lockdown, or are they no?
I kind of put the kibosh on those things. Like, I didn't like them from the start, but at the same time, there was, give people what they want. I'm not happy with the quality. It's really the way they're filled. You have to, they come basically with an open top and just kind of like a loose bung in it. You popped it off. So the whole thing's full of air, and it's nearly impossible to completely purge them of oxygen. And we did a couple tests, and then I sent them side warm and just let them, without even opening them or tapping them, let them sit for a week. And you could already tell, even with me filling them, being super critical of how it was done, the level of oxygen in them was too high. They didn't have a good shelf life at all, which worried me. And then also, it was like a 5 liter growler. So once you dove into it, you pretty much had to finish it, which isn't hard if you got somebody to help you, or I can finish a 5 liter keg. It's not a problem, but it definitely, as the beer, somebody said there, as it get down, it just slowly gets flatter and flatter because there's nothing to keep it under pressure, so you might as well just have a 5 liter pint,
Yeah.
It's just, so I wasn't really happy with the quality of them, so I kind of said I don't want to do them anymore.
It's a one sitting serving, essentially, in the 5 liter keg.
I mean, you could sit it next to you. You're sitting on the couch. I guess you can just have it there, but it's getting warmer. It's getting flatter. I don't like it. Kind of gimmicky. Yeah.
It was a good way to shift some beer that was kegged, wasn't it? I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, that works.
Yeah. The accountants. So let me see. So back, there's a bit of love for the beetroot puka. That could be something there.
That's been mentioned before. You guys love your beetroot here, even though Fabio doesn't sound very Irish. But beetroot is kind of purpley reddish, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think someone mentioned about maybe doing like an old school mild, something like that, or I don't know. There's 4 Provinces have brought out a dark mild, which is getting a lot of love. It's a fantastic beer.
Man, like I said, I love classic styles. I grew up on like ESBs and stuff, Fuller's ESB. When I go to England, it's kind of my dirty little secret pleasure. Like I'll pop into a Fuller's, tap house and get a Fuller's ESB on cask. Like I love that stuff. I'd make them things all day long if I could. But again, I'm old and you have to make beer that sells, and otherwise it just sits around. The smallest batch we can make is 3,500 liters, so I have to be able to shift 3,500 liters of beer, and it's gonna get. I mean, like it's easier. It was easier when like all of our export markets were open. 3,500 liters of beer wasn't much when you have 12 or 14 different countries you can export to. But when all of those countries are all kind of on lockdown and there's no pubs open anywhere, and everybody now has access to really fresh beer online, locally, and all that stuff. So our export sales have dropped dramatically. And the reason we're told is because people now are buying pretty much like cans online, getting next day shipping from their local people, which I don't blame them. So you have to be, but that means you have to be picky and choosy about what you're doing when you're making 3,500 liters of it. But yeah, I'm all for it. I make a mild, I make a bitter, I'm not a big fan of red ales, but I do.
You came to Ireland.
I don't think Ireland's that big on red ales anymore.
I suppose, yeah, historically. So let me see. I'm conscious we've gone way over. It's pretty much time for Liam to pop on from Dead Centre now. We'll be cutting our break short, guys.
Sorry, guys.
So let me see now. Final comments. Yeah, old school English IPA. Let me see. There was something there I wanted to touch on. We're talking about the kegs. Yeah, I think we will wrap it up there, Joe. Just want to say again, thank you so much for coming on this evening.
No problem. Thanks for the invite.
Absolute pleasure. I think we could be chatting for hours, to be honest. I think the time has flown by, so no, thanks a million.
It's hard for me to shut up when I'm talking about beer, so
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolute pleasure to have you. I don't have you any final comments, or we can wrap up.
No, I appreciate you guys having me on, and appreciate the support with the White Hag. We've every brewery in this country needs it, so it's great to see these kind of things going on. I've actually had one at 7:00, another one like this, a beer tasting. But,
what?
Yeah, it's a pairing with the Glendalough whiskey and a few of our beers. So I've done like 6 of these things now. It's great to be able to actually interact with people again, and appreciate it.
Yeah, and we thought you were our first, so that's a shame. You're cheating on us. There's another one now at 7:00. Absolutely brilliant, Joe. I don't know if you can see the comments coming in there. Loads of love. Yeah, and someone Ellie's saying, Elle's saying, sorry, do the ESB. You have to educate the next generation.
Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot that and tell them.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Thanks
right,
again. Thanks so much.
much.
Cheers, Joe. Absolute gent. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Cheers.
Are you with us, Liam?
I should be.
Oh, you are. How are you?
That's a change.
Yeah. How are things?
Yeah, all good.
Excellent. So yeah, we can see you loud and clear. You're in Dead Centre HQ.
I'm rarely anywhere else actually over the last few weeks, just while we get ready for it. We open here on Wednesday, so it's all hands on deck at the minute.
Fair enough. Okay, right. So we'll get going. I think we've got 70 odd people here. So yeah, I think we could still got everyone with us. So yeah, I suppose, Liam, why don't you say a quick hello and introduce yourself to our viewers who aren't familiar with you and who you are.
I think if people have been here before, they've heard this spiel already.
Yeah, we have new people this time. Don't worry.
Yeah, good. To go through it quickly, Dead Centre Brewing is Westmead's only brewery, so we're based right in the middle of the country. We're not alone, hence the name Dead Centre Brewing. So this is the brewery. It's small and sweet. It's about 70 square meters. We're located right on the Shannon as well. Actually, I'm not sure if I can turn it out. So right out the window, we have the Shannon outside. So it's a brilliant location. We're very lucky like that. Yeah, it's as I said, tiny brewery. So we're running. It's intended to be. It's a 5 hectoliter system only. We're pushing it to about 7, so we're doing quite well out of it. 2 10 hect fermenters, and then we're continuing to contract brew as well. So we contract brew generally previously with Mel's, and at the moment we've moved our stuff mainly to 12 acres. That's where we're brewing at the minute. Okay. For the larger batches, yeah. For larger batches, yeah. So everything that we make here is pretty much, as we've learned, it's going to wind up pretty much all going into keg and all going at the bar. So the beer for distribution, we haven't got the volume to do, so that'll stay where it is for the time being. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a nice model. It's like what we had with Danny on earlier, and saying that they can get their direct feedback from the people in the tap rooms and the pubs, and then go larger scale. Yeah, and what we have been doing here was actually brewing in the corner. We have a little 100-litre pilot kit. So we brew on the pilot, take a couple of kegs off it, get the feedback from the bar, and then see if it was something that was worth scaling up. So the first beer that we did on the pilot that we actually scaled up was Teeny Tiny, which is the New England Micro IPA. And we did Silhouettes there as well, which is a Citra and Amarillo Pale Ale. We've since done it as a 7 hect batch, and I think realistically on the back of the sales of that, we'll probably put Silhouettes down with Paddy in 12 acres as well. So it's a good way of finding out what works and what doesn't work, you know? Yeah, absolutely. It's brilliant. Really, really good. So what have we got here? What's our can? This is Heart of Glass. So it's to be honest with you, it's probably a really good time to have it, because when I looked at the list initially, I went, we're in between lots of big IPAs, which for a blonde ale, which is what this is, you know, it'd probably seem very unexciting. So hopefully this will actually work as a good kind of a palate cleanse and after the break as well. So it's, to be perfectly honest with you, it's a very straightforward beer in that what we tried to do here was, this is the first beer that we brewed on site here at Dead Centre. We had an awful time getting our sign off from revenue and our guarantee and everything. So this was the very first beer that we put through the kit here. And the idea was to make something that if there was a flaw in it, it would jump out at us. So we knew where we had to address anything that maybe had gone wrong. Generally, the consensus had been we'll brew it and dump it because it's only a test. But when it came out the tail end, we kind of went, well, we know that we have no flaws. It's the perfect beer for this time of year, and particularly because you've been down here, Brian, a couple of times, so you know about the decking outside. So the decking is going to be really popular for us through this kind of COVID thing, because there's lots of fresh air, there's lots of space. So, and already we can see a lot of the bookings that are coming in are requesting to be on the decking. And for me, this is a sun is shining, sitting on the decking kind of beer. Crystal clear, very straightforward. It's 100% pale malt. This is the third blonde ale that we did. The first incarnation of this, we did 100% with Pilsner malt. Again, clean yeast. We had used US-05. This is actually on the Wicklow Hops Company, Lax. And it's just a little bit of Saz. So it's a very inoffensive beer. But with Pilsner malt, it came out almost, you could definitely pass it as a lager. And we just wanted something with a bit more malt, a bit more body to it, so that it was a bit more filling. But yeah, this is Heart of Glass, our blonde ale. Simple as. Absolutely brilliant. I can see the comments coming in here. So refreshing. Not at all what I expected. So I think that's a good thing. I don't know. Absolutely. Yeah. Michael saying cracking beer, really refreshing. Andrew, yeah, lovely, refreshing after the milkshake IPA. I'll have you know, I do put a lot of thought into my brewery orders for this. In terms of the beer order that comes through, I thought it'd be a nice time to go for it. Yeah, and I saw where the break was. I went, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Steve there, intentional Blondie reference. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So yeah. Heart of Glass, obviously a Blondie song. We, as I said, it's the third blonde ale we did. The first blonde ale we did on the pilot kit was Heart of Glass, but it was 100% Pilsner. We then did a second blonde ale called Modulation, and it was intended, we put that into 750ml bottles, and it was intended as a sharer beer in higher end restaurants. We were lucky enough to have really good restaurants that support us locally. So, you know, we have restaurants with Bib Gourmand that serve our cans, and we kind of said, I think if we went for a very classy bottle, they definitely shift the stock. So we put Modulation was the name of that blonde ale. We used some honey malt in there as well. And it came out, I actually saw a comment there saying, a bit of a Belgian feel to it. With the honey malt, it definitely came out because it gave you that sweetness at the end. It definitely came out closer to a Belgian pale, even though, again, it was a clean fermenting yeast. But this guy, I think, is just, it's just so easy to drink. It's very straightforward. We're not, we didn't try to do anything fancy here. Very neutral water profile. It's all pale malt from Loughran's, who we use for pretty much all of our malt at the minute, more or less. And as I said, then Wicklow Hops Company for the yeast on their lax, which is their USO5 substitute. So went really well. Standard ale fermentation as well. So it's quicker to turn around in the tank than a lager. And I can really see this. I said this at the time to the guys, and they weren't sure about it, but I can imagine somebody who is not a craft beer head, that's maybe a little bit older, has played 18 holes of golf that day and comes in here with their son or their daughter. And this is something I think they get on tap and be very comfortable with. So that suits us,
Yeah, absolutely. It's a super beer, and it's not to detract from it in any way, but it is, like you say, it's a perfect kind of like gateway beer or something like that. You kind of introduce people into the kind of the craft
Absolutely.
side of things.
Unfortunately, it's not unfortunate. I don't think it's unfortunately. I think it's a lovely clean beer, but we're going to have to do a couple of beers that are lovely clean beers, because we're in a part of a country that it just doesn't have the quantity of craft beer fans that somewhere like Galway or Cork or Dublin would. Although they've been, I have to say, the craft beer fans have come out of the woodwork and they've been brilliant. But it's always good to have something that there's always going to be one guy in a crowd that will just insist on something relatively straightforward. And we don't have Heineken on tap. We don't have Coors Light on tap here. So we have 9 taps. One of them is on nitro. So we'll always have a stout or some form of nitro. And we do have a Guinness and a Carlsberg tap. But obviously we don't really want people drinking from those taps as much as possible. Yeah. So somewhere we can go with a beer like this, make it really accessible. It works really well for us at the bar. We would have all of this beer would have gone straight to keg had it not. But well, as I said, we had genuinely toyed with the idea of just putting it all down the drain just as an experiment. But when it came out as clean as it did, if the bar was open, we'd have kegged all of it and not put it out in cans. But we were lucky enough in that it was our first full batch. We used the canning machine from Irish Craft Canning. They have a new line. It's from Innovus Engineering. Really, really good machine. And it's small enough to get into this brewery, because that was a problem with their bigger line. We dialed that in for them. They were here while we dialed it in. So we had a bit of loss there. But we canned about 600 litres of this beer, and we sold it in 4 days. So it was a worthwhile experiment, not putting it down the drain,
Yeah, absolutely. Just to catch up on some comments here. So Kelvin earlier was asking, is there a deck there? And yeah, there is absolutely. It's a super outdoor seating area. Well worth checking out. Peter was saying, yeah, no need to downplay it. A very refreshing beer, and no matter what you like, it's very enjoyable. We had Andrew's saying first dead center beer he's ever had, really, really good, and we'll look out for more of your range. So yeah, that's always good to hear too.
Yeah.
So we did a blind beer tasting actually the other night, last Saturday. Brian is on this, Brian Breen. He kind of came up with the idea, which was brilliant to do. And Richard, who's also on this, we were talking about session beers and what makes a session beer, what quantifies as a session ale or a session IPA or whatever. And I think Richard brought up a really good point. It's not to do with ABV or anything like that. It's more to do with, would you sit down and have maybe 4, 5, 6 of these in a row? Like a beer you go back to again and again and again. And I think this is exactly that. I think it's a perfect session beer. It's kind of like you drink multiple, one after the other with no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same as if you look like something like, say, Maroon, for example, which would be our core IPA. It's only 5.5%, which for an IPA is, that's low. But it's a heavy beer. There's a huge amount of oats. Kind of 15% of the grain bill there is oats, and then there's wheat in on top of that as well. It's a heavy beer. Like it's still my favorite of the bunch because it's my baby. It was the first one we ever did. It's 100% my recipe as well. So I'm proud of that beer. But it sits heavy in the stomach. So even though, the ABV is lower than something like, for example, if you take, I know Simon is on here, but if you take something like Big Bangin', the body it doesn't fill you up as much. It has a big bang to it, but I would happily drink as much of that 7% beer or 7.1% beer as I would of our 5.5% beer. So it's an odd balance, but I completely get the point, and I agree with it.
Yeah. Just some of the comments. Richard and Ger are saying that it needs some glitter. And that was a little nod to our last beer festival.
Actually, I'm actually just looking around, because if we have some Baker's glitter here, I'm happy to dump it in for you, just for the No. Yeah, no, the glitter. Look, the glitter beer divides everybody. We actually got somebody, and they could well be here. We got a review on Untappd that somebody obviously got their box late, possibly. Thank you, Fastway, or else it was a beer that they didn't drink on the night, and they scored it and said it's a lovely IPA. The glitter completely takes away from it, So it depends on who you are. Like we had so many people here drink that beer and never knew there was any glitter in it, and there was plenty of people that couldn't see it when they poured it first. It's just something we do once a year. It started off as a bit of crack, and we just keep going.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. Kelvin saying glow in the dark glitter would be great for after hours drinking.
I'm not sure I'm not sure if I can get food safe glow in the dark glitter, so that could be an issue.
Yeah. Who needs that? Everyone's glitter. Jesus Christ, everyone's looking glitter.
See, that's what happens.
Yeah, we'll talk about glitter.
All you hear about.
So Andrew's saying, could see the likes of my brothers who are not really into craft would drink this one easily enough. Like, so yeah, again, it's a lovely gateway.
Yeah, I know it's an odd way to put it. My dad likes this beer.
Yeah,
and that's very unusual. So far, my father, by the way, is an absolute workhorse. He pretty much built the brewery here. He's still here at least a day or two a week, doing just bits and bobs. He's just he's a carpenter by trade. But every beer that we've made and every beer he's had from Tank, he's always said the same thing. He'll taste it and then make a horrific face and go, "That's not beer." This beer he will drink, and it's the first one. He actually prefers this over our Pilsner. So it's different strokes. The Pilsner is probably a bit more grassy, whereas this does have I think anyway, it has a slightly deeper depth of flavour. Sorry, I see Ruben popping up there as Blarney Blonde. So Paddy, our bar manager here, came to us from Killarney Brewing Company, and he's always raved about people love the blonde, people love the blonde, people love the blonde. So it made sense, to get one done, get it where we're happy with it. Again, it took a couple of iterations, but now we're very pleased. So this will be on the bar when we open on Wednesday, 5 o'clock on Wednesday. And we're lucky enough, as I said, kind of 9 taps. Every single one of those taps will be a dead centre tap on Wednesday. We try to obviously get rotational beers in there, but just for the fact that we're coming back after a 3-month break, we'll do full dead centre taps. And then we'll start to introduce the local beers again. We have 12 acres to go on tap. Porterhouse, lots of really good ones.
Brilliant, yeah, excellent. So obviously it's been a tough situation for absolutely everyone. It's been shite. One of the positives that's come out of it is yourself and kind of setting up Beer Cloud and getting so many breweries together and getting a great, I suppose, national distribution thing going on. How are you faring at the moment? And are you looking forward to opening back up next week now?
There's always something. It's been really, really tough. And to be honest with you, starting Beer Cloud was something that I've said this 100 times. I thought that we might be sending out, 10 or 15 cases a week. We sent out 15 cases last Tuesday, I think it was, and it was the slowest day we've ever had. It's been incredible. Which is great on one hand, but the other hand is I genuinely thought that the whole COVID thing was going to give me a little bit of breathing room, give me a break, which wasn't the case at all. So much so that we've actually taken another premises in Athlone, so we're going to keep Beer Cloud going. So that's another set of problems on my hand. But look, I suppose the great thing about Beer Cloud is it was largely run in the mornings. We pick, pack and have collected by about 12:30. So generally I'd print the labels, package the beer, have it shipped at 12:30, and then the rest of the day we'd be in here. So it's allowed us, the break has allowed us time to brew in here and get a lot of things taken care of in here that we just we'd kind of they've been on the long finger. Our 2 main fermenters, we always had just standard control panels on. What we've done instead is we've actually replaced those with some brilliant PID panels. So it's software based, and it learns when it should shut off to hit the target temperature. They've been really good. We have a tank full of maroon at the moment where we've tweaked the recipe. So it's a slightly different maroon, cut back on the bittering hops, cut back on the red X, so it's a brighter beer. It's been, look, we've been keeping busy. We've been doing lots. We have actually a collaboration beer that we made last year for July 4th with Sean and Crisis Brewing in Arkansas. We've redone that again this year with a little bit of a hoppier profile to it. So it's Mandarina Bavaria and Amarillo and an American wheat. Yeah, look, we haven't had 3 months of holiday anyway, that we know that much for sure. And then obviously due to reopen on Wednesday. So Beer Cloud has been based from reception here. So we literally had, there's a couple of people on the call that have probably been in to see us. We literally had to move all the stock out of reception and into the new premises. We're in the process of setting up the bar. Paddy, our bar manager, his wife went into labour today, so he's going to miss the reopening. So we're down a bar manager. It's been the perfect storm, But look, we're tipping away.
Yeah, and I'm sure people will understand as well if you're coming in and things are a bit, I won't say haphazard, because I know they won't be haphazard, but a bit kind of fluid, I suppose, as you're getting adjusted to things.
It's unrealistic to think going to hit the ground running. Like, nobody has ever dealt with a situation like this before, and we're as in the dark as most other people, to be honest. So I think we've done everything we can. Our environmental health officer is very happy. The staff are very happy, and that's, to be honest with you, that's my main thing. If we get, like the phrase is at the moment, a couple of Karens that come in, that's going to happen. And unfortunately, look, some people will sooner tell Twitter or TripAdvisor than they will tell the person that's serving them that there's a problem or they're concerned about something. I think you just have to make your peace with that. Unfortunately, you're not going to please 100% of the people 100% of the time. So, look, it's a bridge we hope we don't have to cross. But if we do need to cross it, it's down the road. We'll deal with it when we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just on Beer Cloud, I can see lots of love coming in. You can probably see the comments popping up. Mark was saying he loves it, but has the best selection out there. Christopher saying it's a great idea, keep it up. Dave saying great news about Beer Cloud. Vincent saying Sham Mats is a lovely beer, and that's a beer that's very close to my heart as well.
Beer that's about to say goodbye as well, actually.
You're joking.
Yeah. We're really struggling for capacity at the moment. As I said, the brewery here is tiny, and Paddy and 12 Acres is pulling out all the stops to be honest with you, Teeny Tiny has just soaked up so much for capacity. We weren't expecting it. So we were due to rebrew Teeny Tiny next week. We just had Seeking Sunshine come out of the tank in 12 Acres. It was canned on Friday, kegged today. And we were due to put Teeny Tiny straight back into that tank. But we had to put our lager in there, Dead Pixels. So now Teeny Tiny is out a little bit further, and that pushes Sham Mats out. So we said, look, realistically, Sham Mats was brewed as an autumn seasonal. So we said, look, let's keep it as an autumn seasonal. And then we're going to add to it as well. We're kind of more a very standard, very easy drink. And I know I heard Joe say he has no love for bog standard red ales. I wouldn't really either, but unfortunately, a lot of people who cross the door do. And it's something that we don't have on tap. We don't have, Smithwick's or anything like that. So the odd time we'll have a red on tap. Our reds generally come from Ballykilcabin. We'll pour their red. But outside of that, we don't really have one. And look, if the volume is there and the demand is there, it's something we'll have to do. So we're actually brewing a pilot batch of that this coming week. But we'll brew it, full at the end of the summer, and then we'll bring Sham Mats back for the autumn seasonal again this year. So yeah, it's been a very popular beer, and it's one that it's an American amber. It's not a red ale. It won't appeal to everyone. It's fairly aggressively hopped, and if you're not expecting that, it can kind of come out of the blue at you. And it's a fairly dark amber as well. There's lots of dark malts in there, so got some chocolate malt in there too. So it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea, but the great thing about Sham Mats is, and it's something that worries me about not having it again until the autumn, is that the people that like it love it. Yeah. And we get people come in here and just order their pint of Sham Mats. There's one guy in particular, and I'm not looking forward to having to deal with him when he comes in. He orders a pint of Sean Matts and sits down and he reads his book. And he does that every day of the week. It's only 1 pint. He's in for 1 pint, reads his book, and then on. So we'll have to see how that goes. But no, we've been busy, and I know we've been doing a lot of stuff together. And we have the upcoming the Midlands Craft Beer Festival 2020 as well. Those boxes actually go on sale tonight. 9 o'clock tonight, those boxes go on sale. So that's going to keep me busy for a little while as well. So I think it's 9 o'clock tonight.
Maybe Simon can clarify that. I'm actually not sure.
I know there was 3 o'clock tomorrow had been floated, but to be honest, it's not the greatest time to launch a beer box. So I he'll pipe in. You unmute him for. Oh no, sorry, maybe not.
Simon, maybe clarify that one. We need. Okay, yeah. Simon will go. Okay, right. I thought that was tomorrow too. Okay.
I'm not sure if that was agreed or if I just forced his hand on it. I don't entirely know.
Yeah. Well, it's a benefit of being on the on this beer festival. You know, you get the inside information. You get straight up. I don't know, inside access, we'll say.
That's something. It's a real pity that we can't do it in real life at the festival. I have to say, I've pretty much just started saying no to festivals. Festivals they're difficult to actually staff and kind of make a cent at. It's very difficult. But the Moat Festival, I have to say, Simon every year does a fantastic job, and it's the only festival. We had a meeting at the start of the year before COVID to do our festival calendar, and there was one on it. There was only one that we really wanted to go to. It was Moat. So it's a real pity that it's virtual this year, but I think, I'm hoping anyway, it'll be a first and last for Moat, because it's brilliant to get out there every year. It's a super festival, really, really good.
Absolutely. So sorry, just jumping to the comments here. Again, all the love for Beer Cloud. Mark was saying, would love to see some Beer Cloud select beer mystery mix boxes in the future. And I believe, is that something that...
Yeah, well, you see, at the minute, the problem we had was we couldn't build individual boxes because of the volume of orders that we were getting. And it was just me. Now, in fairness, the guys have come back on their wage subsidy, so I have a little bit of help. And the volume has dropped off a little bit because people don't think it's the apocalypse anymore. I think people started to drink like they were scared somebody was going to tell them to stop. So now I would definitely think that we could do a lot more in relation to putting up single can, single bottle, as opposed to 12 or 24 packs. We've already started to put up some single can. So, for example, the Hope range is available in single can. We're going to do the same with the Dead Centre range. There's a couple of things I think that we can do is things like that. Things like, one of the things we're working on is actually a subscription model as well. So, I think a lot of people have really come in and weighed in behind the Irish breweries, and where possible, we'd like to continue supporting them. So if we can do something like an Irish beer box, that'd be great. But no, absolutely, yeah, mystery box would be great. It's definitely something we look at, yeah.
Yeah. It's something that we did, again, as I said it earlier, Brian Breen had the idea to do it, and we hosted it last weekend, and we got the beers and all the labels were off, and they were in a sealed envelope, and we did kind of a blind taste, and it was great crack, really, really good.
No, great idea.
But it's it's probably a tad niche as well.
Wrong with that, you're amongst friends when you're on it,
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So sorry, catch up here. Loads of I think Finton was asking, is there still any Sham Mats left on Beer Cloud?
There is. We'll have marked Sham Mats out of stock on Beer Cloud because our final stock, and it's crazy, and this is the thing with operating something like Beer Cloud, but also operating a production brewery, is that we've sold all the last of our Sham Mats to Craft Central. So Sham Mats is out of stock. Craft Central at the moment, but we'll be back in stock at the end of next week. So we will be out of stock, but they will have stock.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking. So Andrew's saying he could drink this all day. I've just realised I've actually nearly finished my can of this. Everything else I've been kind of doing like half can stuff. Yeah, I've just been like, it's sailing.
Yeah, no, mine is
absolutely.
Mine is gone.
Mark's saying he'd love a subscription box. And Richard's saying the subscription with some kind of meetup like this will be ace. So yeah, that's maybe something we could do, kind of more a regular thing.
It's something that I had thought about because I think actually Steve subscribes to the Beer 52, which is you get your box and you watch a video recorded tasting. At the moment, we've started to send out some mixed boxes with just with printed tasting notes, but there's not a whole lot to that. I'd sooner do a lot more, but something like that I think would be great. Great, and being able to actually discuss the beers rather than being told what the beers are, because it's so subjective. It's take, for example, again, I know I've spoken about them already. I definitely want to look like I'm pandering to Simon Broderick here, but having worked in Roy River, people that drink Big Bangin' will always give you different, and grapefruit always seems to come to the fore. But for me, I get loads of passion fruit off that beer, and I don't know why, but it's just another example of, look, here's your palate being different to mine or whatever it is. So everyone is different,
Absolutely. I'm conscious, we are going a little bit over time. There was a question earlier from Steve who was asking about kind of plans now that you're opening back up, and do you have any barrel aged beers on the horizon or anything like that?
That's an unbelievable question. We didn't plan it or anything, but we're brewing. First of all, it's not meant to be a gimmick, right? But people accuse me of this all the time. We're brewing an imperial stout here on Thursday, and it's one of Roger's projects that he really wants to do. We're putting a slight Irish twist on it. We're going to put some soda bread into the mash on that. It's strictly because my mother makes the best white soda bread in the country. I know other people are going to jump on here and say, no way, my mother makes the best soda bread in the country, but my mother's soda bread is addictive. So we're going to use some soda bread in the mash, and then we have 2 200-litre barrels from, we're not allowed to say what brewery it's from. What distillery. It's a local distillery, but we're not allowed to use the name. And they've been very good to us. They've just, I think if it was up to the guys on site, they would have no problem with associating with us and doing everything we want to do. But unfortunately, as happens with a lot of the bigger, they're owned by other people. I can neither confirm or deny any. Unfortunately, I just can't do it.
I was going to ask you just to begin with the K, but Andrew just threw it straight in there in the chat.
I know. Say yes or no, but I'm not allowed. It's the same. I know that there's lots of distilleries that sell their barrels and say, look, we're happy for you to use them. But
sure.
The difference here is that they've just said to us, come and take whatever barrels you want, but we're still not allowed to use the name. So it's one of those things. But we're actually brewing it this week to put into barrel for Christmas.
Amazing.
So what we're looking at, we'll check the wort first and see what it's like. But we're looking at a vanilla infused barrel aged imperial stout for Christmas. So we'll see how that goes. But barrels because we have the pilot kit as well, we have a baby bourbon barrel, which is great for rapid maturation. So if anyone managed to get one of the bottles of Russian, which was our imperial stout from about 10 or 12 weeks ago, that was matured in the baby bourbon barrel, but it was rapid maturation because there's so much contact surface area in the baby barrel. It only stayed in there it was in there about 18 days. And at that, while we tasted it, we went, that's enough barrel for us. So we took it out and bottled it from there. So this is a bigger batch, lower contacts area with the barrel. So it'll be in there for 6 months.
Amazing. Can we book tables for Christmas now?
Yeah, absolutely. Booking.com.
Yeah. Do you have any availability this weekend? Next weekend? Are you booked out?
Yeah, Friday and Saturday I think we're already looking at kind of 90 to 100 on Friday and Saturday, which is really good. But Thursday, Sunday, I'll go load. That's the one thing about here as well, and I think that's what's been really good for us is you've been here, Brian, we have tons of room. Like the place is enormous. It's not a small space. We have the mezzanine, the decking, the main area. We have loads of room, so I don't think anybody is going to be feel like somebody's in on top of them, which is great because I think that's a lot of what people are concerned about is just the social distancing, and so it's easy for us to do that luckily. Now we still have to remove some furniture, but that's the nature of the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm down next weekend, so I was actually going to see if there's a table. Yeah, I'm thinking that we probably should wrap it up there. I think we've gone a bit over. We have Jen and Alistair coming on from Boundary now. Thank you so much, Thomas, for the shout out about taking the export stout out of the fridge. I meant to do it when I came back after the break. Yeah, I think that's it, Liam. I don't know if there's anything you want to finish up with.
No, that's pretty much it. I will shamelessly plug that Midlands box is going to be a topper.
Yeah.
9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And sorry as well. Sorry, just to be clear as well. I know that we always do 96 of those boxes. There are only 48 of those boxes. I know people are going to shout and roar, but unfortunately, it's an availability thing. If we could do more, we would. But there are only 48 of those boxes. So just fair warning, because I know somebody's going to come to me on Monday and be upset. So yeah, 48 only, unfortunately.
Brilliant. Well, not brilliant. Well, it is brilliant. Yeah. I think we'll wrap it up there.
Perfect.
Sorry, go on.
Thanks a million, buddy. Cheers.
Perfect. Cheers, Liam. We'll chat to you soon. Thanks again for everything. Thanks for setting up Beer Cloud and for keeping things going. Yeah. Okay. Let me see now. We'll bring in. Let me see Jen and Alistair. Come on in.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good. We're getting to the business end of the festival now, so yeah. Apologies in advance for any poor hosting.
All good.
How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing okay. I'll say first off, we're not brewers, so just listen to the other guys. It's great.
Some of the technical questions are beyond our pay grade.
We're really good at drinking the beer, but we don't make it. So, but yeah, we'll tell you a little bit about Boundary, kind of where we started, where we are now, and talk about the beers that we've got going for this evening. So yeah, I think we're starting with Mbongo.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good. Do you want to say just a quick introduction to yourselves to our illustrious audience here, and we'll crack up.
Matthew was supposed to be on tonight, but unfortunately he couldn't make it, so we're stepping in for him. I'm Jen. I have been a member of Boundary since the beginning, and I'm on the board of directors. I also do some work as a brand ambassador. We work at festivals, do tastings. I work at the tap room when it's open, things like that. And Alistair,
I help out at festivals, odd jobs. I've spent a day in various parts of the brewery, on the cutting line or shifting stuff about, just helping out where needed. We're a small brewery, so hands can help.
Very small, and the brewery is only like a 5-minute walk from our house. And so yeah, it's, as I said, the brewery is about 5 years old now. We were supposed to be having our fifth birthday festival in May, but of course there was a pandemic, which you've probably all heard about. So unfortunately that got cancelled, but we'll come back and do something bigger and better at some point. But yeah, it's a small brewery. We're a cooperative brewery. So what that means is we are owned by our members. When the brewery was started, we opened up a membership drive. So basically people could buy a share in the brewery, and then you own part of the brewery. As a cooperative, we have a constitution and a code of ethics that we work alongside. And really for us, Boundary's always been, we want to make amazing beer and we want people to enjoy the beer, but it's about more than the beer. We're a community and we want to help our community. We want to, do good things in the world. So we use the brewery as a way to also be good community citizens. When our tap room's open, we do food bank drives. We collect donations for our local food bank. Been really successful. Sometimes people will come in, even if they don't drink beer, but they'll come in and just drop off food bank donations, which is great. We're in a part of East Belfast that is going through a real economic regeneration. We want to be a part of that, trying to help bring the community, we're trying to bring money into the community, create jobs, support other local businesses. And we're really passionate about that independence part of the world that we work in. So yeah, we've got over 1,500 members, and membership is still open. So you can you can be part of the brewery, and as a member, you get to obviously hear information about how the brewery is running, what things are happening. We do different events throughout the year. Well, in normal times, we would do different events, monthly meetups at a local pub where we'll have members try some of the newest beers. We do a newsletter. We do nights where we help out at other charities. We'll get a bunch of members together and we'll go help. There's another local charity in our area that collect toiletries for people who are vulnerable, like homeless people and running from domestic abuse and things like that. So we go and help. We bring the beer and then we help pack up. They call them love packs of personal items for people. So as I said, it's for us, it's more of a community. For me, I came here from Canada. I actually had invested in the brewery while still in Canada, and then moved to Belfast. And the brewery's really been a huge part of me finding my own community of people. It's how we met, actually.
Brilliant.
But yeah. So it's been a great way to really, for someone coming here from another country, for me to really, some of the best friends that I have are people I've met through the brewery. So yeah, it's a big part of our lives. And yeah, we're doing well. Like everyone, when the pandemic hit, we thought, geez, what are we gonna do? There was about 48 hours of, sleepless night trying to figure out what we're gonna do. But in a strange way, the pandemic has actually been a fantastic thing for us. It's just strange to say, but it's the first time we've been able to sell directly to the public. Alistair's going to talk a little bit more about that for people, just so people can understand that our licensing in the North is different. So we've always struggled with that here, but Alistair will talk about that in more detail. But just, during this whole pandemic issue, we've actually been busier than ever. We're brewing, all the beer that we're brewing is being sold faster than we can make it. About 18 months ago, we did a rebuild of the brewery. We finally had enough money and enough understanding of the market to get the right equipment. So the beers that we make now, we've got the conical fermenters. We have the right equipment where we can make really nice hoppy beers. The hops are really shining through the beers that we make. We make a lot of hoppy beers, although we make a lot of all styles. But in Bongo, especially, like when we first made this in bottle, it was part of a series that we did, an IPA series we did, Push and Pull, where we used just the same base recipe, but just used different hops. But this one was so good. And when we re-brewed it on the new kit and put it in can, I think that was it was a game changer for us. It's our #1 selling beer in 2019. It's 5.5%, so kind of mid-range ABV. It's 50-50 split of Mosaic and Azaka, double dry hop, 16 grams per liter dry, double dry hop, and you just get that really nice tropical fruitiness, citrus flavors coming through. Really easy to drink, and really we can't make it fast enough. Like we could have a whole just making it all go.
It's similar enough to what the guys were saying earlier, like Yellowbelly, like Citra, that's base of theirs, Elevation with Wicklow Wolf. It's that core beer. It's like a lot of breweries, I think 90% of their sales are from that one beer. Well, not 90%, but that's kind of generally. It's amazing once you hit that flagship and you can ride on that and then do what you want on the side.
Yeah.
Like with
well, that's it. It's hard.
It's that kind of sessionable kind of beer that introduces new consumers to craft products.
Yeah,
that's not. Yeah,
it's hard though, because for the brewers, like our head brewer Mark and Matt still does some brewing. Matt says Mbongo is the bane of his existence. Brewers get tired of making the same thing over and over and over again, but it sells. Like we literally can't keep up with the sales. And even here, like in our local market, it's been interesting to see the few pubs that we can get draft beer into. We've had this be so successful in pubs that normally wouldn't have much of a craft beer selection. but then they put this on to try out a craft beer, and people have really gone crazy over it. So it's really kind of one of those gateway beers. And I've had so many friends that would come up to me and say, well, I don't like beer, I don't drink beer. And then they try this, and they're like, oh, I didn't know beer.
Yeah. Oh, that's beer.
Yeah. So I hope everybody likes it.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on the comments coming in here. Yeah, a lot of people absolutely loving the Mbongo. Yeah, absolutely delicious. Yeah, there's a good bit around the co-op model. A few questions that come in about that, and people just wondering about it in general. And can people from the Republic join? And
anyway, I mean, Jen invested when she was still living in Canada. Anybody can join.
Yeah.
I saw the link was already posted. It's on
I think Ruben popped it in there.
But yeah, it's always open. It's £100 sterling. One-time investment for one share. Equitable shareholding where each share is worth the same. You can't just go buy a load of them and take over the brewery. And as the business is now maturing and we're getting to, at the minute, profitability, then the shareholders have a voice in the direction of business. And obviously at the minute it's reinvestment, improving kits, moving forward and building sustainable business. And then once that's established, then the members really are going to have more influence in the future direction of how we can, grow, sustain ourselves and grow those from there.
We actually just did our first interest payment back to the initial set of shareholders. So that's something, again, as Alistair was saying, our goal is to build, a sustainable, profitable brewery. But as a cooperative, that success gets shared to everyone. It's not just about, a core group of people making all the decisions and making all of the money. Members get discounts on beer, they get, different perks. And as we move forward, our first few years, like any small business, and we are really, really small. I mean, up until a month ago, we only had 3 paid employees and we had an intern, although with the success we've had through the pandemic, we've now been able to make our intern a full-time employee. We're now recruiting for our 5th paid member of staff. So, we're still small, but we are growing, and our focus is putting money back into the brewery, as Alistair mentioned as well. Like, we did a huge expansion about 18 months ago, but right now we've ordered more tanks. One tank specifically for lagers, because the guys are really keen on, having the right equipment to make the beers right. So we've got, we're currently doing about 210 hectoliters per month, but with this next expansion, that'll get us up to about 300 hectoliters per month production. So we are really growing. The first couple of years was tough, and we had probably everything that could go wrong did go wrong, including when Matt was really our only employee, he broke his arm and couldn't brew. Then he broke his ankle. Like, there's just been so many things. But it's been
and even just whenever Matt first came, opened the brewery and started this 5 years ago, there was licensing reform on the horizon, and we're 5 years down the line. Obviously, for half of that time, Stormont wasn't sitting. So that legislation is still sitting and being drafted, and the consumers in Northern Ireland are the people that lose out. As well as the brewers who still don't have, license to sell. I know it's been reformed down south to an extent. Success. But up here we're still handcuffed in many ways.
We only open our tap room 2 weekends a month. And in order to do that, we have to piggyback on the license of a local pub, the Sunflower here in Belfast. They're amazing supporters, and Pedro is a real believer in what Boundary's trying to do. So without his help, we'd be in a lot of trouble. And even right now, for our in the UK, we have an online shop, and again, that is still using the sunflower license to do that, because we're not allowed to sell directly to the public here,
Sure.
which is, you can make any type of artisan product in Northern Ireland. You can be making cheese, bread, whatever, and sell charcuterie, whatever. And of course, you can sell direct to the public. But when you're a brewery, you're not allowed to do that. So, that's obviously a huge, huge struggle for us. And when Matt started the brewery, he really thought that within a couple of years, that licensing would change. But then we didn't have a government for 3 years. So the government came back in January, and then the pandemic happened. So yeah, it's been quite a ride. But
it seems that the Sunflower Pub and off license, in Northern Ireland, it seems to be a great supporter of the craft beer scene up there. I saw they were distributing the boxes for the Cameron Northern Ireland Beer Festival as well. I think that was last night, was it?
Yes,
it was last night. No, Pedro's an incredible supporter. I mean, all the, so many of the pubs up here just signed our tie tops, signed to Diageo and Heineken. And when Pedro was offered, 96% of the tops in Northern Ireland are tied. But when Pedro was offered the contract to re-sign, whenever the Sunflowers license came up, he threw it in the bin. Which, hats off to him.
Pedro's good people.
And
people thought he was crazy to do it.
Yeah.
But I mean, anybody that's come to Belfast, that's on this call, I'm sure has been to the Sunflower, and it's Pedro for president, absolutely.
Yeah,
wonderful man.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got so many comments to catch up on here. Sorry. Simon was asking, is there a story behind the name of Boundary? Do we know?
I think, like so many things, they're tied up in Matt's head, and it was. He was in the US.
Yeah, he was living in Nevada,
working out there. His wife's from out there, and that's where he came up with the concept. But he made the decision to come back to his roots in Northern Ireland to open the brewery, and it was to push the boundaries, knowing the difficulties of the licensing here and the lack of education in craft beer. Consumers just aren't used to offering. So he set out with the idea of pushing boundaries. So it's kind of and with so many interfaces in Belfast, and we are the breweries in a deprived area, but it's there's ships and new businesses coming up, and
absolutely. And I think it was in Bongo in general, the name behind it. I was wondering if there was a reason behind the name. I think that's what actually Simon was asking. Sorry, I'm too slow catching up with the comments.
Matt comes up with all of the names, and if anyone who's familiar with the brewery will know that there are so many beers, and even a beer that's called so many beer names.
There are so many beer names.
Very good. Okay, so let me see. Pedro for president. Pedro's a legend.
I think someone was asking about the artwork. So the artwork on our cans, all of this is designed by a local artist, John Robinson. He used to have his art studio in the brewery when we first opened. We had a little corner, and that's where he worked. But basically, what happens is, when a new beer is almost ready, he will come and taste it, and he'll talk to Matt about, the ingredients, what was in Matt's head when he came up with the recipe, that type of thing. He'll taste it, and then he'll go and do a painting, and that painting becomes the label of the beer. So, that's something that I've always really loved, the artwork. Although we did have a challenge, like we have changed the labels slightly. The artwork's the same, but we had to change the typeface on it, because in the past we used to have the name of the beer down the side, and people didn't really see the name or see what it was. So the feedback we got from stockists, we're always saying, we love the beer, but nobody knows what it is. We had to change that. I think they've been able to do it in a way that still keeps the integrity of the artwork. But it just makes sense. People want to know what the beer is, before they buy it. They're not going to buy a beer just because it looks like a nice painting, but they want to know what it is. So John actually still, like, he has all the paintings. These are real paintings that he does, and we have a bunch of them in the brewery that, and then he sells. He's got his own website where he sells the artwork as well. But he's childhood friend of Matt's, so again, it's part of that community. Yeah. And people helping each other and working together.
Absolutely. I'm thinking we should probably move on to export. Let's. So, yes. What have we got here? It kind of says it on the label, doesn't it? But, yeah, it's like the Ron Seal approach.
Yeah. Well, the export site is exactly that. It started its life as Matt's homebrew interpretation of the Colonel's export site, which in the UK is just one of the classic, clean.
Just really brilliantly executed.
So he. Just looks like. It sort of is one of Matt's homebrews, and he brought it over to made it on a commercial scale. It's
so rich and
people
smooth.
People always say chocolatey. For me, it's more kind of cocoa, kind of a bit more kind of like a little bit of dryness on your tongue, but with that sweetness afterward.
Yeah, that is super. Absolutely super.
It's our most straightforward stout. I mean,
usually we're doing crazy things, just like a filthy animal, or chili porter, or coffee stouts, or but this is just keeping it clean and also drink.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm just there were so many comments coming in there, but I think it was more chatting between people really than actually kind of like any questions and stuff going on. So
I know Steve's a member. Member, so I know he's on there.
Steve's a big supporter, so Steve's doing me a solid, I think, in the chat by keeping people up to date. Thanks, Steve. No, you're dead right. Thanks, Steve.
Steve, you're not an unofficial boundary ambassador. You're an official boundary ambassador. You're a shareholder.
Well,
you own the brewery, Steve.
So what from hearing from you earlier, what I absolutely love is that. So I'm a big advocate for I suppose people support why you do things as opposed to what you do. So I love the fact that you're kind of community focused first. Your reason for existence is to support and build the community, but you do that through beer, through a brewery, and I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think it's a really good model. Like not in a business sense. I think it's just a really good ethos to have and a philosophy to have. And it's obviously it's worked so well, and you're growing from strength to strength. So it's amazing to see.
Yeah, no, we're.
It's wonderful seeing like kind of obviously we're 5 minutes from the brewery, so on those weekends when the tap room's open, we're there most of the time.
Yeah.
And seeing those relationships, communities, friendships develop over time. People. It's like a local pub. It is that that's the modern tap room is a local pub.
And especially for us, the part of the city that we're in, what I really love about it is that we're getting people from all over Belfast coming to our tap room. People who have never been to that part of the city before, who would have never dreamt of going to that part of the city, are coming because there's this amazing tap room and everybody's in the space having a good time. We've never had any issues with, it's just a really happy place. Unfortunately, right now we don't know when we're going to reopen the tap room. We're waiting to see kind of what happens. And to be honest, we're so busy on the production side, and we have to clear space in the brewery to create the tap room every other weekend. And right now, there's no space because we're selling so many cans. There are
It's the same problem.
The
with
cans
every
are stacked
brewery.
up to the ceiling. Like we actually don't have the space right now to even make the tap room, but I really miss the tap room. That's the thing that as you were saying, like you really could see, and we would get people, families, people are bringing their babies and they're bringing their dogs and, running into old friends and making new friends. Like it's just been a really lovely experience, and really what we would love to do, our dream in the next few years is to be able to have our own license so we can have a permanent tap room and have that space not just as a tap room but also as a community resource, a meeting space for community groups, space that charities can use. We'll be able to do a lot more that we want to do on the cooperative side once we have that permanent taproom space. But again, because we're in Northern Ireland, that is very difficult at the moment. But hopefully, we've been through so much, and we got through a pandemic, we've got through everything else,
And yeah, coming through the pandemic, the kind of the business plans that might have been 24 months are now 6 to 12. It's kind of the acceleration of, right, okay, it's different, but it's still plans that they're actually kind of being accelerated.
Yeah,
absolutely. No, I absolutely love it, and like it's a very similar ethos with what we're trying to do with Craic as well. It's like ultimately you're bringing people together, and that's the reason for the existence. But it just happens to be around beer. Like that's it. It's a community. It's a community first and foremost, and then beer is the subject of that community, I guess, and that's it.
It is, but I mean, at the same time, we're also very passionate about making sure the beer is as good as we can make it. Like the beer is still really important, and the time and the money that's been reinvested back into the brewery, it would have been a lot easier to, take any money we've made and do lots of other things with it, but we want the beer to be world-class beer.
Yeah.
So, that's a really, really important part of it. It's not just to make beer. Like we want to make sure, and we're learning. Our head brewer Mark comes from a science background, and he had never brewed a beer before, but he is absolutely amazing. This is really what he was born to do. Matt is, of course, the creative kind of mad genius that all these things in his head and nobody knows what's going on. As a director, that's part of my job, is trying to get that information out of his head, which is very difficult at best of times. But yeah, he, right from the beginning, he was really intent on this. It would have been much easier for him. If he wanted to set up a brewery, he could have gone to London, he could have gone to Manchester, he could have gone to Dublin, he could have gone anywhere, but he purposely chose to come to Belfast, the most difficult place for so many reasons. So that's one of the reasons why I became involved, because I really liked that he was so intent on doing it that way and not taking a maybe easier route. So I think that it's, as you say, it's about more than the beer. We want the beer to be world class, but it's definitely about more than just beer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, the beer, it is world class, really, but that's. I don't mean to say it's secondary. I mean it's there's a purpose that the beer fuels the kind of the initial purpose or the kind of the division in general. I think that's that's it.
Well, like it says in every can, it's grab a beer, grab a friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And enjoy. It's not.
Yeah, that's it. No, it's a fantastic ethos. Actually, sorry, Dorothy, I missed this earlier. Dorothy is asking do you have Instagram handles or Twitter handles for both of you? She wants to follow you.
Yes. I'll put them up. You don't, but I'll put them up.
I'm a bit shy on social media.
Yeah, pop them in the chat. Again, we're running over, so I'm going to put it out there and say I'm going to ask our audience what they'd like to see Boundary brew next. I know there isn't a whole lot.
Well, you were saying earlier,
we have one of the beers in the tank right now. There was a lot of chat there about beetroot. Well, we have a beetroot Berliner Weiss in the tank right now.
Unreal.
So
That's amazing.
That will be out very shortly.
Yeah, it's the first beer that Johnny, he's
their packaging manager.
Yeah, he's been harassing Matt for about 18 months, 2 years, to do a beetroot beer. And I think it was at one of the festivals they were at last year. Somebody else had a beetroot beer on top.
Was it Friends and Family?
Friend, and Johnny presented it to Matt, going, "See, we can do it." So eventually, you know, these things take a while to get in the schedule, but it's in the tank, and I am looking forward to it.
Yeah.
This is amazing, and I've actually just been reminded we're 6 minutes under as opposed to running over. I thought we were 10 minutes over, so happy days. We've still got time. Sorry about that.
Like that's another thing. You know, Johnny, our packaging manager, so that was his idea. Last summer we had an intern, a German guy was here. His girlfriend was studying in Belfast, so he came along. So he interned at the brewery for a few months. He was a great guy. And when he was getting ready to go back home, Matt told him, "Okay, you can pick whatever beer you want to brew. You know, you've got the reins." So we did a German Pilsner. We did two, Des Moines, and then we did one called Toby, and his name was Toby. So that was the beer. And I had it at festivals last summer, and people absolutely loved it. It was really, really crisp and really clean, really malty.
See Steve's comment saying the black lager is really good.
Yeah, black lager.
Alistair, do you have the entire range just to your right hand?
It would be impossible to have the entire range, but I do have
We do a selection.
Yeah. That's amazing.
What I'm moving on to next, because we don't have the next beers, is you're not getting any.
Oh yeah, I think that was just came up in the comments there, was it? So it is, yeah. How apt. Yeah. So
it's, you know, that's nothing. It's like the team. It's a small team, but everyone who's involved gets to put their ideas towards. You know, it's not just one person making decisions. And yeah, the hardest part for me is keeping up with all of the beers, because there's so many new beers coming out all the time, and it's trying to keep track of everything that's new, everything coming out. So.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely exhausting. I tried to do it on.
Good problem to have, but
Yeah, I tried to do it on the website for all every Irish beer that comes out, and Jesus Christ, it's exhausting to try and keep up with it and where to get them. Andrew's saying, so rhubarb IPA, please. Finton, double forever ago.
Forever ago, I like it. Forever ago is one of my favorites.
Double forever ago.
A triple IPA version of Imbongo.
Yeah.
There's been Imbongrific in the past.
Yeah.
A double IPA, but I heard rumors of a triple IPA version at some point in the not too distant future.
Interesting.
Yeah. I would like us to do more saisons, sours, things like that, because I find I work at the tap room, usually, you know, one shift a weekend. Just for me, I like to see people's reactions to the beers, and like it's a good way for me to see what the public are asking for and getting those reactions right away as they try a beer. And you know, all we sell is our own beer. We don't have we don't have spirits, we don't have wine, we don't have anything else. It's just the beer that we make. So a lot of times people will come as friends, and they may have a friend that doesn't really like beer, but the Berliner's always been a really good one. If people, we had what was the last one? The coconut passion fruit Berliner. And I would have a lot of people come in saying, I don't really drink beer, but I have a question on what do you drink, what do you like? And people who are maybe more of like a white wine drinker or something like that, the Berliners, they would try that and be like, oh, this is amazing. And again, that's another way for someone to realize, I didn't know beer could taste like this. Like,
yeah. Is that a coconut and passion fruit Berliner Weiss?
Yeah, it was really, really popular.
Amazing. Yeah. I never even thought of coconut in something like that.
It just gave it a bit more body, like a bit more sweetness.
Coconut.
Yeah.
Ruben's great comment. Beetroot is the new brown. I think maybe Virtual Beer Festival 4 will have to be a cross between beetroot beers and brown ales. Steve is saying more barrel aged stuff. Simon saying his buddy John sharing the beers, and Mbongo's his favourite. Thomas is
the barrel aged stuff will come out at some point. I know there's a few barrel aged saisons, but at the minute, because with shipping, Matt doesn't want to take the risk of shipping 750 bottles. So they're better to sit on them for a while until it's easier to distro safely. Cans are okay, but bottles are a bit more breakable and don't take a list on them, especially when we've only got one barrel of the stuff that's not listed.
Yeah, I think Liam is gone from Beer Cloud, but yeah, he'll tell you bottles are breakable. His heart is broken. I think that's where Heart of Glass came from, the beer name. It's broken. Let me see. Thomas was asking, any more sessionable stouts planned?
That's what I keep asking for as well. No, who knows? We can keep giving feedback. That's all we can do. I would like to see slightly more sessionable, kind of something around the 5.5, similar to doing Bond with that kind of like strength would be lovely as a starter reporter. I'm skimming through here, but I see beetroot brown ale, beetroot stout. Beetroot stout. Well, that sounds really earthy.
Sharon was asking any sign of deliveries to Republic of Ireland, but I'm pretty sure you do through the Boundary website, do you?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay, sorry, I thought.
Though we do have stuff like earlier on Beer Cloud, and they've got some of the current range. And I can always phone Matt Monday morning and order some whatever to see what's fresh.
We're not able to ship to ROI at the minute. But we'll watch this space. I mean, things are changing so quickly. 3 months ago, we didn't envision that we would be able to have an online shop. So it's a very quickly evolving situation. And we do a weekly quiz that we started during the lockdown, Friday nights.
It's the Silver Linings tap room. The silver lining being that we have an online shop, so we can still have a market for our beer. But it's every Friday at 8. If people are lost for what to do on Friday evening, even though pubs are reopening, we need to socially distance. So
the quiz is really good fun, and it's a great way to also give feedback to the brewery, because Matt gets. We do a report after every quiz for what people are talking about, what people are saying. People are talking about certain beers, or they're have comments. So it's a good way to engage with the brewery, and it's a lot of fun.
But I see Richard in the comments. There's no chance of us convincing him to put glitter in beers.
No. If you know Matt, he is not. I wouldn't describe him as very glittery.
I see. Steve was saying the quiz is great crack. It's really good fun. Brilliant. So it's well worth checking out. It's Fridays at 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Absolutely brilliant. And Nicholas, it's you can see it through the Boundary Instagram and Twitter pages that you put up the links, don't you?
So, that's right.
And it's Zoom call just like this.
A lot of fun.
Future. So guys, absolutely, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I don't know so you're looking at plans going forward. Tap room, like I suppose, let's say things are starting to open back up now slowly. You're doing your tap room kind of. Are you still going to try and do 2 weekends a month, or is there a plan there for reopening?
For the moment, no. I think the concentration is on
the production,
because that has to be number one, and the space dictates that for the moment.
Although I would expect that, because here we're certainly not going to be the first wave of openings, but I am hopeful that come August we'll be able to do something. I'm pushing Matt on it, because I really love the tap room, and I'm hoping that by August we can get things up and running again, but it will still only be 2 weekends a month until we can get our own license. It's the only way that we can do it, because by borrowing a license, we're limited to what we can actually do. But if you follow as you said, if you follow the brewery on social media, you'll see everything will be announced there as far as, tap room reopening, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jen, you have to put your things in the comment box as well, so people can follow you. But yeah, absolutely. I think like anytime we run one of these, everyone wants to kind of put together some sort of tour, going to the breweries and things like that. So I think there's 100% a trip up to the tap room on a weekend you're open is on the cards.
Well, absolutely. If you guys want to organize something and let me know, I'll put my email up there. Send me an email and I'll arrange. We'll do a tasting. We'll do a tour. We'll do all that kind of stuff for you guys.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely incredible. I think there'll be plenty of interest in that. Again, thank you so much, guys. Really, really appreciate you coming on and joining in. And I hope you enjoyed it as well. And
really
obviously the beers are absolutely incredible, as we know. So no news there. Thanks a million, guys. So hello, how are you? Welcome.
Hello, everybody. What's going on?
Yeah, how long have you been with us?
About 4 to 5 minutes. Got a good dose of Eleanor of Jen and Alistair, and that was really interesting. Really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff.
Good beers and good guys. It's always a good combination.
Absolutely, it's hard to go wrong. Hard to go wrong with that. So, okay, I tell you what, we're going to kick off with on social creatures. So we'll be crack it and pour it. And while we're doing that, why don't you say a quick hello to everyone and introduce yourself?
For those who don't know me, I'm Kev. I'm one of the owners. We'll get to the story. I'm assuming sometime through the next 60 minutes. But I'm one of the owners of Third Barrel Brewing. I'm one of the owners of Stone Barrel Brewing. But we'll come to that now in a while. But thanks for logging on and see my ugly mug for the next few minutes.
Excellent. Thanks for coming on. We're delighted to have you. Absolutely, and it's always a pleasure. Absolutely, always. So, what have we got here then? Let's just kick things straight off with the beer.
Well, this is Unsocial Creatures. So this is our last month's third circle release. So we release a beer per brand every month, and this is one of our specials from last month. So it's saison dry hopped with a bit of cashmere hops, so you get a kind of nice melony flavour to it. Now the problem is that you can't can saisons these days due to a saison yeast having a diastatic expresses diastatic characters, which means exploding cans. So this is a faux saison. So it was brewed with a Belgian yeast, and we while we dry hopped it, we also added a bit of white pepper and stuff like that to try and give it a saison character. Some people say it passed, some people say it failed, but we're quite happy with it.
I think I actually had it for the first time the other day on Tuesday. I think it was absolutely boiling day, and went out, had a run, brought the dogs out, cut the grass, and I sat down and I had it, and it was absolutely perfect for like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the evening, and absolutely destroyed it, to be honest. Like it's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. What's so you said it's has it been a bit polarizing, the reception to it, or what's?
It is. But look, I think saison is such a protected style, and you've got some of the best breweries in the world brewing the best saison in the world. You look at Saison DuPont, and you look at these guys, traditional saisons, and it's a style you don't mess with, really. And the minute you take saison out of that circle and try to do it yourself, or try to bastardize it by adding hops and by doing this and that, it's going to get frowned upon anyway. So look, we kind of don't look at how people are going to think. We kind of just brew beers for ourselves anyway, and hope that people like them. So it's worked. So this is kind of what we try to do, a little more of a modern take in the saison. So looking through the reviews and looking through the Twitter comments and the Instagram comments, like a lot of people liked it, a lot of people have hated it. It's a little betweeny beer, and it keeps people talking, and life's good, and we enjoy it, and it came out the way we wanted to brew it. So that's we're happy with that anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. From meeting you a few times, Kev, and chatting and trying all your beers over the past couple of years.
From which brand?
I know for a fact you're not a man to be held to any sort of tradition or styles or anything like that. You're going to keep pushing boundaries and trying new things, and just doing something different. So I think it's great. I think it's a really good beer. I really like it.
that's the great thing about, I suppose, great thing about owning a brewery, and the great thing about homebrewing as well is that when we homebrewed, we like to try something different. We own the brewery, it hasn't changed. It's just like, you shouldn't have to pigeonhole any kind of beer release into a specific BJCP kind of type. This is a Baltic Porter, this is this and that. That's it. Brew. The way we look at it is we brew what we want, and we hope that it turns out tasty. We've been lucky, I suppose, in a way that a lot of our beers have turned out tasty. But that's the way we look at it, and just try new things. Like saying that now, we look at our third barrel brand and it's nothing but IPAs. But at the end of the day, it's just about brewing what you like to drink. Like I'd be a miserable person if I owned a brewery that brewed a lot of beers that I hated drinking.
Yeah.
So we keep ourselves happy by brewing beers we like to drink.
Yeah, 100%. I just saw a quick comment coming in there from Mark saying, Kev, Bear Hug is a delicious beast. Love what you guys are doing. And we actually did a blind tasting last weekend, and Bear Hug was our 6th beer of the night. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it didn't end well.
No. It says 9 on the label, but it's actually about 9.8%. So that would have been a tough one.
This has been recorded, Kev.
No, you're allowed to be 1% over or under. Anyway.
I thought it was a 0.5%. No, or is it a full 1%?
6% or 7%. I think you're allowed to be 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
okay, I wouldn't perjure myself like that.
Very good. So, okay, right. You touched on it earlier. So tell us the story of the 3 breweries. What's the crack?
Here we go. So basically, in 2013, myself and my buddy Niall started Stone Barrel Brewing. And we were a gypsy brewer. We used to brew around Ireland and contract brew in other people's breweries, and happy days. At the same time, John from Third Circle was doing the same thing. He was bouncing around brewery to brewery, and he was, contract brewery, kind of not making much money like us, but getting the beers out there and happy days. We were brewing in a place called Craftworks then, which was a dedicated contract brewery. So people could go in and rent the brewery and brew their own beers. And at the same time, both of us were brewing there, and we used to help each other out with the brews, and we used to chat away and blah, blah, blah. And we said to ourselves, why are we giving this guy all our money to use his brewery when we can pool our resources and set up our own brewery? So that's stage 1. So we said, let's go. Right, so we set up our own brewery in Bluebell. We went off to Bratislava, brought a brew house over there and brought a couple of 1,000-litre tanks and said, here we go. We got our own brewery. So that was all good. We brewed our own beers there for a while separately and saying, this is fantastic, brewing our own beers. But then, like, we'd be looking at it, I'd go down to, say, I don't know, Malloy's or Baggot Street Wines, or one of these places delivering on 1 o'clock on a Thursday. And then 3 o'clock, John would be driving by, dropping his beers in and saying, this is such a waste of time, waste of money, doing everything. So let's combine it all. So that was all good. And then we said, to celebrate the combination of the 2 breweries, let's brew a collaboration beer, which was our first third barrel release. And that sold out so quickly, we decided then to keep the third barrel brand on as well. So basically, we sat down and we thought, what are we going to do here? Because we now have 3 brands and a lot of confusion, and no one knows who we are, what we're doing. So we've divided out the brands now, and our third circle brand is our 4 for 10 brand. So everything's going to be 4 for 10. So savage quality beer, but that market. Our Stone Barrel will be our kind of middle of the road, but kind of mid-range brand. Kind of average price, good beers. And our third barrel brand is then going to be our kind of high-end specials. We are not afraid to add the extra 5-10 kilos of dry hops into it. You're not afraid to push the ABVs a little bit. And we've done that last year, and since then, it's the 3 brands are separated out nicely, and I'm still having this same kind of conversation every day of the week, but people are realizing they're three separate brands. They're tackling three separate parts of the market. You know, the third circle brands our third circle brand is always going to be slammable beers. You know, buy 4 for 10, slam them, as you said, after walking the dog at 7:00 in the evening. Lovely. Whereas you're going to treat yourself with the third barrel beers. But look, it's all going well, and it seems to be going all right at the minute. Look, from the outside we might look all professional, but it's still all chaos in what we do. You know what I mean? So it's look, but it's all good. We love every second of it. So that's the main thing, you know.
Yeah, and it's brilliant, and it makes sense really. Is it the three of you doing it for all three brands now?
It's just the three of us, yeah. Three of us, 3 owners. So it's a 7-day-a-week job, and it's like any brewery, I suppose. At the end of the day, you know, it's support, but it's just the 3 of us in there, which is kind of been a blessing, and you know, because we all get on, we can just go in and do our own thing. And you know, it's look, we have enjoyed every second of it. We've got the physical brewery's been there for about 3 years now, and it's just, we've grown into it nicely, and happy days. Now, come next year, we'll be hiring about 6 or 8 people, probably within 2021, because of the growth of the company. But up to now and continuing on till then, it's just 3 of us, and it's good. We have a lovely no car Friday rules when nobody brings a car on Fridays, and we drink from 12:00 in the day. So it's until we get staff members and we have to worry about health and safety and stuff like that, that will continue. So it's great.
That's absolutely brilliant. Just on that, like I think actually just to go back on what you were saying about all the new beers coming out, like I think I've given out to you in the past, because what I'm trying to do with the website is try and keep on top of all the new beer releases, and you're absolutely killing me with like fucking, I don't know, 20 new beers every month, and I'm trying to stay on top of them and post them up. But it's brilliant to see, and I love how they're coming out and they're churning out, and they're always really, really good beers as well. Like, it's not just firing anything out.
That kind of happened by accident. So I do all the design for all the cans for all the 3 brands as well, and any new beer release is a pain in the ass. You still have to do all the brewing, but then you have to go back down home and try and design a label for it, stuff like that. But it just kind of, we were always just selling beers because they could sell, if you know what I mean. We're not in that kind of, we don't have any strategy or anything like that. It's just a case of, you know, brew a beer, sell it, happy days, move on. And just the rate of the sales increased so much, and we didn't have enough tank capacity to brew bigger amounts of a single beer. So it's just a case of, all right, so that's sold out. Well, move on to the next one. And then off we go. And as the kind of rate of sales picked up, we still didn't have the tank capacity. So there's just the frequency of the new beers kind of picked up. And it's mentally draining to try and release so many new beers so many times. Like I don't want to go back to the days of just core range beers, where when we started up in 2013, it was just, you know, core range and the odd special, maybe at Christmas and this and that. But I'd love to go back to a semi-core range where you don't have to just blast out new beers every time. Because the problem with new beers is that you don't get time to think about the beer you've just brewed. It's a case of you brewed it, move on, brew another one. And because you've got 3 brands, it's brew 3, move on, brew another 3. And you never get a chance to kind of sit back and reflect on, you know, like, whereas, say, Boom, one of our core range, our session IPA for Stone Barrel, like, we brewed that for 7 years, whatever now. And it's gone through many kind of different recipes and this and that. But it kind of settled now and we can fine tune it. Whereas specials, constant specials, you never get to fine tune. It's out, gone. It's nearly forgotten about. And some of them we don't even get cans ourselves. It's literally, it comes off the canning machine onto a pallet, onto a truck, and that's it. You never see it again. It's kind of sad in a way, but I suppose it is the way it is, you know. And people love new beers, myself included. So
Yeah, true. You have your one and done essentially, but it is kind of it's a good indicator where the market is at, really, because there's so many people kind of chasing the new beers and like looking forward to the new releases, and they try them and then they're looking for the next one, and
exactly, yeah.
But there has to be some sort of healthy balance there between the core range and the new releases as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like I'd love to have a couple of core range beers in every brand that you can constantly just perfect and try to perfect. We're not that good at brewers, to be honest, but try to perfect. But that's the joys of brewing. Like the brewing is a nice way to, to express, like not express, that sounds a bit poncy, but to try and get what you want in a beer out into a can, and like to constantly just make little changes over and all to try and get a beer that you feel that's fantastic. It's great, but but look, it is what it is, and I'm not complaining. Like with what is that is what it is.
I think potentially, just to touch on what you're talking about and having so many new releases coming out all the time, I think potentially like the Third Circle Pale Ale and the Third Circle West Coast are two of my favorite beers of the past 6 months. Like I think they've been absolutely class, but I think they've nearly gone under the radar because there's so many new ones coming out the whole time. You barely have a chance to actually think about it, pick it up and have it. But they're fantastic beers.
It's weird because you look at these beers like Third Circle Pale Ale and Boom and stuff like that, which you have on core range, and you think, Jesus Christ, is there anybody drinking these beers? But yet you still get orders for them every month. You're not looking away, so we get distributed by 4 quarters, and like every month they'd be looking for 70, 80, 90 cases of Pale Ale. And it's time to think yourself where you're going. I suppose us as craft beer kind of fanatics and stuff like that, same as everybody else here, you're kind of mainly looking at Untapped as your barometer, to see who's drinking what and where they're drinking it. And maybe you're looking at we're thinking about it wrong, and the fact that there's a lot of people who aren't craft beer heads like us, just enjoying beer but not having to think about rating it or not having to think about that. But they're easy drinking beers, and they've kind of between Boom and the Third Circle Pale Ale kind of built our brewery. So happy days.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at some of the comments here. So they're going back to saying the plastic paddy was absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah,
saying it's the only beer that's up there with the black bucket from
high praise. High praise.
Well, that's very high praise.
Yeah.
So let me see. Where did I see it? Mark was saying I end up drinking these guys' brews more than anyone else's because chaos breeds creativity.
Boom.
And that's the quote of the day. And Steve saying it's a good beer.
I'm robbing that for a beer name as well. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, that's the next one. Andrew saying all the designs are really nice. It's hard to believe that you do all that. I think he means not you personally. I mean, you do all of them for.
No, it probably means me as well. If he's ever met me, looking at it, come on, in fairness. But that all happened by accident as well. Purely, when we had Stone Barrel, we had our own designer, which was a friend of mine. And when John had Third Circle, when we were separate, he had his own designer, which was a friend of his. And when we came together, we thought, like, we can't release so many specials and pay a designer, because you're looking at €400 or €500 every time. At the time when you're only brewing 1,000 litres of beer, €500 is a huge amount of margin to give away. So I said, look, I suppose if I can get a cracked version of Photoshop, right, I'd give it a go, right? So the first can I designed was the first third barrel beer, and I said, look, that's all right, isn't it? We'll throw it out there, because it was only meant to be a one-off. Like, well, we'll throw it out there. It looks all right. And then the lads were like, oh, it's really good. So then I moved on and redesigned the Boom can, which has this skull smoking a pipe thing. And so then the lads were like, well, you just do it. We'll buy a Photoshop and off you go. And I was like, oh, grand, thanks. So I'm not brewing anymore. No, happy days. So no early mornings for me. So now we've got a 9-to-5 job, and it's great.
Nice. Excellent. So I saw a question coming in there asking what beer are we going on to next. I'm thinking maybe will we do Shut Up Juice and then Hop Art, or it's
either or. They're both of a similar vein. If you're looking at ABVs, both Shut Up Juice be a touch lower, but hop art will be a couple of weeks fresher. So maybe shut-up juice and then hop art.
Okay. That's what we'll do. Steve was asking, what hops are in Unsociable Creatures?
Cashmere.
Just
cashmere, yeah. So we tried to keep even though it was dry hop, we tried to keep the hops low to try and taste that Belgian-y, yeasty character. So it was 3 grams a litre of cashmere in the Whirlpool and then 3 grams a litre in dry hop.
Okay, nice. Very, very good. Mark was asking about the Two Sides brew. He says Shop Local is one of the best beers out there.
Boom. Yeah. So we brew the Two Sides as well. So we have a couple extra side brands. So basically Jeff from the Headline and Erwin from the Brickyard. Jeff initially, and then he took on Erwin. Jeff came to us and said, look, I want to continue brewing my Two Sides stuff. Will you guys brew it for me? And we said, Grant, not a problem at all. So we have free reign on the recipe design. They just tell us what kind of style they want. So like last summer they had the 2 yards, which is a lovely 4% kind of hazy pale. And then the Shop Local came out at the end of last year. They just said to us, will you brew me a 6% IPA? So it's beautiful because we got free license to do whatever we want. So and then we'll brew it, and then it's normally all kegs that's just sold in the Brickyard, the Headline. But since lockdown and stuff like that, the cans are starting to come out. But the lads are unbelievably cool, great supporters of our beer, great supporters of Irish beer, and it's a pleasure to work with. And it's great to be able to give a blank canvas to someone who to us to just go brew us a beer and trust us to do it. So happy days, yeah.
Yeah, no, brilliant. And yeah, both fantastic places and great people as well. Yeah. Let's hear great supporters of Irish beer.
We're all taking a half day for the brewery on Monday and going to the Brickyard for wings and pints. And I'm going to get a haircut because look at the state of that. So we're going to Dungeon for a haircut and a couple of pints in the Brickyard. Nice.
Now you're living the dream. So a few questions again about the next beer. So I think we're going to crack into Shut Up Juice next. Which actually, now that I think about it, would have been a fitting way to finish because we would have stopped talking. But anyway, Shut Up Juice next. While we're cracking that open, it pains me to ask you this question.
Oh, go on, hit me up.
Aidan has asked, what beer did you have to toast Liverpool winning the league last Thursday?
Oh.
How much planning did you put into it? 30 years.
The beer I had to toast Liverpool, the legends, winning the best league title in the last 30 years by the quickest Premier League win out of any club. That's what I'm going to say. I had a 750ml bottle of red wine barrel mixed fermentation that we have coming out later on in the year, just to test it. I had it open already, but I drank it all. I cried a little bit, and then I had a couple of cans of hop art and that. I was a little bit hungover Friday morning.
At least you wasn't driving to work day.
No, exactly. My wife dropped me in, hungover. Had 3 beers, and that was it.
Okay. So what do we got here?
So this is Shut Up Juice. So basically, Shut Up Juice is, I suppose, it resembles most beers these days. Is that because that's what people want to drink? We had this out last year. It's a really small release, or maybe 2 years ago. I can't remember. And we said we bring it back because we really like the name. That was basically it. And we're saying, well, we bring back a beer. Like Shut Up Juice. That's a really good name. So we brought it back, and it's a El Dorado, Big Secret, and Citra kind of pale ale, but it's really, really, really heavy on the malt side. So you got a lot of oats. Like, we think it took us about, our normal brew day would be about 6.5 hours for a single brew. I think this one would have taken us about 12 hours with the amount of oats and wheat that we put in the mash, and it was pretty tough. But we just went. We went for a big, danky, fruity, heavy on fruit kind of pale ale, and that was it. I suppose there's a disclaimer here. we have no clue what we're going to do on a beer until about maybe 24 hours before we brew it. So like we don't sit down and plan recipes kind of weeks and months in advance. You know, we'll have an idea in our head what style we might want to brew, but like until the night before, and we're all on a WhatsApp group texting each other, going, no, go heavy on this, go heavy on that, go heavy on this and that. We have no clue. But like with this one, we said, yeah, well, let's just go heavy on the heavy fruits. Now, another disclaimer: what happens is when you go heavy on that side of things, it kind of lacks the little bit of the vibrancy in the aroma, but the flavor then I think it's just pure pineapple juice and loveliness. You know, but I'm biased.
Absolutely gorgeous. We'll see what people think in the comments there. Pop it in, get some. Mark saying full on density. Brian saying lovely drop. While they're coming in, I saw a comment earlier asking any plans to open up a tap room.
No.
Okay.
No one wants to go to Bluebell Monday to Friday, so definitely not at the weekend. No, our brewery is you've been on our brewery, Brian. You know, it's like it's a production brewery. There's no bells and whistles. We wouldn't have room to do it. If we were ever going to do it, I want to do it right and correct, and make it look like it's you want to be there for a pint. You know, like I don't say no. Like I've been to Fairmondsey lots of times where you're sitting on a bench outside a brewery, and it has its charm. It's beautiful. You know, that kind of way. But Bluebell just doesn't have that charm, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So our plan is to open a pub the plan was to open a pub at some stage in kind of 21, 22 in the city centre. That might have been pushed back a little bit. We have to check out what is the new city centre now after all this COVID shite. But no, I'd say we'll open the pub. We'll open a tap room in the city centre, which won't be a tap to the brewery. So, but but if you ever want to come down for a pint, Fridays, don't bring your car.
That's it. Just a quick question on this now, because this is just something that's thrown into my head, and it's something you were there last year in May in the Button Factory and kind of ran a night.
I was a bit tipsy as well.
Yeah, and we're looking at kind of opening a fully independent Irish beer space there, which I thought would have been great. But so if you're thinking of doing something in city centre like that, do you reckon there'll be, just based on what on Boundary earlier, do you think there could be some sort of co-op model there with a couple of breweries maybe come together and have a space to
you see, the weird thing is that like Boundary have a great modeler, but they have the little beauty of being under slightly more modern alcohol laws, even though they're not as modern as, say, England, even though they're part of the UK. Slightly more modern, whereas the laws here are kind of pretty draconian. And what we're still working off alcohol laws from the 1800s. In the fact that we're breweries, like if we wanted to open up a tap room, I know this is kind of coming away from the fact a little bit. It has, or an off license, it has to be 100 yards away from our bonded warehouse. You know, this stupid stuff like that. The laws, and then you get into this whole license and laws for pubs in Ireland. It's so expensive. It's so expensive. Like if you're not in, if you want to open up a new pub, you're looking at about 70 grand just for the license. You know, because there's a finite amount of licenses, which I think that holds back it impedes any kind of growth in that kind of creative market and pop-up shops and pop-up markets, pop-up pubs. And it's a shame because there's such an array of cool breweries that could co-op or could do this and say at Christmas time have a Christmas time bottle shop in an unused unit off Grafton Street. You know, the kind of way where you would make your money. But the laws in Ireland just prohibit that, and the amount of money you'd need to invest in a pub, I think we'll get too messy doing it with more than one company because to say more, the too many chefs ruin the soup and all that kind of stew or whatever that is. You're looking at about, I'd say you're looking at about a good £750 million to open a new venue by the time you take over the lease, pay the key money for all the equipment and blah 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 blah. So I don't. While the idea would be great, I'd love to do it. You know, I think the financial things behind it would be pretty tight, and there'd be a lot of arguments and a lot of drunken fights, and
Yeah.
it'd be tough.
It's like communism, I guess. In theory, it's a great idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
On paper, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, but then it happens.
Oh, don't let this convert to a communism talk. Only get on to have a laugh.
Yeah. So Mark was asking, have you thought about something that will go further into the stratosphere than into the fucking stratosphere?
Yeah, 100% yes. The plan is to brew a 13% triple IPA in a few weeks, I think. Now this is last night on the drunken WhatsApp when we were all talking to each other. Yeah, let's do it again. Now the great thing about Stratosphere is that we were one of the first breweries in Europe to get that crop of Strata hops, and I think Kirkstall beat us by a day to use it in their brew, and us and Format were second. But the only we're going to do it again this year, but we have to try and get a lead on some really, really fucking fresh hops. Like if we can get some hops from indie hops or from somewhere in the States where they're only a couple of weeks after being pelletized, yeah, we'll definitely do it again. Like.
Yeah.
Well, we're always going to brew high alcohol beers anyway. You know, we just brewed the Darkness 2020 on Monday and Tuesday, and they went into barrels this week. And that'll be out at Christmas. That's 11.2%. And, you know, there'll always be high alcohol stuff. If you need to get your alcohol fix, you'll find something.
You know where to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm raging. We have to wait all the way till Christmas, but yeah.
Oh, well, worldwide announcement. We were searching for change on the back of the couch there last week, and we found 2 barrels of the space between us that we didn't get canned. Basically, we didn't have enough space in our bright tank the first time around to can it, so we've got 400 litres. So the space between us, our barrel-aged Imperial Stout, the 10% jobby, will be out again when our new cannon line arrives this week or whatever. So, yeah, happy days.
Nice.
You'll have another fix, don't worry.
Yeah, there's always a fix. Am I right in saying, was the Darkness, was that the Baltic Porter?
It was indeed, yeah.
That was, oh my God, that was absolutely incredible. Absolutely.
Yeah, it was unusual because the barrels we used in it were initially bourbon barrels. I can't remember this. It could be the other way around. I think they were initially bourbon, then they went to the Caribbean and they aged rum for 15 years. Then they went to Teelings, and Teelings used them as finishing casks. So they might have had whiskey in there for maybe 6 months to a year. And then we got them. So it was a really complex flavour. It was the first real proper barrel-aged beer we've done. In my opinion, I would have given it an extra maybe month in the barrel, I think. But the problem at that time, and the problem we have now until next week, is that we had to book in canning times because we use the mobile canners. So you're kind of brewing towards or aging towards a schedule. You're saying, right, this has to be canned on Thursday the 17th. You know, so regardless whether it's ready or not, the canning guys are showing up at your door in the morning. Yeah. So, but we've just started a sour aging barrel aging program as well. So it's going to start bread aging beers. We've got a white wine and white grape and Brett Pale Ale that's been aging in a white wine barrel for the last 9 months, and every month we're adding 2 or 3 new barrels to that. So I think by this time next year we should have about 20 barrels of sour breath beers ready to go as well, constantly. And we'll Solero, which means we'll take half out, blend it, constantly top it up. So it should be good fun. Like,
yeah, absolutely nice. I'm pretty sure I can hear Steve Lamond typing frantically now talking about the barrel aged stuff. Yeah, that sounds incredible, especially barrel aged sours. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Like we learned a bit from that degenerate you had on earlier on, Mr. Nixon. So yeah, he's given us a good bit of advice on what he does. Like some of his barrel aged, he drops up into us last week, like his barrel aged saison and stuff like that from Otterbank, his own brewery, and fuck me, like it's like unbelievable. And when he brought out his initial Other Bank beers, maybe 2 years ago, he had a couple of barrel aged stouts that like Brett stouts that were unbelievable. That kind of gave us the inspiration to say, you do need a sour barrel aged program as well as your normal barrel aged stouts and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah. Would you have any plans? So I know some breweries have their barrel aged adopter program or stuff like that. No, just going for it.
Like you're kind of opening yourself up to failure a little bit there. Like if the beer is shit, like the way we look at it now is like if a beer is good, happy days. Like we've dumped an awful lot of beers that were shit, because it didn't work, and that's just the way we go about it. And but if we try new things and it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we'll go down the drain. Whereas we're getting people to pay up front for something that's not there yet. I don't know. The stress levels and the anxiety be through the roof, and it'd be tough because if someone's paying you for something they're not going to get for 6 months or something like that, you want to make sure it's absolutely top notch. And I don't think we could do that now. And I wouldn't be that disingenuous to take someone's money and go, right here, give me whatever. I'll give you some beer in 6 months. I guarantee it'll be good. I don't know. Nah, not us. Not us. We're kind of, as I said, we don't know what we're doing. Like I don't even know if we're doing on Monday. You know what I mean? Like it could be Tuesday. But that's how kind of our kind of ethos. We're just kind of, we run by the day and by the day and by the day, and it doesn't fit with what we do. Like
that's fair, and it makes sense. It makes sense with the style of the beers and the frequency and volume that comes out. So please don't change. Finn to say that's a great attitude to have. Absolutely. Ella's saying, what are you on about? I think she's implying that the beer is going to be class regardless. So why not?
Well look, that's a nice, very, very nice comment. But unless we can guarantee that 100%, I don't want to take your money. Give me your money afterwards when we know. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't feel right taking someone's money, not knowing what I'm going to get them.
Fair enough. No, that's a good. It's a nice.
If you want to give me money, give me money. I don't care.
God. So you were very quick to, I suppose, to adapt to the COVID situation, and it didn't change your outlook or philosophy. You decided let's just start brewing.
It did a little bit, and we were kind of lucky, I would say, in that when it came to, we had a huge amount of orders that went out on the 28th, 29th of February for export, and a lot of guys were stocking up for Paddy's Day and who didn't realise what was going to hit. None of us realised what was going to hit, you know what I mean, in this COVID lockdown and shit. And guys who would place orders for end of March as well, and saying, look, keep it coming. So basically we had I think we had about 6,000 litres of beer in the tank, different beers, saying, right, here we go. What do we do with this now when it comes to lockdown? And we thought to ourselves, like, we were looking at everything as soon as lockdown came in and saying, we could probably close the doors now, open back up in 3 months' time, and we'd be okay. You know what I mean? Like, every business was affected by this. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of business you're in, you're affected by it. So we were saying, right, if we close the doors now, we keep it shut, we'll open back up. It's not going to have a huge effect on business apart from the loss of 3 months in sales, but like we'd still be alive and it'd be happy days. But then we were ringing our suppliers, and a lot of our suppliers are SMEs. They're the same as us, but would have a lot more staff, whereas we could, maybe forego a month's wage, and it'd be tough. You know what I mean? But we deal with it. A lot of the guys wouldn't, so we're talking to, like, say, Loughran's Malt or the canning guys, or all these guys, and we're like, we owe them money, so we can't. So let's just package this beer now and sell it, and every bit of money we get in, let's just give to these guys and make sure that we pay off all the debts. So then when we do start up in 3 months, we're debt free, they have all their money, and everybody's happy and everybody's safe. And within kind of 2 weeks of doing that, then we realised that I think there wasn't many other people making specials, and everybody decided because it was sunny to drink out their back garden every single fucking day. So we had our distributor Four Corners go, we need more specials, give us more cans. And we're like, oh fuck, we better brew more beer then. So at that stage, like we stayed open because I said we wanted to pay back the suppliers and make sure everybody was happy, and because there's not many companies that are millionaires that could survive that. But then it just turned out that we were the only ones making specials for a few weeks, so everybody was buying it there. So we're like, fuck it, we'll just stay open, keep on making specials. But happy days, and thankfully we did, because my wife works from home. I'm sitting in her office now, and if I had to stay home with my wife and my 2 kids with no beer, and I would have been driven demented. So at least I got to go to work every day and get out of the house. Happy days. Yeah, no, but look, it is what it is. We are really lucky. There's talking to a couple of other breweries who have kind of, our brew house is a 1,500 litre brew house, and lads who had bigger brew houses, their brew houses were too big to brew specials, if you know what I mean. So they couldn't sit in 4,000 litres of beer for a special because they knew they'd only sell 2,000 litres of it or whatever. So just the way things happened and the way it fell and the size of our brewery and the way we had beer there ready to go, we were just pretty lucky, because there's a lot of other breweries out there who weren't so lucky. And it's a shame, because there's a lot of really good breweries who are fucking hit hard. And, you know, we just thank everybody for buying the beer, and thankfully that we were just so lucky to be in that position.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I do think that there seems to be kind of a common trend or a theme coming out of it, is the people who reacted quickly and adapted to the situation and kind of, I suppose, rolled with the punches and just went with it, seem to be coming out stronger on the other side for what they did. And I suppose it's just the way it happens, I guess. Like it's not an easy situation for anyone, and it's not
No, but I think it's a trend in the industry, and I think probably every industry anyway, since probably the last 3 years, is that before, if you were making beer, it was all about having a consistently good beer, like a single beer. So it had to be a beer that was consistently good, and be it O'Hara's, or be it Metal Man, or be it Blacks, or be it all these guys who were making really consistently good core range beers. And then from kind of 2015 or something like that, it started to slowly shift. And over the last 3 years, the trend went upwards. It have to be on the ball and change pretty quickly to what people, because like, Jesus, for like 9 months it was brute IPAs, and I hate brute IPAs, right? But Pete Lambie brewed one. But it was like, you have to kind of react to the market anyway. You know what I mean? Like now, this COVID thing, obviously, just no one could react to it no one could foresee it. But like, I think the breweries that are there now are breweries that have kind of just constantly evolved with how people want to drink beer. And I think that's the sign of a good brewery, is so people who can, I suppose, you can go, right, these lads don't want to drink this, these girls don't want to drink this, let's brew something else. And you know, it's a fine line, because you can see pretty quickly in the space of a month a beer cycle can come in and out. You know, and considering the fact it probably takes 2.5 weeks to brew a beer, you know, you have to kind of on the ball. But look, it is what it is. We've been really lucky. Like our luck has changed, so we're just living the dream for the minute, and I'm happy for the days.
But like, that's it. I think you hit the nail on the head there with the brute IPAs. It's like you can chase trends, or you can set them yourself, and you can kind of just like do your own thing, and then other people will follow. And I think that's kind of
But the thing, the way it is at the minute, and it's really tough. But like the vast majority of people just want to drink hoppy beers, and the hoppier the better. You know, and it's a weird situation, because like us as brewers. Well, when I say us as brewers, I mean me and the other 2 lads. I can't speak for everyone else, but we'd love to brew a million for size. You're talking about brown ales. I love brown ales. I love brown ales. I love red ales, right? And
no, the comments are gonna go mad.
You can't sell them, and that's the thing. Like we could make 150 cases of a savage brown ale, I guarantee you we'd sell like 40 cases. And that would just the rest of sit there. And it's a shame because, you know, brewers want to express themselves in the beers they brew, every single brewery. And like, I'd love to brew a lot more different styles, but like, people just want hops. People are addicted to hops, and like, I'm addicted to hops. I'm not going to lie to you as well. Like, everybody's addicted to hops. It's a slippery slope. It's like, you know, hops are kind of like, if you eat mashed potatoes all your life and someone gives you an Indian, right? You know, you're going to take that Indian shit. But then when you go back to eat mashed potatoes again, you're going to go, oh, this is lacking everything. You know what I mean? So, and you go and start exploring. But that's like hops. Like, you can be drinking brown ales and red ales and lagers all your life, and someone gives you an IPA, you're going to go, that's disgusting. Then you go back drinking a lager again, and you go, actually, this is lacking everything. But that's that slippery slope. Once people get onto that hop kind of trail, it just builds up and builds up and builds up. And, but look, what can you do? More hops.
That's a fantastic analogy as well, by the way.
I know it's not mine. I heard your man from Steve from Sierra Nevada, the owner of Sierra Nevada, used that years ago, so I robbed that. Just for transparency, you know. Borrow.
At least you reference it. Right. Okay. I think it's time for our final beer of the evening. We're going to our final new beer, I suppose, our final beer of the box. We're going to go on to our hop art.
Yes. Oh, I just saw backwards there. I'm not used to Zoom.
No, it's the right way around in our ones, I think. So yeah, as soon as he said about the brown ale,
who was it that commented?
Everyone wants red ale, brown ale. Richard said he'll buy all 150 cases of your brown.
Like Ballycabin's brown ale is one of the best brown ales, and Joe dropped me up a few cans to the brewery there a few weeks ago, and it was such a joy to drink. And the thing about these beers is, well, this is the way I think about it, is that you drink these beers without actually thinking about it. So I think with a hoppy beer, you're always trying to dissect it and go, this is too dry, it's too this. Whereas a brown ale or a red ale, you can absolutely just slam it and enjoy it and go, oh, you're just tasting brown ale, you know. So you don't have to think about it too much, and it's just a joy. Like there's a joy to drinking a pint of plain stout. No, not the big guys. Like, you know, if you go into Porterhouse plain. Plain. If you go into, if you have a pint of brown, if you have a pint of red, like proper red, you get the caramel flavour and a touch of maybe English hops off it. Unbelievable. Like. And you can just sit down and drink 4 or 5 pints of that now and not even think about it. And that's the joys of those styles. And that's why, obviously, Whiters, they have been so popular over the last hundreds of years, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. If I was actually really like put down to it and asked what my favorite beer ever was, I think Porterhouse Plain has to be. It's top 3 easily, if not top. It's so good.
Rasslers now. Rasslers is always good. No, Rasslers is a good one.
I had a can of Rasslers last night. Actually, it sounds.
It's a new one, isn't it? Is it good?
Yeah, it tastes absolutely incredible. Like so good. But there's also been a serious lack of kind of stouts coming out recently as well. So it was so nice to have.
But you had the conversation with the lads from Belgium about session stouts, and I think there is, and I think that's the Irish market is so hard to sell session stouts in, because you're either a Guinness drinker or you're not a Guinness drinker, but you're definitely not a session craft stout drinker. You know the kind of way, like.
Yeah.
So it's a really hard sell. Where the Heineken drinker might drink a pale ale, the Guinness drinker will definitely not drink another 4.5% other stout. And it's a shame because session stouts, although we had a session imperial stout, that was an absolute gimmick. But I got proper pint of plain stout, nice dry Irish stout, is few and far between, and I'd love to do one. I'd love to see other breweries do one. I'd love to see a market for it because it's such a delicious beer. It's unbelievable, yeah.
Absolutely. I can see the comments coming in here as well, and a lot of love for the Landfall On as well, which is also one of my favourite beers of all time. That is.
I remember my first bottle of Landfall On.
Yeah,
it was in a 330ml bottle, I think, years ago, and just thinking that this is ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Ridiculously favorite. I've never drank a stout lager because I think it was the first at that time strong stout because it was 6% or 7%, whatever it is. Like, and at the time, like, you know, we're only used to drinking 4.5%, 5% beers anyway. Maybe Bishop's Finger might have been 6% or something like that. This is back in 2007. And drinking Lamb for Lamb for the first time. And Brooklyn's Brooklyn Stout, anyway, whatever it was, I think it was the 330 ml bottle.
The chocolate one, is it?
No, it was I think it was a black chocolate one or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But drinking them and going, a Lamb for Lamb stout, I'm going, unbelievable. I've never thought a stout could taste like this. It's amazing how things evolve. Over now, like people just drink it and go, yeah, that's savage. Whereas before, it was groundbreaking.
Yeah, mind blowing.
Yeah,
absolutely. So I'm thinking, I know you've got a few new beers in the pipeline, I believe, or do you?
I do. Some beers that are meant to be at this festival.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So tell us what they are while I open the door for my dog, who's fucking driving me insane here to let him out.
I just have my cat there doing the same thing.
Yeah, what's that?
So yeah, with 2 beers in a tank. So hop art was always going to be a given, but we have a grapefruit and pineapple sour from, I think I just showed you all there. Ah, no, there we go. That was canned on Friday. It's a grapefruit and pineapple sour from Third Circle, 3.7. So if you tried for the greater good, the Cherimoya and mango sour, it's the same recipe except it's with grapefruit and pineapple. And then we have a Centennial, Sabro, and Citra double IPA, which is being canned at some stage next week as soon as a new canning line arrives, which was meant to be on Friday, which wasn't on Friday. So it could be on Monday, it could be on Tuesday, but it'll be canned next week. Anyway, that's called Keep Smiling.
Nice.
So, yeah. But anyway, it's just part of the repertoire of new beers.
Yeah, but sure, we know there's new beers coming out from you pretty much every week anyway. So
I know, yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing groundbreaking.
No. It's just another new beer from those idiots at Bluebell.
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, like, so I'm looking at the time. I think we're around time where we can open it up. I think. I don't know if there's anything else, any more questions or anything we can add in. I think we're going into a macro beer chat in the Zoom chat here. Yeah, what we'll do, you know what, Kev, I don't know if you have any final comments to have, and if Brian is asking, actually consider merging the 3 brands.
No. See, the problem is, so about 65% of what we make was exported, back being exported again. And the beauty of having the 3 brands is that no one wants to take a full pallet of one special release. They just, they only want 30 cases. But if you have 3 specials at once, they take a full pallet of cans and off they go. So we were thinking about it, and then, like, if we were to merge the 3 brands together, we'd only be able to do. We could. You'd hate us if we done one special, third barrel special every week, and we wouldn't be able to sell it. So it works out well, and job done. So not at the minute. Until Heineken buy us over, and then we'll have to do it. You know what I mean? And then I'll be sitting on that, zooming you from Aruba or wherever it is.
Zoom from a golden toilet or something. Simon saying sticking with the Skoda, Volkswagen, Audi strategy. Yeah, very good. And
tell Simon, I love you.
Yeah. Very good. Lads, I think we'll probably wrap it up there. And wrap it up, I mean wrap it up in terms of the formal emphasis on formal beer festival. Yeah, I'll just say, Kev, thank you so much for joining us. That was a brilliant chat.
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for everybody. Look, it's been a tough time for everybody, and we really appreciate everybody who's bought our beers, because it's hard enough trying to make money these days, but to actually go and spend that money on our beers is probably the most gratifying thing we can do. Like, I know that sounds a bit poncy, but it's true. Like, we do appreciate everybody who actually goes out and parts with some money for our beer. But we didn't think it would happen. We were homebrewers a few years ago. You know what I mean? It's a really gratifying thing to do. And look, thanks very much to everybody, and thanks for having me on. And thanks to everybody. And if I could say one little thing at the end, I cannot wait to give Simon Broderick a big hug when this COVID thing is over.
He's there. I'll get him to unmute himself.
I know he does.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thanks a million, Kev. Really, really appreciate it. And as I said, what we'll do is we'll wrap it up there. Thanks a million. An amazing way to wrap up the third virtual beer festival. Actually, man, the time has absolutely flown by. Absolutely pleasure to have so many incredible breweries coming on, and just keep doing what you're doing. Really, so many Irish breweries are absolutely smashing at the moment. It's great to see super beers coming out. So yeah, again, thanks a million. So again, we'll wrap it up there. Thank you so much, everyone.
Cheers, Brian. Thanks, Brian.
We'll chat soon.